Good afternoon, everyone. The afternoon-evening meeting of the Sacramento City Council will please come to order. Would the clerk call the roll, please, so we might establish a quorum?
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby?
Here.
Councilmember Laloe?
Here.
Councilmember Harris?
Here.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Here.
Vice Mayor Chenier?
Still here.
Councilmember Guerra?
Here.
Councilmember Jennings?
I am here, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Vang?
I'm here.
And Mayor Steinberg.
Here, we have a quorum for contingent of members. Good afternoon to everyone, members, staff, and of course, members of the public. Thank you, Vice Mayor Chenier, for finishing the afternoon meeting for me. I do appreciate it. Members, let us rise, all who can. I would ask Councilmember Jeff Harris to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mayor. Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, members, we have two very important discussion items tonight. I want to announce that under the city manager's report, and as I believe announced last week, the city manager and the police chief and police manager are going to present a report on the protests, a public report on the protests, so that the public and the members can not only listen but ask all of the questions that that have been out there about these protests. I think it's especially important and timely the day before Inauguration Day, when we are preparing for the worst and hoping that that it is much different and much less than that. So that'll be at the end of the meeting. Let us begin with the consent calendar. Are there questions on the consent calendar?
Yes, for the record, I have no callers for the consent calendar, and Councilmember Harris has comments on number 9.
Okay, and I see you, Councilmember Vang. I'll get to you in just a moment. Okay.
Sorry, are we asking if we want to remove things from consent or?
Yes, if there's anything that you want to either have voted on separately, discussed, but part of consent, yes, this is your opportunity.
Thank you. I'd like to remove item 8, please.
Item 8, okay, for a separate discussion and a vote? Okay, very good. Who was it? Was it Jeff Harris? Go ahead, on item 9.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. So this is just comments. I wanted to make my colleagues and the public aware. This item is about an acquisition of property from Blue Diamond to add to the inventory of Sutter's Landing Park. I wanted to make you aware of what it took to do this. It took creating a Lower American River Parkway Conservancy program, Corey Brown waltzing into my office and us hatching a plot to do it, enlisting Assemblymember McCarty to carry the legislation, getting the county on board, and then getting Prop 68 money. What's going to happen here is we are going to add about 30 acres to Sutter's Landing Park and secure a section of the river, the American River Parkway, that is absolutely stunning for our constituents, for the future inhabitants of the rail yards and the river district. This was a really long-term vision, and it's come to fruition with the passage of this item. We will make this acquisition, and we do have a contract with SMUD as well to get another bit of acreage. So I'm very excited about this. Things like this can go by on consent. People really have no idea. This took 4 years and a lot of elbow grease, a lot of hard work from many, many people. So if I may, I'd just like to thank all the good people at Blue Diamond. I'd like to thank on our staff, Rich Sanders and John Febo, who were real yeomen, who made this deal happen. I'd like to thank Hector Barone and Jerome Council, Assemblymember McCarty, the people at SMUD, and John Donnelly from the Wildlife Conservation Board. This really took a lot of effort, and I'm just ecstatic that this is before our council today. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you very much, Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Vang, did you have a comment with any, about any of the consent calendar items?
Yeah, actually, Councilwoman Valenzuela beat me to it. I was just going to pull agenda item number 8. So
Okay, so there is no public testimony in the consent calendar. So why don't we get a motion on items 1 through 7 and then 9 through 14 and dispense with those items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second, Harris and Jennings. Let's call the roll on those items, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Ashby,
yes.
Councilmember Laloe,
Aye.
Councilmember Harris,
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chenier,
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings,
Aye.
Councilmember Vang,
Yes.
and Mayor Steinberg.
Aye, okay. Let's take up item 8, please.
Mayor, I'm going to ask Lieutenant Cybulski to speak on item number 8. I think he's on the call. He just needs to unmute. All right.
Okay,
All right.
okay. We have a presentation.
Yes, hold on 1 second here. Deputy Chief Paletta, maybe I can ask you to pinch hit here.
Yeah, thank you. Program Manager Craig Mohar is here to speak to it. And basically, it's an annual acceptance of funding through the UASI grant. And Craig can talk to specific details to it if he's on the line here.
Perfect.
Captain
on the-
Paletta, should I, Manager Chan, is it possible that maybe I can just ask my questions and maybe Captain Paletta might be able to answer it? So
Sure.
okay.
That works too. I'm not sure why.
Yeah. No worries. The reason why I pulled this item was because just wanted some more clarity on the grant in particular. My understanding is that this grant is from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, and it mentioned about $2.8 million that would be used for the Sacramento Regional Homeland Security Program. And I just wanted, if staff could share a little bit about what that is and what is the goal and objectives of the program in particular, just so that I have an understanding of it and the public does too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't want to speak in too much depth because Craig is prepared to do that. But what it basically allows us to do is look at this as a funding source to fund certain projects and certain equipment throughout as kind of a regional asset. And so we have a police manager, Lieutenant Neil Cybulski, that sits on this committee. Projects get submitted, the committee reviews it and decides for the region how that money is best spent. While I was muted, I talked to Lieutenant Cybulski, and he's trying to log in as we speak right now, and I'll answer that specific question for you.
No, that's great. I really appreciate that. I think one thing is just given the conversation this evening that we're going to have in response to just the recent activity, I just wanted to know like how flexible these dollars are and can funds be used, one, to support educational purposes or just salary incurred by PD because of overtime regarding the activities that happened for the past several months. So I just wanted to know the flexibility of the grant and also what are the goals and objectives. So if staff can answer that, that'd be great.
Councilmember Vang, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think I just heard Craig chime in. So let me just pause for a second and see if he's here.
If you're on, you need to unmute. I see your phone, but it's muted. Can you unmute him, Mindy?
Councilmember Vang, I'll speak to some of that. There are restrictions in which the funds can be used, and there's a level of scrutiny that it has to meet before the funds are authorized. But I can't talk or speak to that level in which that process works. I know that a project gets writtenly submitted through this board. The board reviews it, sees if it meets certain criteria for the funding sources to be used. And then from there, the region or the applying agency gets granted the funds. But there are definitely restrictions in which it could be used.
Awesome. Thank you, Captain Valletta.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to ask my questions as well without Craig off mute, but I mean, similar to.
Am I good?
Oh, there you are.
Work now?
There
Oh,
you are.
sorry. Yeah. Sorry about that. So, right. So, depending on how much information you want, the program is funded through the Department of Homeland Security, and they do a national risk assessment of the top 100 urban areas. And so we're allocated money based on our risk ranking. So this council report is just to accept the funding that we've been awarded through their office. And it's a terrorism grant. So it's for preparedness, response, mitigation, prevention. And it's been in effect. It was funded through the 9/11 Commission Act. And so it's been in effect for about 20 years now. And we've been funded and defunded off and on over the period of the grant. Do you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Craig.
Okay.
Thank you, Craig. And yeah, I guess I'm trying to dive in a little bit more specifically and
Sure.
Like what specifically does this fund? I mean, terrorism is a very broad thing. You know, are we talking about surveillance of residents? Are we talking about equipment? You know, what sort of activities and equipment would this grant potentially be used for? Just to give us an idea of the range.
Sure. So this is, again, it's a national preparedness grant. So you can have a dual use for the funding. So if there's also a natural disaster or natural hazard, you can also use the funding for that if it also complies with the terrorism standards. For the Sacramento region, we use this money specifically for training. For example, we use it for fire rescue training. We've used it for tactical lifesaver training, which is basically first aid for first responders. We've used it for flood rescue. We've used it for officer incident command training. We've used it for a whole host of training. Because we've been defunded and funded over the years, most of the focus has been on training. We've not used any money for surveillance whatsoever. We have used money for some equipment recently. Some of the things we bought is we did the infrared scanners for the fire departments. We just bought that this year. We also bought the tourniquet kits for all the high schools in the 4-county region of Placer, El Dorado, Sacramento, and Yolo counties. We also bought the barriers, the barriers that we put around for soft targets in the city. We've also bought recently, we also outfitted the Folsom mobile command vehicle. So none of the money's been used for surveillance at all.
Okay.
But mostly go
ahead, sorry.
Mostly to enhance the prevention and response for the region.
Okay.
Again, yeah.
Does any of the equipment that's been purchased include like former military equipment?
Oh, no. We're prohibited from doing that actually. And we've not bought any sorts of equipment like that. Yeah. I mean, one of the partners we work with is there is a nonprofit grant also that it helps the nonprofit agencies in the region also enhance their security. So that's also a separate grant, but it's out there available for regional nonprofits.
Okay,
And
thank
we've been
you,
able
Craig.
to work with it.
I appreciate you
Oh,
making
sure.
yourself
Yeah.
available to talk about this. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Glad to help.
Okay, if there's no other questions, I know the mayor had to step away, so any other questions on this? Is there a motion?
I'll move the item.
Motion by Pro Tem Ashby,
I'll second.
second by Member Vang. Please call the roll.
Thank you. Member Pro Tem Ashby,
Yes.
Councilmember Laloe,
Aye.
Councilmember Harris,
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela,
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Chenier,
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings,
Aye.
Councilmember Vang,
Yes.
and Mayor Steinberg appears to be absent.
Okay. We're going to move to item 15, which is the general plan update. The case, Mr. Sunland, who is going to grace us with your presence.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Matt
Oh,
Hurdle.
Mr. Hertel, how are you?
Yes, how are you?
Just a younger version.
Acting Long Range Planning Manager for the city. I'm going to share my screen here for you. All right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. As I said, Matt Hurdle, Acting Long Range Planning Manager for the Community Development Department. We are 22 months into the 3-year planning
Matt,
process.
I'm sorry, are we supposed to be seeing a shared screen?
Yes.
Because we're not.
Okay, let's try that again. Excuse me.
There you go.
Okay, that better?
Yep.
Great.
Thank you.
All right. So we are 22 months into the 3-year planning process for Sacramento 2040, which consists of the 2040 general plan, including community plans for all 10 areas of the city and the climate action and adaptation plan. This evening, we are requesting direction to proceed with the draft land use map, proposed roadway changes, and other key strategies for the purposes of preparing the draft 2040 general plan, climate action and adaptation plan, and master environmental impact report. With tonight's action, we conclude phase 2 and move into phase 3, draft plan preparation. Phase 1, issues and opportunities, concluded in November 2019 with Council's adoption of the vision and guiding principles. The adopted vision statement is, in 2040, the city of Sacramento will be a national model of sustainable, equitable growth and community development. The guiding principles are organized around the 6 following key themes and feed into the overarching vision statement: sustainable and responsible growth, resiliency and climate action, safe and equitable, inclusive and just city, regional economic hub, livability and sense of place, and interconnected, accessible city. The key strategies respond to the guiding principles and were shaped by the extensive phase 2 community engagement. The key strategies act as a bridge to the specific policies that will be developed in phase 3 and presented for public review in the summer. The following slides provide an overview of some of the more notable key strategies organized by the 6 guiding principle themes. There are 5 major factors that informed our proposed land use approach. These factors address several key themes and emerging issues from the adopted vision and guiding principles, as well as input received from our community engagement efforts. The exclusionary zoning and redlining practices that took place historically throughout the country, including in Sacramento, have had extreme implications on the health and well-being of our communities today. It is our hope that this proposed approach will begin to address some of these impacts. Allowing a greater array of housing types in all neighborhoods across the city and removing barriers to housing production will help meet our housing needs and provide lower cost housing options in higher resource areas of the city. Streamlining and simplifying the general plan by removing existing redundancies and reducing our greenhouse gas emissions and supporting the implementation of the city's climate action plan and the Mayor's Commission on Climate Change. By 2040, our city is projected to grow by 70,000 new housing units and 77,000 new jobs. The draft land use map and key strategies align with the Mayor's Commission on Climate Change recommendations and sets to allocate 90% of this growth in our established communities, in centers, and along corridors. Based on the proposed land use map, roadway changes, and other key strategies, it is estimated we will achieve over a 15% reduction in vehicle miles traveled, consistent with SB 743. Consolidating the existing 27 land uses into 10 land use designations allows for a greater range of uses within given designations, allowing for greater clarity, flexibility, and ease of use. This slide compares the 2035 general plan land use map with the proposed 2040 map. The draft land use map includes a companion map with the proposed maximum development intensities. While the 2035 general plan uses density and floor area ratios, the new 2040 general plan will rely solely on the floor area ratios, which focuses on controlling the size of buildings instead of the number of housing units within the buildings. Here are the proposed floor area ratios, or FARs, citywide. The lightest color is an FAR of 1, and the darker portions of the map indicate higher allowable intensity. An FAR of 1 means that the total building square footage is the same size as the area of the lot. An FAR of 2 would be double the lot size, etc. However, it is important to note that development projects would continue to comply with citywide design guidelines and the Planning and Development Code's development standards, which control the outward appearance of buildings, such as size and height. Majority of the city is proposed for an FAR of 1, with commercial corridors, areas near transit, and the central city with higher FARs. During the next phase of the project, staff will continue to make some parcel level revisions to land uses and FARs based on community feedback and technical analysis. Clustering the majority of our growth on corridors and near transit creates synergies between land use and transportation, reduces car trips and land needed for parking, and provides the density and ridership necessary to support more frequent transit service and reduces our vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions. The Mayor's Commission on Climate Change adopted its final report in June, and staff is in the process of updating the city's Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. One of the key strategies for reducing the city's greenhouse gas emissions and achieving carbon zero by 2045 in both of these documents is to require all new buildings to be all electric. Staff are currently working on preparing an electrification ordinance that would, 1, require the electrification of all new low-rise buildings of 3 stories or less by 2023, and 2, require the electrification of all new buildings by 2026. Surrounded on 3 sides by the city of Sacramento, future annexation of the Fruit Ridge Flooring Study Area would provide city services and programs to this area of the unincorporated county. The Fruit Ridge Flooring Study Area is located along the southeastern boundary of the city, and this area is identified by the state as a disadvantaged community and has a higher levels of drinking water contamination, asthma, low birth weights, and unemployment. Prior to the implementation of this key strategy, close coordination would need to occur with the County of Sacramento, including outreach to county residents to gauge their interest in annexation. Further study would also need to be conducted to understand the associated costs and benefits of annexation. With limited resources, it is important to look at prioritizing infrastructure investments in the areas of the city that have been historically underinvested and have the greatest immediate need. This strategy recommends creating an equity-based prioritization framework for infrastructure improvements. Sacramento continues to experience a housing shortage, and duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes are considered missing middle housing types and typically have lower rents than single-unit homes. Many of the city's desirable neighborhoods are currently zoned for single-unit homes, a more expensive housing type. In fact, 70% of Sacramento's residential neighborhoods are zoned for single-family. Past discriminatory practices of racially restrictive covenants and government-sponsored redlining have created barriers to home ownership and intergenerational wealth building for many minority families. Subsequent single-family zoning in high-opportunity neighborhoods has reinforced it. The exclusion of lower-cost housing types prevents many residents from moving to neighborhoods with the best parks, schools, and other desirable amenities. Allowing a greater array of housing types in Sacramento's residential residential neighborhoods will help create more equitable and inclusive neighborhoods. Planning staff have received a number of questions about how and when this key strategy would go into effect. If council provides direction this evening for staff to proceed with this key strategy, we are still approximately 2 years away from the effective date. This slide shows all the necessary steps for this policy to take effect. And beyond the policy direction tonight, the policy of allowing a greater array of housing types, such as duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes, will be confirmed through the city's housing element. The housing element will be out for public review starting this Monday and is expected to be adopted this summer in accordance with the timeline set by state law. The 2040 general plan, including the land use and floor area ratio maps, are slated for adoption in about a year. And once the land use map is adopted, the city's planning and development code, commonly referred to as the zoning code, would be updated in 2022 to ensure consistency with the adopted 2040 general plan. Once the updated planning and development code is adopted, a greater array of housing types would be permitted in single unit neighborhoods. For those with questions about this proposed key strategy, please refer to the frequently asked questions document, which is attachment number 12 of the staff report. Prioritizing high-frequency bus lanes, separated bike lanes, and wider sidewalks on Vision Zero and other commercial corridors would help to move buses faster and make walking and biking safer and more appealing. Reallocating roadway space to create bus-only lanes, dedicated bike lanes, and wider sidewalks would help the city achieve its goals for improving transit and active transportation, reducing reliance on private vehicles, and reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. The roadways shown here in dark blue are proposed to be identified for future lane reductions in the general plan. However, further study, community engagement, and funding identification would be required prior to implementing these lane reductions. Removing mandatory parking minimums citywide would help discourage excess vehicle trips and ensure that valuable land is available for more important uses like housing and space for local businesses. Instituting parking maximums along important transit corridors could also help Sacramento shift trips away from cars toward walking, biking, and transit. Extensive community engagement was conducted in Phase 2, beginning in December 2019. Over 2,200 residents participated in Phase 2 community engagement activities, including citywide and community plan area workshops, a scientific survey, and youth-focused outreach. A virtual citywide workshop was conducted in May and June of this year with over 1,100 households participating. As shown in this bar graph, the key strategies received a broad level of support. It's important to note that the proposed key strategies received even higher support in areas of the city designated as disadvantaged communities. These communities have a higher proportion of low-income households and adverse environmental health factors. The key strategies with the most significant policy changes were included in a scientific survey conducted in August. The broad level of support from the citywide workshops were reinforced by the scientific survey. In terms of next steps, in Phase 3 of the planning team will draft the key policy documents and begin the environmental review process. These documents will be ready for public review this summer. In conclusion, staff requests your consideration of adopting 2 resolutions to accept the technical background report as the foundation document for the Sacramento 2040 project and proceed with the draft land use map, proposed roadway changes, and other key strategies for the purposes of preparing the draft Sacramento 2040 documents. This concludes my presentation. To address any questions you may have, I'm joined this evening by colleagues from the Community Development and Public Works departments, as well as our consultant, Diane Bhatia. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I on here? There we go. Yes, thank you very, very much for the excellent presentation. I know, again, I apologize. I had to step away for just a moment. It's clear tonight, though, that we're not going to be taking up some aspects of the plan, correct? The issues relating to the North Natomas growth areas, for example, we're not going to be discussing that tonight until our colleague Cheryl Hodges gets back. We wish her nothing but health and good recovery here. But we are addressing the other parts tonight, including the issues relating to the R1 zoning. So We have 18 callers, and as is our custom and practice here, let's hear from the public first, and then we'll turn it over to the city council members.
Thank you. May I have my first caller, please? Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Honorary Mayor, Council members. My name is Thomas Beaton. I am a resident of this state. I've been a homeowner in the Elmhurst neighborhood for the past 21 years. I am calling in tonight to let you know I strongly oppose the elimination of single-family zoning. When my wife and I purchased this house at the turn of the century, it was because of the history of the neighborhood as a great place to raise a family without having to move too far outside of the city center. Elmhurst's charm is that it is affordable, and we have raised a family of 4 in less than 1,000 square feet. We have chosen to stay even though the schools are better outside the city limits and more square footage available. If you allow rezoning to include duplexes, 3plexes, and 4plexes in a neighborhood like Elmhurst, it would allow outside investors to tear down or remodel existing homes and replace them with denser apartments operated by absentee landlords. In my eyes, this would not be considered a safe environment to raise a family. I am a blue-collar worker who has worked long and hard for what I have, and I don't think it's right for the city to make a drastic change like this. Not only would this legislation make Elmhurst denser, but would also impact the parking on the already narrow street. The neighborhood already has many rental units due to its proximity to UC Med Center. We have several rentals on our street where multiple medical students occupy single-family homes with over 5 cars to one household. I understand the city is looking for ways to create more homes and affordable housing near the city center, but feel rezoning single-family lots is not the answer. I believe it would only increase the cost of housing and, in fact, does not allow individuals to own a single-family home in neighborhoods like Elmhurst, but require them to lease or rent a unit from a landlord. I suggest that you begin requiring
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
I suggest that you begin requiring all condemned housing being built in the city's core require a portion to be offered to the areas disadvantaged.
Thank you for your comments.
I ask that you
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening. My name is Maral Farsi. I'm a resident of Sacramento City Council District 6 for the Honorable Eric Guerra, who is a wonderful council member. And I live on the border of Elmhurst and Tahoe Terrace, and I'm very, very concerned about this proposal, but in a good way. I think this is wonderful, and I can't thank Mr. Hurdle enough for the presentation. I was fortunate enough to provide comments many months ago when the city sent out an online survey, and I think what Sacramento is doing and its recommendations are something we should be very proud of. I actually grew up in Los Angeles in a city called Reseda, and if any of you are familiar with the Karate Kid, you probably know that the kids from Reseda couldn't talk to the kids from Tarzana. And so when I moved here to Sacramento, one of the things that I loved most about it was the diversity. The diversity not just of ethnicity and race, but that my neighbors could be from all kinds of socioeconomic statuses, from life experiences. Every few houses, I had a different type of neighbor I could learn and grow from. I currently own a duplex. I live in it and I rent out the other side. And I sure hope that my neighbors don't look down upon me because I live in a duplex. I take care of it. I take care of my neighborhood. I love where I live. My neighbors are doctors, artists, gardeners, students, teachers, reporters. And I walk through Elmhurst almost every day with my 7-month-old, and I see beautiful homes, duplexes, triplexes, and as my 9-year-old stepdaughter likes to say, 3 things and 4 things. I realize that it can be a big hurdle for many of our neighbors to accept change, but we can't let fear get in the way of the greater good. We have access to public transit, local grocery, restaurants, all within walking distance, and we should share these things. We have beautiful...
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
absolutely. Please support item 15, and thank you. This is the spirit of Sacramento.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Yes, this is Terry Duarte with the Sac Metro Air District. The Air Quality Management District is very supportive of the draft land use map, the proposed roadway changes, and the other key strategies proposed here this evening. The draft land use map will enable more infill development. It'll improve the local jobs housing balance. It will increase trips by walking and biking, and that will help reduce car trips that emit particulate matter and ozone-forming compounds. And many of the other proposed strategies will also help reduce air pollution emissions. Strategies to eliminate the burning of natural gas and to increase infrastructure for electric cars and to increase tree canopy will all help their district achieve air quality goals. And equally importantly, these strategies will improve public health for everyone. Perhaps the most important quality of these key strategies is their potential to reduce generation of greenhouse gas emissions and increase carbon sequestration. We're excited that with these key strategies, the city is moving forward to implement the recommendations of the June 2020 report of the Mayor's Commission on Climate Change. These changes being recommended here tonight, if implemented, will advance Air District goals of protecting public health and the environment through clean air and a low-carbon future. We recommend that you approve these key strategies and move forward with the preparation of the draft 2040 General Plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Excellent. Thank you. Mayor Steinberg, members of the council, my name is Alex Torres. I'm a resident of Midtown Sacramento here in District 4. I'm calling in today to echo the written comments I submitted in strong support of the proposed new land use framework, which would legalize a greater array of housing types throughout the city. It's not only an economic imperative, it is also a social justice and environmental imperative to leverage all the tools available to build affordable housing supply that prevents lower-income residents from being pushed out of the area, that reduces vehicle miles traveled, and yes, that tackles the ugly legacy of exclusionary zoning. Also would like to strongly urge your support for House Sacramento's proposal to direct staff to explore increasing maximum development intensity, a FAR of maximum of 2 near light rail stops, other high-quality transit corridors. Members, every locality has a role to play in working to address this housing crisis at a state level. Our city's no different. This new framework is a step forward, and I would say it's consistent with the way the legislature has empowered localities to use a lot of different tools to their advantage. There's been some great leadership at the state level, and I would thank you for your leadership in supporting this today at the local level and really, really strong support of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and members of the council. It's Paul Menard. I'm the current president of the American Institute of Architects Central Valley chapter. And I want to, we emailed everyone some information earlier today, and I just want to let everybody know that we have adopted a housing position statement for the chapter, and it's available on our website under the mission tab. And because the staff recommendation for item 15 aligns strongly with our housing position for the chapter, we are recommending adoption of both resolutions. And our chapter housing task force has been working with city staff on the city's housing working group, housing policy working group, and we strongly support the work that that group is doing as well to provide more affordable housing and to decrease homelessness. And I think there's a big educational component and the chapter of this work, and the chapter is willing to help with that. We can set up a group of persons who can make presentations in the community to help with some of the fear-based opposition that is happening. And if you haven't yet, please watch Bill Berg's excellent video on this particular topic. He deals with Preservation Sacramento. So we are in favor of the staff recommendation. Again, Paul Menard, and I'm president of the local AIA chapter. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you and good evening. This is Jennifer Fearing, and I am a 12-year resident of Elmhurst in Council District 6. Earlier today, I submitted an e-comment and a letter signed by my husband and I, along with 30 of our neighbors, fellow Elmhurst residents who love living in a neighborhood that is unpretentious, mixed use, mixed income, diverse, rich with trees and shared green spaces, close to downtown and a world-class trauma center, walkable to desirable retail services and restaurants, and served by not one but 2 light rail stations, and with easy access to Highway 50 at either end of our neighborhood. Most of our homes are a mere meter apart, and nearly half are occupied by renters. Predominantly, those are aspiring medical professionals who are able to walk to their life-saving work. The pre-1960 zoning rules that allowed for duplexes on many corners yielded many great housing options that fit in really well with the rest of our neighborhood. And we all encourage the addition of the GEO apartment building that sprung up at the corner of T and Stockton, and view it as addressing a much-needed citywide rental housing shortage and a welcome change from the blighted AT&T building. It's well documented that single-family housing-only zoning is exclusionary. Refusing to increase density in neighborhoods this close to the urban core and along public transit corridors is not only at odds with climate change mitigation and adaptation strategies, it is inequitable. And we want to call this out explicitly. Our steeply increasing property values are being largely, if not completely, driven by the city's housing shortage. We believe it is inequitable and unjust to build wealth and home equity in this way, particularly in a neighborhood with a history of racist covenants. So the history of Sacramento, we need more housing of every type and at every income level and in every neighborhood. So we encourage you to adopt the resolution before you and advance to the next phase. And we look forward to engaging in future phase discussion about concerns that others have raised about design, parking, and traffic, but also about affordability so that we can ensure equity and climate goals are prioritized. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Mayor Steinberg, members of the council, this is James Corliss, Executive Director of the Sacramento Area Council of Governments. I'm calling tonight to really commend your staff on some great work to date. As I think you all know, SACOG has a very ambitious 2040 transportation plan, sustainable community strategy with very ambitious climate goals and climate targets. And the item before you tonight offers the kind of bold policy action that we in the region needs to implement that plan and meet those targets. Very specifically, I just want to give and commend again the staff for key strategies 1 and 2, providing a greater array of housing types in existing single-family neighborhoods. As you heard from your staff, one area that we would love to even encourage you to go further on is increasing floor area ratios in high opportunity neighborhoods as well as high frequency transit corridors. Very much support key strategy 10 to eliminate parking minimums citywide and introduce parking maximums, as you heard. Parking minimums will significantly drive up the cost of new housing, and we don't need them in a forward-thinking city. Key strategy 9 to right-size streets as a means of prioritizing walking, biking, and public transportation, making streets safer for everybody, to be commended. And finally, really support the measures to incorporate equity and fair housing into the general plan update. Key strategy 7 is prioritizing equity in the future infrastructure improvements by focusing investments in historically underserved neighborhoods. We really want to commend the city and your staff for using an equity lens to rethink exclusionary single-family zoning in wealthier neighborhoods and proactively initiating a healthy conversation around the impact of past housing policies, redlining on residential segregation and racial injustice. Thank you for your leadership on this. The 21 other cities in the region are watching and cheering you on. And those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
My name is Adria Okoro, the Policy Director of the Sacramento Housing Alliance, and I would like to support the construction of multifamily units in areas that are currently exclusively used for single-family homes proposed in the 2040 General Plan Update. We are in need of a layered, multifaceted approach to bring more affordable homes to Sacramento. While this strategy alone will not significantly provide affordable homes for lower-income families, it will create more varied housing options in every neighborhood. We need comprehensive proposals to fund the construction and preservation of regulated affordable homes for lower-income families and households to directly affirmatively further fair housing, including funding strategies to build housing for families who receive a low income in areas of opportunity. In order to build homes for families who receive a low income, the city should pursue an inclusionary program, explore issuing affordable housing bonds, and support the preservation of existing affordable homes, protecting existing renters and homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you for taking my comments. My name is Diana, and I live in District 4. I'm here tonight wearing two hats as a single-family homeowner who will be impacted by the general plan changes and as a professional who studied growth and economic development trends in communities around the country. And from both perspectives, I wholeheartedly support the recommended general plan changes and urge you to adopt them. They will help transition Sacramento from being a good city with promise to a truly great city. You know, you go to any vibrant city, rural or urban, West Coast, East Coast, and you'll see that one of the secrets to their success is people, the presence of people. They shop there, eat there. They don't get in their cars at the end of the day and leave a ghost town behind. But to have that, you need density. It's the lifeblood of community success. You're probably going to hear from people who don't support high density, and they might worry about the character of their communities or traffic. And to them, I would say that this is where good design comes in, along with a thoughtful balance of building types and smart planning for mobility. You have all these things addressed in the general plan before you. It's a very thoughtful document. If anything, I would urge you to explore increasing the development intensity in areas that are close to transit and considered high opportunities. And I would add that my own home is in areas that fall into both of those categories. At the end of the day, it seems to me that your job on the council is to represent those not only who are here now, like us, but future Sacramentans who will help make this city an even greater place. And those future residents, you know, the next generation of teachers and nurses and community organizers, they don't have many places to live because of the lack of housing diversity in our city. And that means they can't sink their roots here. So thank you for supporting our future by supporting this general plan update. That's it.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you and good evening. Kelly Beam, a resident of Elmhurst in Council District 6, calling in support of the general plan update. Our household actively welcomes the addition of well-designed duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes that would allow more Sacramentans to enjoy Elmhurst's many amenities and do not feel that this plan is a zero-sum proposition. It is unfathomable the Elmhurst Neighborhood Association jumps to the sweeping conclusion that allowing these housing types will eliminate single-family housing neighborhoods entirely. A large and growing part of the neighborhood believe it would indeed be a positive development for a wider variety of housing types to be permitted. I look forward to the collaborative discussion and discourse on the update to the general plan as it moves forward through phases 3 and 4. Councilman Guerra has been a valuable resource in keeping us connected. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, my name is Adrian, and I'm a resident of District 4 calling with House Sacramento to express my support for the general plan update. The proposed changes are a great package that makes massive steps towards the city's goals with regards to affordable housing, racial equity, economic mobility, and environmental protection. The changes being proposed, particularly the move to a FAR-based standard, are well supported by decades of urban planning and urban economics research. They demonstrably make housing more affordable and reduce emissions. In addition, I hope the staff can explore increasing the FAR maximums to at least 2 for transit-rich areas across more of the city, in addition to the proposed changes which would do much to advance the city's climate goals. In front of us, we have an opportunity to not just make housing more affordable. We have an opportunity to save residents money, advance racial equity, and to fight climate change, all at almost no cost to the voter. Let's take that opportunity. Please support item 15, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ansel Lundberg. I'm a District 3 resident in East Sacramento, and I'm a co-chair of House Sacramento. We're a local group working on ending our region's housing shortage and building more infill transit-oriented housing across the region. I'm calling in strong support of this item. It's a great list of draft policies, and we really like how it focuses on the levers that the city actually controls in order to make real changes for the better for our future. So House Sacramento submitted a petition with many signatures in support of this, as well as a letter to the council members and mayor. We are very excited about the land use approach. A move to floor area ratio regulation is an excellent one. It allows a greater variety of housing types, which is critical. It also allows neighborhoods to retain their feel, but doesn't limit the number of units per acre, which is basically an arbitrary regulation. We also support the removal of parking minimums, as well as the need to slow drivers in the city and to prioritize space for pedestrians and cyclists. Finally, we support the equity-based framework for prioritizing investment in disadvantaged communities. We also do ask for staff to revisit the FAR maximums around light rail stops, particularly in East Sacramento and Land Park, and as well as in high resource areas, and to increase those maximums. We want to see that in order to allow more infill housing types. We need to lean into these policies in order to reduce carbon emissions from driving, reverse historic racial and economic segregation, and fight rising rent. I just want to thank staff for their presentation and their work on this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for your time. My name is Megan Cook. As a constituent of District 3 and a member of 350 Sacramento, I want to thank the city for all of their work on climate policy in the general plan. However, I also want to push the city to act with greater urgency and a stronger focus on equity as they continue to develop these policies. All climate policies should be developed through an equity lens. Proposed Key Policy 7, for example, includes an equity framework for infrastructure funding. This is great, but an equity framework could be applied to all key policies and should be developed as soon as possible. Investments should be made with direct input from community members, with greater investment in historically disadvantaged communities. The Environmental Justice Collaborative Governance Committee is a great opportunity for the city to show its commitment to this. The city should provide the resources needed to adequately support the committee so that they can provide meaningful input. This will help ensure a future where all Sacramentans, especially those who are most vulnerable to climate impacts, experience increased resiliency to climate change. And on a somewhat separate note, I support a greater mix of multi-unit housing throughout the city to address our housing crisis, as long as the city develops a plan to prevent displacement by gentrification. We need more affordable housing and an end to exclusionary housing policies that promote economic and racial inequality. This will also reduce commuting and promote denser land use, reducing emissions. This will not ruin the character of our neighborhoods. It will only make our community stronger. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Great, thank you. Hello, good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name is Kathy Cresswell, and I'm the chair of the Sacramento Housing Alliance. And I first want to endorse the comments of ADRO, including urging the city to move aggressively to subsidize the construction of more affordable homes and to adopt an effective inclusionary policy. But tonight, I want to speak as a resident of District 4 and Land Park in full support of the proposal to expand the variety of housing options in the community. I want to be clear that while this proposal is not the solution to our affordable housing crisis. It should be a part of a comprehensive strategy to increase housing choice, affordability, and availability. For too long, neighborhoods have been segregated by housing type, which has created a de facto policy of exclusion, allowing for the development of well-designed duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes will increase opportunities for more people, including renters, to live in neighborhoods throughout our city, including some with access to great schools and parks and other amenities. As a resident of Land Park, I would welcome more duplexes as well as triplexes and fourplexes on my street and in my neighborhood. And I would welcome the new residents that would have the opportunity to live here. All neighborhoods should be open to change and creating opportunities for others to enjoy the benefits that we currently enjoy living in our communities. And no neighborhood should pull up the drawbridge on new residents. Thank you, and I urge strong support for this item. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Yes. As an over 40-year resident of Sacramento and 20-year resident of Midtown alone, I appreciate the eye in this plan towards addressing issues of racial equity. Equity takes work. Equity is uncomfortable, especially among those communities that have historically benefited from the lack of equity. As such, I ask that you weight higher the views of those communities that have had disproportionate negative impact for generations, and the benefits that go to them be higher than that of those communities that have benefited from this lack of equity. I agree with the proposed modifications put forth by the Preservation Sacramento, and to steal a quote from William Berg, to keep the neighborhood, but make room for more neighbors. I'm tired of seeing demolition by neglect continue to occur in this city. I'm tired of looking at the pit on K Street, which has been there for going on 2 decades. It's a waste of space. Also, the owner can try and get more money from would-be developers. And we need measures of accountability for affordability and to bring back the requirement of affordable units. Clearly, the per square foot charge isn't working. It's not providing enough money to ensure enough units can get built, and is basically a giveaway to developers who have friends that they donate to ensure that they can pad their wallets with more profit at the expense of our community being sold out by our leaders. We need to work on fast supplementary housing that allows expansion of affordable units. Not market rate, not luxury, affordable. Please ensure the missing middle of housing need is available to be quickly made available, as it's the best way to address housing needs without excessive construction and is the best chance at addressing NIMBYs. To steal another quote from William, the greenest building is the one that is already built. It's also the fastest way to increase the number of units available. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. My name is Samantha Corbin. I live in District 6, represented by Eric Guerra in Elmhurst. I've been a homeowner here since 2006. My daughter, who's now in college, was a David Lubin student. We love this area and love this community, and I wanted to call to express my support for the plan and appreciation for the council, the mayor, and the team that have worked on it thus far. I'm very disheartened to see certain individuals in the community speak out so boldly against the plan, particularly the neighborhood association, whom I do not believe has consensus of the neighborhood. And I hope that you'll continue this process of vetting and having conversations, as I believe there's a pretty significant amount of misinformation being in some cases intentionally spread to scare folks. But again, really appreciate what the council, the mayor, and the team have done so far, express strong support and appreciation for my other Elmhurst residents who I've heard call in tonight in support of the plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Holden. I'm a resident of D5, and listening to tonight's comments, I am happy to say that I'm very proud of all the support that Sacramento has for creating low-income, affordable housing and housing equity for all, as well as reducing emissions through public transportation. I am still waiting for this council to show their support for low and affordable housing and housing equity through passing regulations for new multifamily developments to go on the market for sale and not automatically go on the market for rental, as well as a minimum percentage of low-income units to be built every year. And in my support for safe public transportation, I challenge every member of this council, as well as spouses, children, and parents, surrender all their cars for 4 weeks using their feet, bicycles, and transportation. At the end of a month of trying to keep your young and old safe while shopping and going to doctor's appointments, each of you should be better prepared to help the constituents that support you adapt to life without cars. We are relying on a city council that supports safe transportation for all residents, young, old, the handicapped, and the frail. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, thank you, elected officials. My name is Jamie Jang. I'm in District 4. I'm calling to support item 15, but I do have reservations about some items. In particular, I think that the land use, it needs to make sure that there's more emphasis and focus put on ways to prevent displacement. I am in support of duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes. For transportation planning, I would just like to emphasize that I think that the best public transportation is not just accessible, but it also is the most accessible to the most desirable areas. So we want people who aren't even close to public transit to be able to ride light rail to the downtown areas where they want to go get dinner. They want to be jealous of light rail, right? And then in terms of electrification, I'm really disappointed in the slowing of the timeline for electrification. I'm actually really concerned about climate change. I have climate anxiety. I don't know if you guys know, but I think over 10 fires broke out last night from downed lines and our record heat that's been going on. I don't know if you guys are aware, but if business as usual continues, we're going to run out of our carbon budget in 7 years. That means that we're going to have ecological collapse. So if we're talking about equity, environmental equity is huge. And if there is climate chaos, then those who are most disadvantaged will be hurt most and fastest. And if we don't act swiftly and decisively and intelligently, you know, we'll see what happens in 7 years. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, Council and Mayor. My name is Don Gibson. I'm a homeowner in the Willow Creek neighborhood of Natomas, and am in strong support of allowing an increase in density in single-family home neighborhoods like my own to allow up to 4 units. As you all heard tonight, many of our societal issues are linked directly back to the lack of access to quality housing in higher quality neighborhoods like my own. Allowing the missing middle and the diversity of housing to be able to be built will be a significant step to address our racial and class disparities while reducing climate impacts. If my neighbor next door wishes to convert their home into 4 units, I would be happy to see them welcome more people to my nice neighborhood. Please support this proposal to allow minor increases in density in traditionally exclusionary single-family home zoned areas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Luis Morante. I'm a D4 resident, a renter. I live in a wonderful and adorable fourplex here in Sacramento, and just love it. I'm calling to align my comments with those of House Sacramento and to encourage you to support the general plan amendment before you tonight. I really wanted to start. I totally thought I was going to say something different today than what I intend to say. I really want to commend staff for putting together a really thoughtful presentation that really highlights some of the painful history and tells painful truths about who we are as people and who we are as a city, and why we need to undo some of the things that we have here in Sacramento. I also really want to commend the people on the line, the people of Sacramento, for really calling in and in a very moving way, showing up for opening up their wonderful communities to more people, opening those doors rather than keeping them shut. So I really hope that you'll adopt this general plan amendment. It would put Sacramento really at the forefront of progressive land use policy in California. And that being said, it obviously is not sufficient to resolve our concerns here, but is a huge step forward. And it's just so inspiring to see Sacramento as a place that takes that step for the first of all the cities taking that. It's the first city in California to take that big step. Thanks for your time, and I really hope you'll support this measure.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Emilio Perez. I'm a resident of Midtown in District 4. I'm calling to express my strong support for the proposed new land use framework as part of the city's 2040 general plan update, which would legalize a greater array of housing types throughout the city. These actions will help us reduce our carbon footprint and will help us make progress on reducing residential segregation and racial injustice. The most exclusive single-family neighborhoods in the city are exactly the types of places where we should be allowing more housing so that more people can enjoy the amenities and advantages that the other callers and residents are so eloquently highlighting about their neighborhoods. As a bike commuter, I'm also in favor of the attention that is being paid to making biking safer and more convenient for the entire city. I want to thank the council for taking on this issue and for being a leader on inclusive housing policy. If we pass this 2040 general plan update, Sacramento will be viewed as a model for other large cities in California to replicate. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council. Caller, please turn down the device that you're watching the meeting on. It's your turn to make a presentation. Please turn down the audio on the device you're watching the council meeting on. It's your turn to make...
I've turned it off.
Thank you. It's your turn to make comments to council. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
I can't hear.
You have 2 minutes to address the council. Please make your oral comments.
Okay, this is Maggie Coulter with District 6. I know that many comments have been submitted in writing in opposition to this proposed elimination of single-family zoning. This proposal will not provide more affordable housing. I think you've heard that, nor will it right the wrongs of past discrimination, although these things are repeatedly claimed. There's no evidence for either one of them. Converting single-family housing to market-rate rental units will do nothing to help people with economic barriers get into housing. This is not about social justice. In fact, the city has removed requirements that set aside a certain percentage of units for lower-income households, and it has weak rent control. That's social justice. This proposal will contribute to gentrification in less wealthy neighborhoods, and it will be a boon to outside investors and absentee landlords while it reduces homeownership opportunities. It will eliminate housing choices. No one will have the ability to live in a lower density residential neighborhood. People who choose to live in lower density neighborhoods are not NIMBYs, they're not exclusionary. The description of Elmhurst I find interesting because if this proposal is implemented, that is not what Elmhurst or other single-family neighborhoods will look like. They will be much denser.
They will not have the same qualities that they have now. This would reduce trees, vegetation, replacing them with buildings and pavement. It is offensive to say that problems in disadvantaged neighborhoods will be solved because a few of those residents can supposedly move into, quote, better neighborhoods. This is a despicable cop-out. All neighborhoods need safe streets, good schools, and adequate parks. This proposal needs much more input from all Sacramentans, not just organizations and a few neighbors that I've heard spoken tonight. Very few neighborhoods have been represented. This item should be on the ballot, and this land use plan needs to go back to the drawing board.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment?
Yeah. The city needs to preserve existing neighborhoods in order to promote housing, homeownership opportunities for everybody.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Noel Pacheco. I'm a resident of District 4, soon to be resident of District 5. I'm calling in support of this plan to eliminate single-family zoning. Millennials and Generation Z are unable to buy homes, and California has the highest poverty rate when adjusted for cost of living. These issues are strongly tied to the lack of affordable housing. So I urge everyone on the council to please support the measure. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. And this is our final caller on this item. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello. My name is Rosie Yakub, and I'm a resident of District 4. Tonight, actually, though, I am going to be speaking for Deb Banks from the Sacramento area Bicycle Advocates because she was not able to be here this evening, and she really wanted to be. So she says, thank you for your focus on climate change as you work on the general plan. It is great to see that the streets that are proposed to have lane reductions. This is a great step towards lowering congestion. We know that slowing the speeds will make the streets safer for other modes of travel and is an excellent first step in making streets welcome for cyclists, pedestrians, and others who do not use a car for their daily movement around town. And that would include me too, actually. We hope that you will secure funding for this important work, which will benefit all of our neighborhoods. So that was the comment from Deb. And then I wrote some comments in one of the key strategies that's been identified for the climate action plan has been electrification. And I've spoken to council before that the ordinance that is being planned is great. We're just hoping that the timelines get moved up from 2023 and 2026 because the technology is there. There are other cities that are doing it. There are plenty of high-rise buildings, some of them in our city that already meet these requirements. So it's time to move earlier. 2021 for low rise and 2023 for high rise. And we would also like council and the climate action plan to consider incorporating the idea of until the enactment.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Sure. Until the enactment is complete, to have a requirement for electric readiness, which SMUD is supporting.
Thank you for your comments.
Builder incentive program. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I have no more callers on this item.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Thank you to the members of the public who called in. We're going to turn it to the city council members. I know I had a conversation with Councilmember Valenzuela who asked if she could have the privilege of making the motion. So I'd like to put that out there and support that. I go in order of the hands raised, though, and it's Councilmember Jeff Harris is first.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few comments about this. First, I'd like to thank Matt and Remy and Greg Sandlin for their hard work on this. They've been very thoughtful and considerate in moving forward on some of these key strategies. There's an awful lot of good in this proposal, and I guess you've ascribed the privilege of making the motion to Katie, which I will accede to. I was planning to make the motion, but how about this? Give me the second, if you would, Mayor. Bingo.
We're always about working together, coming together, compromise, perfect.
You know, I've attended a lot of public meetings about floor area ratio, about, different diverse housing options in single family zoning. And I understand that there's a lot of fear that it could alter the nature of the neighborhoods, the character of the neighborhoods. The fact of the matter is, we're in a changing world of climate change, which is very real. And we need to adopt policies that move us forward towards a sustainable future. There are equity issues, there are climatic issues, there are financial issues. There's a lot at play here, including our housing market and how we affect our housing market. I think that what's on the table here will not exacerbate the fears that I've heard at some of these community meetings about changing the character of older neighborhoods. The economics of our housing stock today does not mean that East Sac or Land Park or Curtis Park or the Pocket or even North Natomas will immediately move towards adoption of multiple fourplexes. The marketplace levels all of that out. And as we move forward, we definitely need to create more housing options for a lot more people. And missing middle is a real thing and should be encouraged, in my opinion. I think that the letter from ESAC Improvement Association really sums it up well if my colleagues have had a chance to read it. The fact of the matter is, all we really need to do is pay attention to design standards and make sure that the housing opportunities that are built in these older residential neighborhoods are of high quality and fit with the aesthetics of the neighborhood. And if we can do that through our zoning code, which comes much later than the adoption of the general plan in 2022, most likely, then we'll have a win-win. I really feel that a lot of these fears are real, but not necessarily founded on fact. And that if this council keeps an eye on design standards for changes in older neighborhoods, I think that everybody will be satisfied. If you read, if you really read deeply into the key strategies, you'll see that there is no real jeopardy here, but there's a lot of opportunity. I'm real big on electric mobility, and I have actually two issues that I'd like to bring up about these key strategies. The first is about parking minimums and maximums. I think a lot of you know that I've been working on TOD opportunities at 65th and Folsom, and of course we have a big opportunity at 59th and Folsom. But we've managed to entice developers to build fairly dense housing buildings for students adjacent to the university, our Sacramento State University. This is a good thing to encourage transit, to encourage walkability and really a university village feel. But we have encountered real problems with parking. And I think that if you're too energetic about losing parking minimums and creating parking maximums, you get ahead of the marketplace. I think, and I say this to our staff, to Matt and Remy and Greg, that certainly when you move away from TOD areas, if you move away from light rail or BRT corridors, if you lose parking minimums too quickly, you can shoot yourself in the foot. You can even do it near TOD. For instance, as Academy 65, it was parked at about 0.5 or 0.45, somewhere around there. But a lot of kids came with cars. The first ones to lease were able to secure a parking space by putting down more money, but those who came later were not even availed the opportunity of a parking space. And so we had a lot of parking problems in the immediate neighborhood. I think that we have to be careful about how we approach this, and that our efforts are actually better put towards encouraging all electric mobility, and certainly car share, alternative modes of transportation. But as you get farther away from transit options, that this might not be the best strategy in the short term. You'll also notice in the TBR that the response about parking minimums and maximums was more to the negative side than the positive side. So it was clearly controversial. I just encourage staff to think a little more deeply about this, and I look forward to more conversations with you, Matt, about this particular item. The second thing I wanted to bring up is electrification of older buildings. So I've gotten a lot of feedback from people who own older homes about being forced to go to electric appliances in the future. Say they wanted to remodel a kitchen and they were forced to do all electric appliances, maybe even central heat and air. This can be problematic. My personal feeling is that most of the climate impacts that come from a dual fuel economy come from transmission lines and the leakage of methane, rather than the combustion byproducts of burning natural gas. Now, some people might dispute that, but the fact of the matter is that if we coerce people to move towards all electric, it can be quite costly. It can mean changing your service panel, running a lot of new wiring. It can run into many thousands of dollars. I think we need to tread lightly. It's not a bad strategy. It's not a bad goal, but how we implement this must be handled deftly and not be overly coercive, because we certainly don't want to put people in the pinch. Again, I think that, you know, as we adopt all electric housing, a measured approach is certainly important, especially when dealing with older buildings. Now, with newer buildings, mandating that is not necessarily a problem, but I have brought up to staff the idea that, you know, when we have a dual fuel possibility in a house, we're actually a little safer, because there is some threat to our electric grid. And, you know, there are times when our grid goes down, that having dual fuel capability is very helpful to a lot of our citizens. All that being said, I think that you've done really a substantial piece of work here. I laud it highly. I'm very supportive. I think we should move forward with these key strategies, accept the TBR, and move forward with the resolution. So thank you, staff. And Katie, it will be up to you to make the motion. But I second it.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Valenzuela.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. And I want to second and commend the kudos to the staff, you know, pre-COVID and those beautiful days when we got to go to in-person workshops, and got to go to several of them in my district before I was elected, and really appreciated the work you all have been doing. I want to piggyback quickly off of what Councilmember Harris just said in terms of climate goals. Because I mean, first starting with building decarb, because I think the risk of using natural gas in buildings isn't just limited to the climate risk. It's also a direct health risk. And like more and more research is coming out that's showing that secondary exposure to combustion of natural gas for indoor appliances is going to pose an increasingly detrimental health risk to people. And so it's beyond just like pipeline leakage. There's this concern about increasing costs of maintaining those pipelines. What does it mean when some folks are off, some folks are on, in terms of safety of those lines? So I really want to say that I think when we talk about new buildings, I want to talk about existing buildings, because we should be thinking about a strategy that makes sense. Because I mean, either way, we're going to impact the others. So like, let's talk about, if I'm a low income homeowner and I want to move away from natural gas, what policies and procedures can we put in place to make that happen? Because the emission numbers are coming from existing buildings. You know, the health risk is coming from existing buildings. So I don't want us to just focus on new buildings. I think we can really figure this out in Sacramento. We've got the right utility, we've got the right, you know, people and building stock to make that work. And related to that, just want to note that I think when the city adopted the climate emergency declaration, we actually committed to a carbon neutral target of 2030 as feasible, right? And so I wonder if like moving forward, and part of my motion will be like, let's see if we can start aiming to that 2030 number instead of 2045, because that's what the science calls for, and that's what, you know, I think we've committed to. So like, let's make sure the plan and the policies that we develop after that really reflect that sense of urgency. But to the main issue, I think, of the day when it comes to the zoning changes, I want to piggyback off of what some of the commenters said from my district. So what some of you may not know about me is that I actually did buy my first home. I did save up that money. I did buy in Oak Park. It was really exciting. But unfortunately, due to getting into an increasingly unsafe situation in my relationship, I was forced to leave that behind and become a renter again, which was not part of my plan, right? I thought that I was set in my housing. I was going to be safe and protected in that unit for a really long time. But when I became a renter, I realized just how quickly the market had changed. It had just been 2 years since I had been a renter, and suddenly the prices felt like they had doubled. And increasingly, when we look at housing, I mean, I make a decent salary, right? Even before I was a council member, and you're getting outbid by cash offers that are over asking price over and over again. It feels like at this point, buying a home in our city is more of a stroke of luck than a matter of working hard and trying to save, which is not a situation that a lot of us want to be in forever. We want to put down roots. We want to figure out how to make this community our community forever because we love it here. And since more than 50% of our community are renters, and I'm the only renter on the council, I just really felt like it was important to name that current experience. It is really scary as a renter right now to think that we might not be able to stay in our communities. We might not ever get to benefit from the amazing neighborhoods that we see and that we love in our communities. So we can be great assets to a neighborhood if given the chance. And so I think this is a step in that direction, but I do want to recognize that it's not the final step. You know, we have a whole suite of policies we need to look at in the housing element. I mean, some of you have heard me brought up inclusionary zoning and looking at that, looking at in lieu fees. What is it going to take to make this real? It's going to be more than just saying we want to build different units, but this is still a step though. Having a diverse array of units is going to make it a little bit easier for us to think about that and to be able to have more options available to meeting our housing needs. So, and I just want to reiterate also what staff has said, because this has been a point of contention in the hundreds of emails and phone calls and meetings I've been a part of on this, as I'm sure my colleagues have been as well. We're not changing the design standards in neighborhoods. We're not. We're not changing what can be built there now. All we're doing is saying that if you're going to build a home, you could subdivide it into up to 4 units. And so when we think about character, I think if there's a conversation that needs to be had about what's allowed in your neighborhood now for design standards, let's talk about that, right? Like Councilmember Harris said, but like, let's not make this the fault of, you know, this is something that can happen now. It's just about making it open for bringing in different people to the community, which I think is a really, really good thing. And I do want to flag as well what's in the staff report and appreciate staff continuing to work on parcel specific issues, because there are little nuts and bolts, right? You know, we're talking about step downs, maybe between high height buildings and lower height buildings, talking about specific parcels, maybe that need to get identified better. But I know all that work's ahead of us. So as the only renter on this council and as someone who's really passionate about improving housing and doing the work to make sure we meet our need, I'm really thrilled tonight to move this item with the slight amendment that our carbon neutral target needs to be 2030, so we can work on the policies to make that real going forward.
Well, remember, if I may, just on that part, because the Climate Commission, of course, was a big part of our first term here. The push is for 2030, but the mandate is for 2045. As long as your motion is consistent with what the Climate Commission recommended and what the council actually adopted, I think that's appropriate. I just don't want to.
I want to push for 2030 carbon neutral.
Push for 2030. That's right. Okay, good. Councilmember Harris is seconding that motion, I believe. I'm going to turn it over to Council.
Mayor, I accept the push.
Okay. And now I'll turn it to Councilmember Eric Guetta. Thank you very much, Councilmember Valenzuela.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I just want to start off by saying, what good is it if to be in a diverse city that we pride ourselves in if we continue to be divided? I mean, this conversation is a clear one where we have to look at what our policies do. And if we perpetuate the policies that have increased air pollution, income, and housing disparities, we'll continue to face the same health challenges and see the same divisive hate we've seen in current events. I mean, the fact is, that the policies that have put us here for over decades have created that lack of unawareness of who our neighbors are, who our own residents in our city is. Now, our general plan is a critical document that guides us for the next 2 decades. And I will say that this plan is extremely aspirational, but it needs to be aspirational and it needs to be bold, because the challenges that we have and the things that we need, not want to address those challenges of housing, transportation, and economic challenges need to be bold. They're aggressive. I remember the last time we discussed the general plan, before I was on the council and very active in the neighborhood association in Tahoe Park. And I'll say that, it was difficult to encourage people to participate in the general plan. And there was outreach, but very limited, very minimal at that time. I have to commend the staff for the amount of actual outreach and connection that's been actually done on this. We had a scientific survey, hearing after policy committee, meeting with neighborhood associations, and trying to do as much as possible to get this plan out there, even during the time of COVID. That in itself was a challenge. So I do want to commend the staff for doing that effort. And even with that, you still see that it is one of those documents that not everyone tracks every single day, because we've all got lives. We've all got things we're taking care of. But I do want to make sure that we make a point here of thanking the staff and everyone who was involved in trying to put this plan together. And it, as Member Valenzuela, Councilmember Valenzuela just mentioned, it is not the end. We are only today in reviewing the draft plan, and then it will take until the end of the year before the council takes a final action. So I continue to ask my neighbors to be engaged, be active, make your comments heard. Now, the general plan includes something that I've been advocating also since the time I was elected. In fact, it was the principal issues that I ran on, which was commercial core revitalization. And this plan addresses some of those issues that are brought up by the opponents of zoning that we should be doing. So it's important to take into context the whole plan. The plan for our city, our general plan, works as a combined set of policies, of strategic key strategies that help us achieve these health, climate, and housing challenges. Pushing for more housing, and specifically affordable housing and mixed use in our commercial corridors, taking advantage of the vacant lots on Stockton Boulevard, prioritizing areas like Northgate Boulevard, Del Paso, and Franklin Boulevard. And even continuing with this plan, I know myself, and I've talked to Vice Mayor Chenier here, will be advocating aggressively for that $100 million housing bond to be focused on improving and funding our commercial corridors. So the funding piece, along with the planning piece, focuses on those issues of infill in those areas. Now, we have in process already 600 units on Stockton Boulevard for multifamily housing. But even then, that is not enough to meet our overall housing challenges. The plan also includes, and part of our whole process, the combined process guidelines, so that also we look at how we build multifamily housing so that it has also mixed use involved, and encourages things like childcare facilities being designed and so that they're built with the needs of what our families need. So the whole plan works on how do we create a city that meets our diverse family needs and needs of our city. We put a strategic road plan also in this plan, and we talk about Vision Zero and making sure that we address the dangers that happen, such as even just driving on Stockton Boulevard, let alone walking and biking. And for my neighbors in Elmhurst, Stockton and T is part of that conversation. We know that has been a critical aspect of it. This plan helps us look at overall how we as a city should evolve and think differently. Think differently than what has been planned for the last 50 years. The general plan also includes the creation of neighborhood zoning. And I do want to give credit for the creativity of thinking about this, not as taking away from people, but thinking about how do we provide more options for housing, and to think about how our neighborhoods should be inclusive. This is about rethinking how we address our citywide challenges, not just one neighborhood. It isn't about Tahoe Park. It isn't about Talek Village. It isn't about East Sac. It isn't about Land Park or Elmhurst. It's about how we address our overall city issues. In this conversation, I've come to see two major facts. Number one, we have a housing shortage in all types of housing for our city. Affordable, middle income renters, and even single family housing. The lack of building duplexes over the years because of objections in the zoning planning, zoning restrictions have caused a high demand and higher price to live in duplexes. Even home ownership is a challenge to the point where some mortgages are over 50% of a family income. I can very much appreciate what Councilmember Valenzuela just spoke about her experience. The fact that we have this housing shortage creating this immense pressure on incomes restricts the ability to use those other revenues to address other needs that our families have. That major housing challenge is something that we have to address by a multiple of things, by looking at infill in our commercial corridors, which is in the general plan, by looking at options about how do we look at vacant areas throughout our city in the areas of influence, and also by looking at our existing neighborhoods and figuring out when there is an opportunity to have a variety of housing options. There's also another fact that was addressed nationally by one of our own local housing professionals and researchers, Dr. Jesus Hernandez. And that is that our city and its people are still living with the effects of land use policies that have led to de facto segregation. It is a blemish on our city to see that we are still not addressing those issues. And to continue to push low-income families and low-income families of color, for that matter, further out in the margins is not a good sign for Sacramento. This plan directly confronts that by saying that income and the ability of housing options is one of those factors. And it is one of those things that we have to pursue. Exclusive zoning has created these issues. Now, we may not want to accept the truth, but it is the truth, and it's been documented by many of the professionals, and that's why the Sacramento Area Council of Government, the Sacramento Housing Alliance, all of the other housing professionals have looked at these land use policies to say, these are issues we have to confront. You know, I've had some of these conversations with many of our families, particularly those who live south of Fruit Ridge, who still have relatives that remember these policies of exclusionary zoning and covenances. And it's part of the unfortunate part of Sacramento history. Now, I do want to acknowledge the fears and the concerns from those who have reached out to me. I want to acknowledge all those from my own neighbors who have had a concern that this may affect one of their largest family assets, the thing that they pass down to generations or help them through their end of their career once they've retired. Many of those concerns are real, but we have also real solutions to solve those concerns. The issue of parking and design issues are real, but we can address those. And so through this process, I want to make sure that our city staff is working to address those. And as Councilmember Harris mentioned, we do need strong design standards so that property owners, your neighbors basically, cannot just build whatever they want without it being part of the look and feel of the community. We want to make sure that we pride ourselves in that historic aspects of a city that's grown over the history of California. There is a problem when the only option, though, is to purchase that large suburban home. And that's what this gets back to, that shortage of issues, that lack of option of things like duplexes. And I just want to thank, one of the constituents that called in early, Maral Farsi, for calling in. And to say, it took great courage as a person who owns a duplex and lives in this neighborhood and spoke up about these issues, especially when I've seen some of the comments on that Nextdoor app. I thank you for being engaged in this process and for commenting that. Today's only one step of this process. Again, it is one that started back in late of 2018. We've had outreach efforts in 2018, 2019, and 2020. And even though 2020 has been a difficult year, one that I do think we continue to do outreach and will not conclude until the end of 2021. I want to just again end, if we don't confront the challenges that we face today and we don't change the policies that we have, we can't expect for anything to change. So with that, thank you, Councilmember Valenzuela, for the motion. thank you, Councilmember Harris, for your work on this. We've had an opportunity to work on this on Long Ledge, and we know we've got more work to do in this last stretch of the design plan for the general plan. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting the item to the action today.
Okay, I've got, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ashby, then Councilmember Vang, and then I'm going to make a comment or two. Go ahead.
I have about 7 or 8 pages here. Is that okay, Mayor? Just kidding.
Keep it longer.
I'm just kidding. Like 2 seconds. General plan updates are complicated and hard and long, and thank you, staff. You guys did a great job. This is really good work. Look, there's some folks out there in Sacramento that are really worried about this R1 zoning change and what happens if the house next door to you turns into a duplex or a triplex. And I think we really need to focus on basically two things around that issue. One is timing. This is not a final vote. Hopefully that's been made really clear tonight. I think the mayor will also clear that up at the end, really explain the process to folks in case they still have some outlying questions. But the way general plan works is like we hear it about 100 times before it's final. And even after that, even after we adopt something into the general plan, there's still like the minutia detail that happens at the design level afterwards. So if you're feeling like this vote maybe didn't go your way, do not worry. This is like step 1 of 1,700 steps. And you're gonna have so much time to participate and figure out how to help shape this in the best way for Sacramento. 2 things can be true at the same time. 1, that we need more housing in all of our neighborhoods. And 2, that we're not going to do that at the expense of the value of the homes that people have worked their whole life and sometimes multiple generations to get into. We can do both of those things, Sacramento. I know we can. I know that we can. This is a good thing. For climate control alone, this is a good thing, climate action, because the answer to not being able to build in your city is actually suburban sprawl. And we don't want that, right? We want people to live in Sacramento, close to where they work and close to where they go to school, close to their friends and close to us, right? We want all the good neighbors. In my district, we have literally every housing type that there is, which is why you probably didn't hear people call and complain. We already have duplexes, quadplexes. I have parts of my community where there are 8 homes with 1 driveway. So come to me when you have that. This isn't going to hurt you. If you think that a quadplex is always going to be ugly, I urge you to drive down J Street and take a look at some beautiful quadplexes. And some of the people that called in today talked about ones that they live in, and they're amazing. There is a duplex for sale in Land Park right now that's beautiful. You guys, all this does is give us more space for people to live that want to live in Sacramento that are just like you. So here's what we need to do in the months coming up. Jay, you are not muted, just so you know. In the months coming up, that was my warning to you, Jay. In the months coming up, we just need our staff to do outreach to these communities and help them understand that the design guidelines can dictate how tall these are. I heard somebody mention trees coming down. That's not necessarily true. We can put that kind of thing in the design guidelines. Also, if there's not room for a 4-plex, then there won't be a 4-plex. If it's only big enough to be a duplex, that's all it'll be, right? Parking will be part of those design guidelines. The aesthetic of the existing community will drive the dialogue. This isn't about there will be no apartments. This is not about apartments. It's also not necessarily about affordable housing. It's about more housing. So the 2 are not the same, all right? I think we're going to be fine here. I would like to ask our city staff in the outreach between now and the next time you come back to us, make sure that communities really understand the measured approach. And that is choosing that word intentionally, the measured approach that we will take to this always. So there's a level of comfort for them that their next door neighbor is not going to tear down their $1 million home in the middle of East Sac and build an apartment complex and be a slumlord and take out all the trees. And that's just, it would never be allowed. That wouldn't happen under this ordinance. But we need to give people assurances because people work hard to buy their homes. I know, Katie, I'm not a renter anymore. And I thank God every day that I'm not. Because when I was a single mom in this city living in low-income apartment complexes, I never thought I would get a home. And if I didn't have a dad who helped me, I wouldn't. And sometimes it takes multiple generations to help you get that first home. So we have to honor that too, but we can do both. We're good enough. I know it. All right, thanks.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Maivang.
Thank you, Mayor. My comment should take about an hour or so.
Make it 90 minutes.
No, I'll keep this short. I don't want to repeat anything that my colleagues have said. I think, one, I just want to say thank you to staff just for their hard work, Matt, Remy, the entire team, just for the general update, and in particular, just all your outreach that you've done in South Sacramento to inform the plan. So thank you for that. I think it's really exciting to be part of this council right now and to be able to shape conversation on how we grow our city equitably. And through the general plan, we also have a really awesome opportunity to address community health so that, we're building Sacramento in a way that doesn't leave anyone behind. I also just want to call out that I really appreciate strategy 6 and 7 around the environmental justice and the equity framework that's going to require us to ensure that the city is equitable in terms of our treatment for underserved communities and neighborhoods. While I support this direction by staff, and as we're building out more housing, as Councilwoman Ashby shared, this is about building more housing, not affordable housing options. I think for me in particular, what comes to mind is just ensuring that as we move forward, that we have protections in place. And I know this work is going to be, it's the work ahead, but that, we're not building out and also displacing community members. I think we heard that loud and clear from commenters through public comment. The other thing I'm also thinking about a lot as I'm new to the general plan process as a new council member is, as we're working through the different phases, and I know that a lot of the work is going to be in the policy and the zoning and our next steps, it makes me think about, just my area in South Sacramento and Meadowview where it's a food desert, right? So that how do we ensure as we're building out, our city that we're not also creating food deserts along the way? I know a lot of this is in our policies and zonings, but I think just equally as important with the plan is that, we are also thinking about ways to protect our communities. I think, some of y'all mentioned this is about creating more housing, but we also have to make sure that as we're creating more housing, that it's affordable housing. The question that I actually have for staff in particular is really around strategy 6 and 7. I think we've heard from commenters also about the need to just accelerate some of these efforts around the equity piece and climate emergency. And I wanted to ask Matt, if there was a timeline on strategy 6, and I know staff is going to start hustling and working on this, but I wanted to ask you, what is it going to take to get us there? Because as one of the constituent mentioned during public comment is, and rightfully so, is that equity piece should be woven throughout all of our key strategies, right? And so I wanted to know, what is the timeline on that? And what does that look like and how do we get there?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember, for the question. In terms of strategy 6, in particular, increasing the amount of tree canopy over the city. So 2 things there. I would say right now, our Division of Public Works is in the process of completing the public review draft of our urban forestry master plan. So that should be out in about a month. So focused on policies and strategies to protect and increase the tree canopy, especially in those areas that need it the most. In addition to that, our climate action plan has direction on that as well. You'll see a draft of that this summer. So we are certainly see that as a key strategy as we move forward. In terms of equity generally, absolutely, our 2040 general plan will have it woven through. In fact, we believe our first chapter will be equity and sustainability, to tell that story and why it's important, what we've heard from the community, and how we're going to ensure equity throughout the general plan and those key strategies. I know that Public Works is also focused on equity through their transportation priorities plan that they're working on now, in addition to the conversation the council is having next week on racial equity. So absolutely, we'll continue to make sure that it's a focus and moving through the entire planning effort.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you very much. Is there any other council member? If not, I want to make the final comment here. Really appreciate the quality of the debate and the discussion tonight. And I think back for myself to the calendar year 2007, when I was on the floor of the state Senate arguing for a little bill of mine called SB 375, where we argued that creating incentives for density, creating incentives for people to live close to where they work, where they shop, and where they play was the future for our city and for the state of California. And I remember a particular conservative congressman who was a senator at the time, since become a congressman, saying that I was ruining the idea of single family housing for people who chose to have a lot of acres and live how they chose. And of course, that isn't what SB 375 was about. And in some ways, as I sit here tonight participating in this debate and having read some of the public comment and read the newspaper, can't help think that the more things we've changed, the more things change, and as much progress as we have made over the course of the last 14 years, that some arguments remain the same. And you know, there are some very legitimate concerns from people who have raised questions about the policy, don't get me wrong, but I do think in this era where we must not only preach, but practice bringing our community together and not allowing there to be economic division or neighborhood division or people who can afford to live in particular neighborhoods while others cannot. We have to distinguish fairly what is a legitimate argument and what is just plain fear. A legitimate argument is to ask the question, in my view, will my property values be negatively affected by any particular change in our zoning code? And so I would challenge anybody who's making that argument when it comes to the R1 change here, which, by the way, does not eliminate the ability to construct single family housing, just the opposite. It encourages not large apartment complexes, but merely up to fourplexes, where we have fourplexes that exist in a lot of our, quote, nicer neighborhoods already throughout Sacramento. I challenge anyone to find a study to make a case beyond a fear that allowing quality fourplexes to be built in our neighborhoods will somehow bring down the property values of single family homeowners, because it's not true. Now, why is it not true and why won't it be true in this instance? Because as all the members talked about, we're going to insist on design quality and scale. This would be a very different debate if that wasn't part of the discussion, but it is. Any fourplex needs to be architecturally and design consistent with the character of the neighborhood. That's fine, that's good. But you're still creating more housing opportunity and more housing affordability. So if one is raising the question, will my housing values go down? I believe that can be answered, and that's a fair discussion and a fair debate. But when I hear some rhetoric, and I don't think it's always intended, it really isn't, because I don't think people in the city, anybody in the city, or most people in the city have hard hearts in any way. I think we all think of ourselves as fair and non-biased, but as we know in the racial equity world, implicit bias is also a reality. So when I hear somebody say, you know, and I'm paraphrasing, it's not an exact quote, so don't criticize me for not saying it exactly. But when I hear a leader in the neighborhood movement say, you know, people may not be able to live in Land Park because of affordability, but they can sure use our park. That troubles me as a Sacramentan, because everybody should have the opportunity to not only play in Land Park, but to live in Land Park, to play in McKinley Park and to live in and around McKinley Park, to live, to play on the Greenhaven Greenbelt where I live and to be able to live in Greenhaven, to play at the beautiful parks in North Natomas and to be able to live in North Natomas. That's the Sacramento that we all uphold, that we love, that we value. And you better believe this drive for inclusion and equity is the driving force of our city, and it is going to continue to be well beyond my tenure here, because the city is changing, and it is changing for the better. And it's because we're all in it together. And so as we have this debate, Angelique is correct. We're not voting on a final policy. The outreach of the community is important. Public education is important. The design standards are important, all of it. But let us have the fair arguments about design, about economics, and let's not go to the other side there, even inadvertently, and suggest that some people cannot live in all of our neighborhoods because that's just the way that it is. Because that's not the way it is. Not in Sacramento. Let's call the roll.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby?
Yes.
That was a yes. Councilmember Laloe?
Aye.
Councilmember Laloe?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris?
Enthusiastically, yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chenier?
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Vang?
Yes, from the best district.
And Mayor Steinberg?
Yes. All right, thank you. We move forward. And great job, staff. Appreciate it. That was excellent.
Oh, it's on now.
Okay, we have one more item tonight, and that is item, is it 15, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you're on item 16 now, the police department presentation on protest activity.
16. I turn it over to the city manager and our police chief.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, I get to bring it home, or we get to bring it home, as this is the last item for tonight. I've agendized this item in response to some questions that were raised in previous council meetings, and we've been getting some email traffic and phone calls about how we've been handling the protests over the last couple of months. So I thought it'd be a good idea if Chief Hahn kind of gives us an overview of what's been going on over the last couple of months, and then talk about a few specific issues that came up during like I said, the last couple of council meetings. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Daniel Hahn, your police chief. Tonight, we are here to present information regarding protest-related activities in our downtown core over the last couple of months. But before I turn it over to Deputy Chief Kathy Lester, I'd like to begin by talking about the differences between root or cause and the condition of what we've been experiencing in our city. We're the 6th largest city in the most populous state of our union, the 9th largest capital city in the United States of America. We are no stranger to protests. We have daily protests in our city and have for many years. These protests range from just a few people to thousands of people. They range from speeches at the state capitol or Chavez Park to marching in our streets. We have experienced countless protests for many causes over the last couple of years, including protests regarding Stephon Clark and George Floyd. Over the last couple of months, we have had protests occurring on a weekly basis, mainly on Saturdays, that include people protesting the recent national election and the health order restrictions. In general, with a couple of exceptions, the Sacramento Police Department has been consistent in our response to protests in our streets, regardless of the protesters' beliefs. We have tried to keep our community safe, prevent violence, minimize property damage, and ensure everyone's constitutional rights were protected. One of those exceptions was during the initial George Floyd protests at the end of May and the beginning of June, when the protests turned violent and destructive, when there was mass looting, attempts to burn down buildings, and violent acts towards officers. This is why many businesses downtown are boarded up to this day. During most protests, including those regarding Stephon Clark and George Floyd, the people who took to our streets were often very diverse and were demanding changes in law enforcement and demanding equity in general. These protests often blocked streets and caused disruption to our normal business in the downtown area and elsewhere. They involved individuals who were often emotional, angry, and extremely vocal about their demands for change. Although there were notable exceptions, these protests typically weren't extremely violent, nor did they typically result in mass destruction in our city. At times, other groups came downtown, such as Antifa. They dressed in armor, wore helmets, vests, carried backpacks full of projectiles, carried unknown liquids, possessed shields and other weapons, and were very different from most of the ongoing protests. They were violent and left a wake of property damage in their path. During the early protests that were often diverse, some of our local community publicly stated, posted on social media, or sent other forms of communication calling for me and the Sacramento Police Department to take a more aggressive stance, make more arrests, and basically be more forceful with the individuals in our streets. There were calls for consequences and overwhelming force. I haven't seen these same people come with that same energy and those same demands during the latest protests that involve groups such as Proud Boys. At all times, the Sacramento Police Department made decisions we thought best protected life, both our officers' lives and the lives of the members of our community, and property. Now we come to the last couple months. Regular protests continue to take place in the downtown core, often at the Capitol, to protest things such as the health order and the recent election. In addition to these protests, other radical groups joined in the activities downtown. Groups such as Proud Boys, which the Southern Poverty Law Center lists as a hate group, and Antifa. These groups brag on social media about committing violence on the opposing group. They spend their time not protesting and exercising their constitutionally protected rights, but by searching each other out to commit violence. They often dress like our military personnel or SWAT officers. They are not protesting. As they chase each other around downtown, they catch our officers and our community in the crossfire. They have assaulted and robbed residents, as well as threatened the limited media representatives in our downtown core. They have pulled valuable resources, our officers and our professional staff, from our neighborhoods that so desperately need them during a time of significant increases in violent crime. We have routinely assigned almost a third of our entire department on those weekly Saturday occurrences over the last 2 months. One group, based on what some experts say, is a white extremist group that seems to desire to return to our past, while the other groups seem to want to destroy our form of government altogether. Regardless of their ideologies, they are both violent and put our community in danger. I've often heard complete surprise in the reaction of reporters, politicians, and the public in regard to what happened in our nation's capital 2 weeks ago. Radicalized individuals broke into our United States Capitol and stated that they wanted to do harm not only to our elected officials, but our way of governance. I wasn't surprised at all. Well, I was surprised that they were able to force their way into the Capitol, but I was not surprised they were there in those numbers. I wasn't surprised about their ideology, and I wasn't surprised about their intent. I wasn't surprised because I know our country's history, and the exact same thing has been occurring in our streets every Saturday for the last 2 months. One possible reason so many people might be surprised about what occurred in Washington, D.C. is that our primary media sources haven't covered what has been occurring in Sacramento over the last 2 months, which is the same as what occurred in Washington, D.C., but on a much smaller scale. Our primary media sources, both national and local, extensively covered the previous protests regarding Stephon Clark and George Floyd. If you were not downtown or following our department's social media over the last 2 months, you would not know about the violence that occurred because it wasn't widely covered by the media. One of the only primary sources that covered most, if not all, of the Saturday unrest was Capitol Public Radio, who often put out updates to our community on social media. This lack of coverage left room for other groups and individuals to post things that were misleading or not true on social media. One example of information that was not true and widely spread on social media was when a video was posted that a Sacramento police officer told a Proud Boy member that Sac PD had their six, or in other words, Sac PD had their back, and stated that this was proof that the Sacramento Police Department supports a radical group such as the Proud Boys. We researched this incident on our body-worn camera system and were able to clearly see that in fact, it was the member of the Proud Boys saying that to the officers that were trying to keep the two groups apart, not the other way around. Last Friday, I had the privilege to virtually spend a couple hours with teens from Impact SAC. This is an amazing group of teens that recently, during the health pandemic, developed a mental health resource for teens called Check Your Vibe. We spent a couple hours discussing recent protests in our city and across the country, including Washington, D.C. They said things such as that they were scared, they were angry. They said, let it have been us and it would have been different. One teen said that they had a friend who condoned the violence in Washington, D.C., but had previously condemned the Black Lives Matter protests. Some said that they were scared to go outside. Many questioned why they never saw what was occurring in Sacramento on the news. One teen said the news shows white people in a good light and Black people in a bad light. These young people are paying attention. They are observant and are more than willing than ever to get involved in what I would call the root or the cause of what is at the heart of this unrest. I'm going to give a disclaimer before I move on. I shouldn't have to give this disclaimer, but I will because I know the response I will get from many. I love the United States of America. This is my country. I love Sacramento community, the community I was born in, and I've lived my entire life, and I wouldn't choose to live anywhere else. See, I have to explain this because certain groups in our country have always been challenged about their patriotism whenever they want our country to improve and live up to the ideals written in our Constitution. During World War II, when the Black community developed the Double V campaign, they were condemned for not being patriotic, simply because they wanted one V for victory abroad and one V for victory at home, to end Jim Crow and have equal rights in our country, and in a country that they were willing to give their lives for. I know I will hear about what I'm saying today, yet the people who break into the United States Capitol, threaten to hang and kill our elected representatives, and actually kill a police officer, those people are often called patriots. Lost cause type of ideology in our country is alive and well, and it has been on display for several months, not only in Sacramento, but across the country, culminating in Washington, D.C. 2 weeks ago. Groups who desire to go back to our past, the good old days that weren't so good for everyone. The problem with the lost cause ideology now is the same as it was in our past. What people hear about our country and the ideals we hold dear, some in our country don't always see or experience in reality. It's why when I talk root and cause, I receive letters, emails, social media posts that California and the West Coast don't have to deal with such issues because we entered the Union as a free state. We never had slaves. Slavery was a long time ago. Jim Crow is a relic of our past and only in the South. Redlining, blockbusting, sundown towns, racial housing covenants, discriminatory loan practices, and disparate educational opportunities were all either a thing of the past, only in our southern states, or never existed at all in our beloved country. It is why I regularly hear that the only reason I'm police chief in my hometown after 33 years of policing is because I am Black. Unfortunately, all this is untrue. These beliefs are born out of ignorance and a lack of knowledge about how we got here. It is why when diverse groups protest in our streets regarding Stephon Clark and George Floyd, among others, demanding changes to law enforcement and changes to systems that they believe are embedded with systemic racism, and simply demanding equity in our country, they're often called savages. Many in our community call for violent or harsh response from law enforcement. We call them unpatriotic. And often protesters are told, if you don't like it, get out of our country. Yet, when a mostly white group, some carrying the battle flag of the Confederacy, wearing t-shirts glamorizing some of the worst atrocities in world history, construct a noose hanging from gallows, yelling racial slurs at Capitol police officers, defecating and urinating in the halls of our United States Capitol, breaking into the offices of our elected officials, stealing property, damaging property, and threatening to hang and kill our elected representatives, and actually assaulting and killing police officers. Many of us call this group patriots. We, as a country, need to address the root and the cause of our challenges. We need to deal with our history and the issue of race and difference, or we will continue to see radicalized groups take to our streets and commit violence. We will continue to see angry, upset, emotional people protesting our streets, demanding equity, fairness, and our country to live up to the ideals enshrined in our Constitution. It is the cause and the root that reveals itself when two young Black kids are gunned down in the local mall by another Black kid. We respond by calling them savages, that it's just the Black culture, and that it is what happens when you don't have parents. Yet, when Kyle Rittenhouse drives to Kenosha, Wisconsin and guns down two people at a protest, we say he's misunderstood, had a troubled childhood, and was bullied in school. We start a GoFundMe and raise $2 million and bail him out of jail. And recently, he was reported to be in a bar drinking at 18 years old with members of the group Proud Boys, a group that has regularly participated in the unrest in our city. They were taking pictures and flashing white power hand signs. What's the difference between the two, between the shooting in our mall and in the shooting in Kenosha? What do you do with groups that we consider savages? What do you do and how do you deal with savages? If we knew our history, we would know how we got here. We would know the root and the cause. The Sacramento Police Department is not perfect. I make mistakes. Our department makes mistakes. We need to continue to get better as a department at safely dealing with protests and our day-to-day mission. We need to continue to build more trust in our community, especially in our communities that need us the most. With that being said, we, as a department, try to address the condition as well as the root cause. We train our officers in crowd control and provide them with protective equipment along with less lethal equipment, and we provide our leaders with incident command training and experiences. This is all to deal with the condition or the actual protest. But we also provide our officers with training and experiences that address the root cause and the unrest across our country. Things such as bias training, the history of how we got here, and history's influence on today. We have invited Stanford University, Washington State, Center for Policing Equity, American Leadership Forum, and the Department of Justice, all to examine our department, research issues such as bias and relationships with our community, and to provide training on bias and history. But if we don't address this as a country, our condition will continue to challenge us, and we will continue to have unrest in our city, often in the form of violence. We are fortunate in Sacramento to have a city manager in Howard Chan that is not only concerned about our condition, but also the root cause of our condition. He has implemented processes to learn our history, address bias and equity. This council has also implemented positions that focus on equity within the city. Through the unrest and violence in our city over the last couple months, I could not be more proud of the officers and the professional staff of the Sacramento Police Department. The people have been working the ongoing protests and the violent acts that some groups come to our city to inflict on each other, our officers and our neighbors. Our officers and professional staff, they continue to show up. They continue to perform admirably in the most trying of circumstances, all while putting themselves in harm's way, in addition to their families, in harm's way due to the current pandemic ravaging our country as they work these protests, that many people don't wear masks. As you look at cities across our country and the level of violence and destruction occurring, There have been people killed, both protesters and police officers, and cities have burned. Sacramento has not experienced this level of violence and destruction. And a large part of that is due to the officers that wear the Sacramento Police Department uniform and our allied agency partners that have come to our city to assist. In 1962, Malcolm X, who some would consider a controversial figure, gave a speech in Los Angeles where he stated that we must go to the cause or the root, that dealing with the condition is not enough. What we are talking about tonight in the upcoming presentation from Deputy Chief Kathy Lester, and for good reason due to the threat to the safety of our community, make no mistake, this presentation is about our condition. Until we as a country, state, and city deal with the cause and the root of our condition, we will continue to put our community and our officers in the middle of warring factions that don't want our country to live up to the ideals written in our Constitution. And instead, people will continue to be injured and killed in these so-called protests, and our collective potential will be stifled. One day after many of us quoted and celebrated Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., we need to live up to what he preached and not just repeat his quotes. I will now turn it over to Deputy Chief Kathy Lester to discuss the facts on what has occurred in our city over the last 2 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Let me go ahead and get the presentation up. All right, can everyone see that? All right, well, good evening, everyone. I'm Kathy Lester. I'm your Deputy Chief who oversees the Patrol Division and also our 911 call center. Tonight, I'd like to provide an overview of how we, your department, respond to protests within our city, an overview of certain events that have taken place within the city, specifically those that have occurred since the November elections, and discuss the impact that these events have had on our community. So like the chief said, you know, we are really pretty well versed on protests being the capital city of California. We have been the location of a number of high profile protests, all the way back to USDA, the education protests from a decade ago, post-Ferguson protests, Stephon Clark, most recently, a lot of social justice issues, and then even more recently, the 2020 election. You know, we do have small protests almost daily in Sacramento, and they can range from just a few people, like the chief said, up to large groups, but they're generally handled by our officers as part of their regular duties and are generally uneventful. However, this year's been really unique. Since May of 2020, we have had to develop formal plans and formally staff or prepare for over 200 events. The events that I'm going to talk about tonight are really going to focus on everything that's happened since the week of the election. We have typically had these weekly events and protests that have occurred on Saturdays. And the problem has arisen because we're seeing clashes between Proud Boys and their affiliates and Antifa. Proud Boys are a far-right, neo-fascist, and male-only political organization that promotes and engages in political violence in both the US and Canada. And like the chief mentioned, they have been designated as a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center. The other side of this is Antifa. Antifa is a political protest movement comprising of autonomous groups affiliated by their militant opposition to fascism and other forms of extreme right-wing ideology. Despite their tendency towards violence, neither group is defined as a criminal gang in California. So what we've seen are typically pro-Trump rallies on the west side of the Capitol, and these rallies have included members of Proud Boys and their associates. On the Antifa side, we have seen a gathering of various local social groups that support the Antifa ideology and utilize black bloc tactics as well as their affiliates who are with them, which I'll refer to as affiliates and counter-protesters throughout the presentation. Just to define what a black bloc tactic is, that's a tactic that is used by protesters who wear black clothing, ski masks, scarves, helmets with padding, other face concealing and face protecting items to conceal their identity and hinder criminal prosecution. And I'll point a lot of this out as we go through the presentation. So the first thing I want to talk about is just really what the mission is of the Sacramento Police Department. So when we are talking about how we handle protests and how we respond, we want to prevent acts of violence and property damage, but still allow people to exercise their First Amendment rights in a peaceful manner. And the First Amendment, I won't get into a lot of legal stuff here, it protects free speech to a great extent. However, under certain circumstances, demonstrations and conduct can be regulated. And so when you have groups that have a tendency towards violence, like we've seen between the Proud Boy group and the Antifa group, we are allowed to institute certain restrictions. But in order to do that, we have to follow a number of guidelines that are set forth by the Supreme Court. The first one is that the regulation has to be content neutral and that we cannot choose sides or favor one group over the other. They also must be narrowly tailored to serve a significant governmental interest. So in this case, we can apply restrictions if they support public safety. And we have to leave open ample alternative channels for communicating the speaker's message. And so what that means in like regular terms is that people have to be able to see and hear each other. But what this does allow us to do is it allows us to separate the groups in an attempt to preserve the peace. And so throughout this presentation, you're going to see what we've been doing to manage these events. And you're going to see us do a lot of division and a lot of separation of these groups. And like the chief said, I want to make sure that we differentiate between legitimate First Amendment activity and criminal behavior. As you will see in the events I'm going to talk about, there are protesters involved in these that are lawfully exercising their rights. However, there is also criminal behavior and violence that has been exhibited by both groups as well. So I would like to just thank the mayor and council, our great city manager, for giving the department the opportunity to present more information to the public on these events. We are really committed to providing timely and accurate information to our community, and much of what we are going to show you here has had very limited coverage in the mainstream media. Having said that, during the presentation, I'm going to use a variety of open source public material from social media and television, as well as a number of videos from our body-worn cameras. So our intent here is to create a picture for the public of these protests, which at times have turned violent. But I do need to warn viewers that some of this material is graphic in nature. So I'm going to go through the events starting the week of the election. The week of the election was actually very uneventful. We had little protest activity during the week. But if you remember the evening of that Friday, it looked like President Biden was going to win the election, and it was announced Saturday morning on the 7th. And that's the first event I'm going to talk about here. We had assigned 35 officers to manage this event. And once that announcement came out, several hundred pro-Trump protesters came to the west side of the Capitol in a show of support for President Trump. At its height, about 500 pro-Trump supporters were present. However, also present at this event were a group of Proud Boys. And if you look at the upper left-hand picture on your screen, you'll see that they wear very distinctive clothing and they're easy to pick out of a group. During the event, we had a couple of fights break out between Biden supporters and Trump supporters. And on this very first day, before the event had really even started, we had an assault that occurred between demonstrators on Capitol grounds. Some pepper spray was sprayed between them, and one female was hit in the face. Both CHP and SACPD provided aid to the parties, but neither side wanted to prosecute. And we see that, and we will see that a number of times as it relates to assaults that have taken place during these events. So in cases such as these, if prosecution is not desired, law enforcement does not make an arrest. And just a quick note here, because it can be kind of confusing. I want to make sure that people understand that the state capitol and the grounds surrounding the capitol are CHP's jurisdiction, and the city streets and sidewalks are the jurisdiction of the police department. We've worked very closely with the CHP throughout these events, and at times have also called in the Sacramento Sheriff's Office for some additional support. So as the day went on, and this is the first Saturday after the election again, we saw some additional fights and skirmishes. We saw demonstrators pepper spray each other, and we could see and really feel the animosity increasing between the groups. So this is the intersection of 10th and L towards later on in the event, where we used officers to form lines to try and prevent mixing of the groups, again, to allow them to see and hear each other, but to try and prevent violence. So this is one of the first clips I'm going to show here, and it is our officers, our bike officers, working to divide the crowd to prevent an escalation of events. As you can see, there are some very heated emotions involved here, and the officers become the target, which is a theme we're going to see throughout these events. By about 5 p.m., we were able to keep the group separated long enough, and the groups dwindled, and eventually all protesters left without further incident. However, throughout the week, we saw more information coming out that this type of event was going to be held again at the state capitol. So we staffed the Saturday, November 14th event with 92 of our officers. Right before the event started, officers made a stop and an arrest of a pro-Trump supporter for the possession of a handgun. And for this event, we had also placed barricades out in the area to assist the officers in keeping the group separate. We made no arrests and other than the handgun, and no officers were injured or use of force was used during the event. So essentially, this was a static protest at the Capitol. This was also the day, if you remember, of the Million MAGA March at the US Capitol. The pro-Trump group, which included Proud Boys again, gathered on 10th Street in front of the Capitol. The Antifa group and their associates gathered in Roosevelt Park and then marched to the Capitol, where confrontations took place between both groups. In addition, there was a pro-Trump car caravan, and this is something we saw at numerous events, which were car rallies that generally started or originated outside of the city. They'd be long lines of cars that would caravan to the Capitol, and then they would drive around the Capitol. And this required our officers to manage some significant traffic issues while also maintaining peace at the Capitol. The event ended about 4 o'clock, and I am going to show you a clip that does come from a news station in the Bay Area. This is media coverage of the event. We had one fairly significant fight that occurred on Capitol grounds, where a group of Proud Boys confronted and fought with Antifa. You will see that fight documented in this media clip. One correction I would like to make is at the end, they note that there were several arrests. However, the arrests were not entirely accurate. We did detain people. However, again, prosecution was not desired, and therefore the subjects were released and not arrested.
So-called Million MAGA March took over the nation's capital today. A group of California Trump supporters rallied in Sacramento to stop the steal, in their words, echoing the president's claims of voter fraud. I-Team reporter Dan Noyes was there to see the rally break out in violence.
This is what happened when the talking stopped, when the far-right Proud Boys squared off against Antifa and other counter-protesters. This is how the day started. Just over 30% of Californians voted for President Trump in this election, and hundreds of them rallied at the state capitol. They believe Trump's still unproven claims that the election was marred by widespread voter fraud, and they're calling for a national recount.
The reality is we have had people trying to steal our nation out from under us for decades. Yes. California used to be a nice place.
The rally drew a large Asian American contingent and people from across the state. This Trump supporter was very critical of the media and declined to give his name.
I'm here to support my president. I'm here to support the Constitution. I'm here to support every American's right to vote.
On stage and scattered in the crowd, I found members of the Proud Boys, a far-right hate group according to the Southern Poverty Law Center. After the rally began, people with faces covered and wearing all black arrived. Antifa Twitter accounts had called for a response to the rally. Sacramento Sacramento police and CHP on horses and in riot gear kept the opposite sides apart for most of the day.
This is really a strange setup right now. You have the rally over there that's still going on, but then back this way, you've got Antifa and other counter-protesters in a standoff with some of the Trump supporters.
You're the one that has no pride in what you're standing for.
I do.
You are not taking off your helmet, your glasses, and your mask. You're scared.
Has a recount changed anything? It will this time. Why this time? Because Trump?
It's what I feel in my heart. It will happen.
Then the Proud Boys came around the block to confront the counter-protesters, unleashing a cloud of bear spray. Despite this scuffle, no serious injuries were reported. Several suffered the effects of the bear spray. Police made at least 2 arrests. For the I-Team in Sacramento, Dan Noyes, ABC 7 News.
That takes us to the following weekend, November 21st, again, a Saturday. And a lot of things were beginning to show up on social media about this event. We assigned 145 officers to this. We did make an arrest, not at Capitol Park, but later at Chavez Park for a subject using a stun gun. However, there was no use of force or officer injuries. So the pro-Trump group, which included Proud Boys, met again on the west side of the Capitol. Antifa this time gathered in Chavez Park. However, the pro-Trump group marched to the park. Officers attempted to contain the pro-Trump group on 10th Street, both at the Capitol. And if you see, here's an example of the barricades being breached in the lower left-hand corner. However, we were unsuccessful. Both groups managed to enter the park where they began to argue and fight, and we worked to separate them. And again, this was another day of a pro-Trump car caravan that was also driving through and around, well, around the Capitol. And in that rally, Proud Boys were also seen. So I'm going to show a video here. This is an example of our officers attempting to separate the groups as tensions between Proud Boys and Antifa escalated, and then officers faced off with both groups.
Move your bike out that way. There's about to be a fight behind you. We're going to need you to move your bike. Move your bike. Back up. Yeah, now you're fucking scared. Bring it. Now you're fucking scared. Just bring it. Come on, bro. Don't get into the cops. Don't get into the cops. Come on, motherfucker. That fucker right there had a weapon. Where'd he go? That fucker right there had a lock. That guy had a weapon. He was going to hit us. You motherfucker. Yeah, come on. He's too fucking scared. He's a chick. Yeah, people been fucking hitting their head with bike locks, you dumb cunt. Evidently the police don't care about weapons. Come get some, motherfucker. Yeah, now that the cops are here, come get some. You guys gonna get the guy with the weapon?
So again, this next clip is in Chavez Park. You know, despite our officers' efforts to keep the groups apart, they were intent on inflicting violence on each other. And so this video depicts one of those incidents. I'll kind of narrate it before it starts so you can see what happens, because it happens pretty quickly. You're going to see bike officers really quickly pulling a member of the Antifa group away from the Proud Boy group, and then pushing the Proud Boys away, and then finally pulling the Antifa demonstrator over their bikes to protect their safety. After this, we had additional fights break out in the park, and we declared what's known as an unlawful assembly, ending the event and dispersing the crowd. So the pro-Trump group and with the Proud Boys marched back to the Capitol and later dispersed without further incident. That takes us now to the following Saturday, November 28th. This was advertised a little bit differently. We did sign 128 officers to it, although the Antifa group advertised on social media that they would be conducting a shield build event at a location downtown. Although the location was not disclosed, we later saw a group of members of Antifa and counter-protesters in Chavez Park. On this day, the pro-Trump supporters and Proud Boys marched to the park to confront the Antifa group. We used a multitude of resources to try and hold the mix of pro-Trump and Proud Boy members south of J Street. Ultimately, what happened was we closed traffic on J Street, 10th Street, I Street, and 9th Street, and lined our officers up across those intersections to prevent the groups from mixing. However, despite those efforts, members of the pro-Trump and the Proud Boys group were able to enter the park by using side streets and alleys and going around officers. We did have one arrest. It wasn't related to the protest. It was a traffic stop in the area. So the video clip I'm going to show you here is from our body-worn cameras at 9th and J Street. You're going to see how the officers form lines across the intersection to keep the group separate. And this is also another good example of how we try and provide some space for both sides to demonstrate. Although the pro-Trump group eventually reached the park, officers were able to keep the groups separate in the park. And eventually there was just a small group of Antifa and counter-protesters left in the park, about 15 of them. Our officers escorted them back to their cars for their safety. And once the Antifa group had left the park, the pro-Trump group went back to the Capitol and the streets were reopened.
You guys keep sliding down, tighten it up. Good. That's good, that's good. Stop moving. Yeah, back up, back up, back up, back up. Cops don't like people behind them, okay? You're welcome to be here and filming and everything, but we don't want you 10 feet away.
Go over where
No, that's going to stir up trouble. We need to be over here, okay? Let's just go on the sidewalk, please. It's much easier this way.
On December 5th, we assigned 170 officers based on what we were seeing about the event. We didn't have any arrests that day, but we had 2 officers that got injured and we had 3 uses of force. We also had some really significant vandalism to cars in the area, and I'll show some pictures of that in just a few minutes. One of the officers that received an injury, received his injury by a green laser that was pointed in his eye by a member of Antifa. And this is a tactic that officers have been subjected to throughout the past year. And they're really dangerous. Lasers can be cause a lot of harm when shined directly into the eyes. And you'll see it in a later clip that I'll show. This is becoming a more commonly used tactic. At the start of the event, Antifa gathered and marched from Fremont Park to the Capitol. Once at the Capitol, they tried to move around the barricades that we had again placed in the area to keep the group separate to attack the pro-Trump group that had gathered again on the west side of the Capitol. This video depicts the hostility of the groups towards each other. In that clip, you're going to see a subject fleeing over the barricade in an attempt to get away from Antifa. And I also want you to note the gear, including gas masks and helmets on the Antifa side.
Back up. Back up. Back up.
So this shows the space that we provided to try and keep the groups apart. We have a double set of barricades. This is about a half block wide on 10th Street, just there at L. During the incident, there were items that were thrown by the protesters at each other over this area. Our officers were in the middle of these groups and they were also directly targeted. Items included glass bottles, bottles with liquids, eggs, paint, and fireworks. So I'm going to show you this clip. It's hard to actually see the balls, but you can hear the glass breaking around the officers as the bottles hit the ground. In this next video, the Antifa group tries to push through the line of barricades that we have set out in an attempt to reach the pro-Trump group, and several of our officers were hurt trying to hold back this crowd. Again, a lot of hostility directed towards our officers. So the Antifa group eventually leaves the area and began to march back towards Fremont Park. Due to really the size of the group of the pro-Trump support, most of our officers remained at the Capitol to try and manage that larger group. During the march back to Fremont Park, Antifa vandalized 10 vehicles on N Street, and they specifically targeted cars that had political stickers supporting Trump or markings. And so here's some of the pictures of the damage from that vandalism. Additionally, there was a lone Trump supporter on N Street at the time who was attacked on the street. And our bike unit was able to move in and effect a rescue, separate the one supporter from the group. But again, the victim did not want prosecution in that case. And so everyone was released. Now, this is a picture of Antifa breaking out a window of one of those cars. This was posted on their social media after the event. And then there was also this social media posting, which shows some additional damage to the vehicles. And it says, for the last 4 weeks, MAGA bigots and members of the neo-fascist Proud Boys have terrorized our city. Today, on week 5, a powerful anti-fascist march took to the streets around the Capitol and asserted their opposition. No MAGA vehicle was safe. So this is, these are photos of our officers. Like I had mentioned before, officers were directly targeted. So fortunately, officers were able to avoid the bottles and the fireworks. However, they were targeted with paint and eggs, which were thrown on them and on police cars during the event. This takes us now to December 12th, the following Saturday. We had 164 officers. I'm sure by now you've noticed that there's an escalation of events and violence and damage. We did have 6 arrests and we had 5 officers injured. We did have 2 uses of force, and we had property damage to a construction site over on J Street. So I'll walk you through this event. So both of the groups arrived in some types of tactical gear. If you look at this top picture on the right, there's a picture on the left. The subject with the helmet is on the Antifa side. You can see he's in SWAT military type gear. On the right is a member of the Proud Boy group, and some footage that we have on the top right-hand corner. So both groups came in with military style gear. In the top left corner, I included a picture there of some items that we confiscated after the event. And they include things like a tactical vest, a helmet, poles, canes, etc. So how this event started was with Antifa gathering at Roosevelt Park. Antifa then marched to 10th and L, where once again, like you see in this lower picture, there was a pro-Trump group, which again contained Proud Boys and their affiliates. Most of the altercation initially took place at 10th and L. And I'm going to show you a video that we have of from our parking garage cameras in that area. So before I show the video, I want to point a couple of things out. In the next slide, this video will show that Antifa sees a Proud Boy affiliate, to the best that we can tell, alone in the parking garage. At first, there's just a few Antifa there, but then a larger number of here. Again, there was a large gathering at 10th and L. But before I show that video, I want to make sure that I point out some weapons that we saw here. On the left, you'll see a chain. In the middle picture, there are swords or sword type objects, which we saw throughout the event. And on the right, we see canes as well. And those aren't just typical canes. They have glass breaking type points on the tops of the canes. That's something we've commonly seen and confiscated from the Antifa side. So I will show that video, and I just want to point this out so you can watch for it. So this is basically the same event, but 2 different angles. In the upper right-hand corner, although it's hard to see, and I'm talking about that top video, is this lone subject who appears to be affiliated with the Proud Boys. Antifa gathers around him, and just a few at first, and then it becomes a very large gathering, and the video will end after he flees once pepper spray is sprayed by both him and the other side of the group. So again, these cameras show different angles of the same event. In the top video, you'll see 2 members of Antifa, and then in the bottom video, you'll see more members that are approaching from the intersection of 10th and L. And again, there's that sword-like object. Subject that pulls the chain out. And again, just notice the tactical type gear. The next thing you'll see are umbrellas, and we're seeing umbrellas commonly utilized by this group. They're used to conceal their identity, to block cameras or recordings. They've been used against media. So they've been pretty common. The group continues to get bigger here. Again, there's just the one subject in the garage. And if you pay attention to the top of your screen, you'll see the altercation. So he flees into the alley. This is on 10th between K and L. We have, again, more fights that broke out as the group moves up towards K Street. Our bike unit, which tends to be on the forefront of a lot of these because they're so mobile, responded. And this body-worn camera is going to show the officers dividing the groups to try and keep the Proud Boys and Antifa separate. We do detain a subject who was with the pro-Trump group for noncompliance. The area around 10th and K, Antifa went marching through downtown, down J Street. So this is a picture from one of our traffic cameras with the Antifa group on J Street. And this is the construction site I was talking about a little bit ago. They began pulling fencing into the street and stole these large metal poles, which were later used to assault officers during this event. This is another picture from one of the traffic cameras. It shows the amount of separation that we're still trying to create between the groups. The pro-Trump Proud Boy group is on this side of the view, and then you'll see the larger Antifa group on the other side as they march. So the Antifa group moved back towards Roosevelt Park, which is where they had started that day. However, there was a number of Proud Boys and their affiliates in the park waiting for them. So our officers moved in really quickly to separate the groups. This video that you're going to see is taken as the Antifa group turns away from the Proud Boys and starts marching down 10th Street. It does show a counter protester throwing a pole at one of our bike officers, and that was one of the poles that was taken from the construction site. The action by that protester nearly caused the bike to flip and then rendered the bike useless. And then about halfway through the video, you're going to see a member of Antifa holding one of those green lasers I talked about towards the officer, and the officer is telling him to get it out of his eyes.
Back up, back up! I got you, man. I got you, man. Who we going for? Who we going for? Who we going for? I'm out. Get that light out of mine right now.
Police officer with the Sacramento Police Department. I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly.
So at the end, that's officers trying to take a subject into custody for assaulting another officer. I'm going to show you a picture of the pole. So a pretty lengthy, robust piece of metal there being thrown at the officers. Again, more poles, some that we had taken from protesters, others still being held by protesters at that location. This is a picture of one of the bike helmets worn by one of our officers. You can see there's some extensive damage to it, and then a picture of an officer, unfortunately, who was hurt during the event as well. So just to show, the types of assault that the officers are experiencing and being subjected to during these events. So that takes us to December 19th. Again, due to escalating tensions and problems during these events, we staffed this with 177 officers. We made 3 arrests and had 3 traffic citations. We had 4 officers injured, but no use of force. In this event, Antifa started at Fremont Park, and the Proud Boys and pro-Trump started at the Capitol. However, this time both groups marched towards each other. They clashed at 11th and N Street. We were able to keep the groups apart and disperse both groups, but they did break into smaller groups to try and get around police lines, and we did make several arrests. Of note on this, as the Antifa group marched from Fremont Park towards 11th and N, there was a downtown resident who was trying to film, and they were assaulted, and he was robbed of his cell phone while trying to film this group. So in the end, both groups ended up using pepper spray on each other, continuing to fight each other. An unlawful assembly was declared, and PD eventually separated and was able to disperse and get both of these groups out of the area. Also during this time, there was an event on K Street Mall. It was a Santa book drive, and we did receive some assistance from sheriff's deputies who were posted at 10th and K Street for the duration of the protest to make sure that that event took place without interference. I just want to show some pictures here of some items that were confiscated. We've been talking about the bear spray. Here's some pictures up on the left. Also tactical vests, again, the canes. And then the group of Antifa is the lower picture here with shields and tactical gear. So you'll notice the black bloc tactics, and they were staying together tightly as a group as they had been during most of these events. Kind of interesting that day, this was a day of an absolutely unrelated event to the rally. This was a farmers' rights rally, and we had about 1,000 cars gather at Sac State and then rally to the Capitol downtown. So after the original protest that officers were assigned to had been handled, officers moved into this area just to try and manage the traffic. So overall, this rally was very peaceful, but you can see the size and the scope and the traffic problems that ensued just from having that many cars in the area. So I'll talk about some additional events. We did see events on Saturday, December 26th and January 2nd. They ended up being pro-Trump only. We didn't have any issues, but truly not knowing what's going to happen, we still have to staff for the events. And that causes a pretty significant drain on police resources. So on the 26th of December, we staffed that event with 91 officers, and 45 officers were assigned to the January 2nd event. We had a small event on January 5th. It was a press conference at the DA's office. It was very peaceful with no issues, but we still, not knowing, assigned 57 officers to that. Then on January 9th, Reopen California had a permitted event on Capitol grounds. And so we had assigned 39 officers to that event. The only event of significance really was on December 31st, and that was an Antifa event. It was Antifa only. They gathered at Chavez Park. They marched to the Sacramento County Main Jail over on 7th and I on New Year's Eve. In that event, we saw one subject vandalizing a building. They tried to make an arrest on him. However, officers were surrounded by Antifa and had to use pepper spray to defend themselves. An officer's handgun was taken out of their holster in the chaos, and eventually the subject was taken into custody. However, the incident involving the gun is still being investigated. Members of the Antifa group marched back to Chavez Park, and that was the end of the event. So that brings us to, really what we saw at the U.S. Capitol. At the end of December, President Trump started calling for wild protests on January 6th. There was even a website supporting the event. So here at our state capitol, we had one as well. And knowing the issues that we had been having over the past 2 months, we staffed it very, very heavily with 201 officers. We ended up making 12 arrests. There were actually citations for bear spray. 9 of those were made before noon that day. And we had one person who was additionally charged with the possession of an illegal weapon. We did have one use of force during the event, but no officers were injured. So these are just pictures of how both groups came, both Proud Boys and Antifa. Early that day, we did see groups beginning to gather on both sides, which led us to be concerned. And then this is just a picture of a confiscated can of bear spray to try and give you an idea of the size. These are illegal to carry in California, and we've seen these multiple times at these events. So at its peak, there were about 500 people on January 6th, certainly nowhere near the Capitol event in Washington, D.C., although it was interesting, the similarities between some of the issues that they've had there and what we've seen here in the last 2 months. Most of this group was pro-Trump. It included some Proud Boys. There were Antifa and counter protesters as well, but that group was much, much smaller. Proud Boys and their associates were seen walking around the area. We did have a confrontation at 10th and L in the middle of the day, and Antifa advised that they wanted to leave. We had an additional confrontation on CHP's grounds over near 9th Street where pepper spray was used. But I want to show you this clip because it shows the bike officers that basically create a bubble for the Antifa group and help escort them out of the area at their request. So you'll hear Proud Boys and their affiliates in the background yelling at the Antifa group, and then our bike officers are going to escort them out through an alley. By about 3 o'clock this day, most of the Trump supporters had left the Capitol.
I'm going to take you right to the alley. You like it spicy? I'm just trying to get over him for a while. You guys hold that line. Hey, hold this line right here. Hold that line. Stay back. You guys are with me. Come on. Are you taking us, man? Because they gonna follow us. Sir, I'm not asking you to go over there. They follow us. Don't worry about it. Just go over there. Just go over there. Yeah, you're good right here, brother. Sir, come on. Out of the way. Out of the way. No, over here. Over here. That side. That side. Now. Go, 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 go. Ma'am, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. You're walking through here. We're gonna block this so that you guys can do your medical history. These officers are gonna watch over you. We're not trying to arrest anyone or anything. I promise you. No, you're fine. You're fine. This isn't a trap or anything. We're gonna block the alley here. We're gonna be able to keep everyone out of here. This is the only place we're gonna keep people out. Let's go. Here, get back, please. Get back, please. Here.
It's your boys. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't fucking touch me.
We gotta deal with that in a second.
Don't fucking touch me.
These guys are gonna watch you. We're gonna block this alley. Get your people in here, and you're gonna be safe.
Like right now.
So, like I had said, by about 3 o'clock, most of the Trump group was gone. We did have a small group of Antifa gather in Chavez Park, and they left about 4:30, and we declared the event over at that point. So that really brings us to Inauguration Week. This is a big, pretty big deal, obviously, for the whole country. So to prepare for any possible unrest this week, for all of our officers, days off have been canceled. Our officers are on 12-hour shift, and we've requested a significant amount of mutual aid from around the state. I'm sure you've seen the preparations that the state capitol, CHP has added some additional security measures, including fencing all around the Capitol. And you've seen the deployment of the National Guard at the Capitol and around the state capitol. So the For the weekend, really starting on Saturday the 16th, we have had no issues and really no protesters on either side of this over the past weekend. And while we aren't able to share our plans or intelligence for the inauguration day and for tomorrow, I can guarantee that we will have a large law enforcement presence throughout the city, and that will include the National Guard. So I'd just like to touch on a couple of things before I wrap up the presentation. This is a social media piece that the chief had mentioned on, and these are things that concern us. There's a lot of discussion on social media, about social media and the influence it has had on the elections, as well as just social movements as a whole. So one of the things that we believe really fuels the fire of some of these events is the spread of inaccurate information, rhetoric, whatever you want to call it. So social media, for as great as it is at many things, it also makes information easily accessible and easy to share, regardless if it is right or wrong. So I'm going to show you the clip. This is what the chief was talking about. This was shared widely on social media. It alleges that our officers were protecting the Proud Boys, who were saying things like, "Be safe, we got your back," on this post. But someone had taken the liberty to write captions over the video and credits, I guess, the police officer for saying, quote, "Watch your six," which alleges or would lead one to believe that we are now siding with the Proud Boys.
Police actually were defending America like they should be. Thank you, police. The boys are.
So I'm going to show, we actually have the officer's corresponding body-worn camera. And so I've taken a screenshot of the subject in the video who's actually making those comments that you just heard. He's seen here, and you can watch for him in the next clip I'm going to show, which is from the officer.
Move back! Move back! Move back! Oh, look how hyped up you get! So cute! You little fucking pussy! Take a step back, man. Step back. Hey, you're safe. We got your back. You're safe. Take a step back then. Back up. Back him up. Back it up. Back it up. Good job,
So that's what actually happened. But if you didn't have the officer's body-worn camera, it'd be really easy to assume that what you saw online was true and correct, and that the video posted was an accurate depiction of what had happened. So this video shows that it wasn't the officer speaking, but really without the proper perspective, it's really easy for people to jump to false conclusions and make judgments. You know, the other thing is law enforcement has been accused of taking sides in regards to these protests, like where we favored one side or we've protected one side over the other. Just wanted to show this still shot of our officers, because it shows how, you know, we do split crowds, how we divide, and we face both groups equally. This both ensures the safety of the officers and the safety of the protesters. And I just want to say that SAC-PD works very hard to ensure fair and impartial treatment of any side involved in these protests, regardless of ideology. And really, this is the fair and correct response that the community should expect from law enforcement. So there's also an unwelcome affiliation of the police with the conservative right in the form of branding, flags, military gear, commentary that they are quote unquote on the side of law enforcement. These pictures are from the Sac State Hornet, and the upper right photo has a caption if you pull it up on their webpage, and it reads, "A Proud Boy lectures a police officer standing between him and counter protesters in Sacramento, California on November 21st, 2020. He told the police officers that the Proud Boys were on law enforcement's side and that they weren't there to cause trouble." So I just think it's imperative to reaffirm that racism, hate, and intolerance have no place in the Sacramento Police Department. Our officers are sworn to uphold the law in a fair and unbiased manner, and we protect the rights of all. And then finally, as we've seen through these events, the protesters don't just fight with each other. Our police officers have often been targeted, have been put in positions where they have been easy targets, unfortunately, for demonstrators on both sides. And I'd just like to add that the men and women of the department are working under extremely challenging conditions while remaining neutral, providing for the public safety, and protecting First Amendment expression. I'm going to show you two additional examples of what our officers have been subjected to. This first video is an example of an unwarranted assault on one of our bike officers where a barricade gets thrown at him while he's just simply facilitating the march. And it's not just physical assaults and physical abuse. You know, like you've seen, our officers have been put in positions where they have to stand there and divide the groups. They don't really have the option to move around because we're really trying to create a wall and some separation. Because they are just standing there, they're often subjected to verbal abuse. So I'm going to show this clip. This is actually a really short clip of what actually happened. The full length clip is just probably too long for this presentation. But our officers were subjected to this person speaking for quite a long period of time. And I'm just going to show you the last few seconds before she moves on.
I just wanted to say that you're a piece of shit. You should quit your job. Everything you stand for is garbage. And you need better mascara. Fuck you. But do consider sex work. Quit your job and become a sex worker.
Okay, so that kind of takes me to the summary of the events. And so in the videos that you've seen throughout the presentation, you know, I just want to reiterate how, you know, proud we are of our officers who have continued to try and maintain the peace at these rallies, protest demonstrations. If you add up all of the officers that have been assigned through the 18th, so just through the other day, we've had to assign over 2,000 officers to staff these events. In total, of all of the events, we've had 27 arrests or citations. 16 of those have been issued to Antifa or counter-protesters and 11 to Proud Boy, pro-Trump, and their affiliates, if you try and group each side. We have 3 cases of assault where criminal prosecution was actually requested and desired. We had 11 officers injured. We had 7 uses of force. And just some financial costs. These are only through the beginning of the month. So at the beginning of January, we had over 7,100 hours of OT at a cost to our city of about $616,000. But, you know, the cost is not just a financial one. These events have had a real measurable impact on our community. In order to staff these events, not only do officers have to set aside or be pulled from their regular duties, investigations get delayed, response and service to our community is severely impacted. So one of the things that we looked at was proactivity. And proactivity for our officers, we measure this by officers being able to conduct self-initiated activity. They includes community and business contacts, investigating suspicious activity, conducting follow-up. And we found that on Saturdays in November and December, since these events have begun, proactivity has dropped 42%. And when we're not able to be proactive and do self-initiated activity, we are simply reactive. It makes it very, very difficult to prevent anything. We really are just responding.
Thank you, Mr. Marin. Do you want to have Deputy Chief Lester play Chief Hahn's video again?
Yeah, I think so. Here, let's complete the presentation.
That was not live streamed to the public.
Yeah, let's make sure that the public.
So we do want to hear that the council members did see it in the Zoom.
I understand, but the public didn't, and the public is more important than us. So
Perfect. So do you want to go ahead and start that now, and then the council members will be back online in 5 minutes?
That's fine. At the live stream, that makes a lot of sense. Why don't we get a head start on that? Go ahead. Let's play the video, please.
Okay, what I'm gonna do, Mindy, is I'm gonna take my video off and just put it back on that section, and I think that'll work.
Thank you.
Well, let's try it. Hold on, give me a second.
We are live, members. What we're going to do, even before the members get back, is replay the chief's video, since the members of the public did not get to see it, and then we will go to public testimony.
Hey. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up.
Since the election, our city has been challenged by a battle between two factions demonstrating their disagreement and beliefs, not by exercising their constitutional rights guaranteed by the freedoms of this great country, but rather by inflicting violence upon each other with no regard for those caught in the middle, our community, peaceful protesters exercising their constitutional rights, and our Sacramento police officers. These acts of violence and property damage are inflicting additional unnecessary harm upon our community at a time when a deadly pandemic is taking the lives of our loved ones, destroying businesses and the life's work of many, and putting countless workers on the unemployment line and unable to pay their rent and provide for their families. At a time when the health crisis is also inflicting extreme emotional strain in our community as well, turning young people's lives upside down. No school, sports, and other essential extracurricular activities, isolating friends, families, our elders, and the unknown future challenges that are in store for our collective community. All too often, these challenges lead to increased depression and suicide in our community. This is occurring during a time when increased violence in our city and across our country has become a harsh reality. We have nightly shootings, senseless acts of gun violence, and increased gang activity. These aren't just stories from afar on the 5 o'clock news, a headline in the local paper, or a short quip on social media. This is a family having to deal with the murder of their 2 teenage sons at our local mall during the holiday season. These are members of our community. These are our family being destroyed. This increased violence impacts our entire community and should be a concern for all of us. These challenges come as our police department is working hard to continuously improve our service to our community. We are taking every precaution possible to ensure our officers and our professional staff remain healthy during the current worldwide pandemic so they can continue to show up to work each and every day to provide the essential services our community so desperately needs, as well as return home safely to their families at the end of their shifts. Instead of working together and lifting each other up, instead of looking to strengthen our collective future, instead of caretaking and healing, instead of expressing our disagreements in a peaceful way, we have multiple groups of people who choose not to exercise their First Amendment rights, but rather, under the guise of constitutionally protected protest, choose to put the safety and lives of other demonstrators, our uninvolved community members, and our police officers at risk. Hundreds of Sacramento police officers and professional staff continue to have their lives and the lives of their families turned upside down to work these demonstrations and protect the rights our Constitution guarantees. It is these officers who were injured this weekend while working tirelessly under extremely challenging conditions to keep the peace and keep antagonistic groups separated. Groups that choose to conduct violent acts upon others, damage property, and terrorize the downtown community. This is not protesting. These acts are not demonstrating their constitutionally protected rights. This is unwarranted, unjustified criminal behavior. Sacramento, we are better than this. We should all stand against violence, harm, and damage committed in our city. Our Constitution not only does not protect these actions, our Constitution actually guarantees universal rights for all and is meant to protect our whole community against those who want to inflict these acts of harm upon others. This is my promise to our community. Our department, the Sacramento Police Department, is committed to upholding all people's constitutionally protected rights to have demonstrations and peaceful protest. We will continue to work hard to provide safety and support to all of our neighborhoods during these trying times. We will continue to make personal and professional sacrifices to serve our communities. Our officers and professional staff will continue to show up for our community each and every day because that is what they do. Because they chose to serve in good times and challenging times. There are countless among us who are also going to continue to show up to work and serve during the most challenging of times. Nurses, doctors, first responders, teachers, and many other dedicated members of our community. We're asking for people to demonstrate through their actions that they truly support change and better things for our city and our country. These unnecessary actions and acts of violence toward each other must end. They only take us away from the service we are here to provide and create a ripple effect of negative impacts on our community that is already suffering too much. These are hard times. People are truly struggling. Let us come together, express our disagreements peacefully, and stand together in this great city to get through these challenging times. It's time to be Sacramento strong together.
Chief Lester, thank you, Chief. You want to briefly summarize? It's been a long presentation, it's been a worthy presentation, but we've got 30 plus people ready to testify, plus the city council to weigh in.
Yep, I'm all done. This just ends that portion of the presentation. I was going to turn it over to Chief Hahn if he had any final thoughts. And
okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor, that ends our presentation, so I turn it back over to you. Thank you.
It was a very compelling presentation, and I know that I will have some comments and questions, as I know the council will as well. And so thank you. Let me begin by how many callers do we have, Madam Clerk?
I have 34 callers.
34?
That's correct.
Okay, let's hear from the public. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have my first caller, please? Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name's Carly, and I'm here with the Anti-Police Terror Project tonight. I think it's really important to talk about more than what was just talked about just these past couple of months. Let's go back to the George Floyd protests. People were treated so much differently then. People are showing up to these protests now with gas masks and helmets and whatnot, because back towards the end of May or beginning of June, I forget the specific date, but one of my friends was shot in the face with rubber bullets. 3, in fact, at least, hit them in the face. along with a tear gas canister that had been launched from a grenade launcher directly at their face. And this caused multiple skull fractures, a nearly fatal brain bleed, and a completely shattered jawbone. And Daryl Steinberg decided to come out to one of our actions and try and take a knee in front of everybody, but then didn't say anything after all of our friends had been out there shot in the face or sprayed with so much tear gas that they had to go in to have surgery on their detached retina that they sustained just from all of the tear gas that they encountered out there from police. So let's not forget that the police were not out there keeping people safe. In fact, they were causing people great bodily harm and almost killed people. I think that there are a lot of answers that we need. We need to know how many of SAC PD's officers were out at the insurrection on January 6th. We already know that there have been several sheriff's deputies that have come forward saying that they were out there. We need to know the same about Sacramento PD. We need to know how Sacramento is screening officers for their allegiance to white supremacy.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Because there's already things that we know, like Officer Wheelone has a Nazi tattoo of 88 on his arm.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Maria Elena, and I'm calling this evening to just address the fact that in 2016, Sacramento individuals who are advocating for change and social justice movement saw supremacy through our law enforcement. It was verified for us by The Guardian in 2018. And I feel that any attempts for change that Officer Hahn has made are canceled out when individuals representing officers in partnering offices create friction when they make negative comments about Officer Hahn's attempts to de-escalate matters. I do not feel that the officers themselves as individuals are sympathetic to supremacists. I believe that the culture of law enforcement is well documented at a national level to be sympathetic with supremacy. I think that the presentation tonight further amplified that when we see that these two groups that are predominantly Anglo were able to be separated for long periods of time by law enforcement. And were not engaged by law enforcement until they attacked law enforcement. And for that, I have to say that while our officers individually are not supremacists, the actions show that they are, because our Black and brown advocates who have been on the streets for 4 years would not see that length of time and that amount of space between them. And I've seen other agencies pick up Black and brown protesters, not with Sacramento PD. So I just want to say that as well. And finally, I just want to close with some things that were said as far as what the officers deal with, and they aren't trained for everything that comes with the protest, to engage with medical response or to even de-escalate themselves from going from that protest situation to dealing with a mental health issue in the field. So I feel like we really need to give
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
That's my final comment. Have a nice night.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. My name is Victor Brazelton, and I think there's a couple of things that were mentioned. First of all was the implicit bias, which I think needs to be examined. First of all, by this council when it comes to the way that the police are used, specifically with different interactions. We saw what happened with the George Floyd interaction where the National Guard was called in, where there was tear gas used upon the citizens from the police, and that there were people who were seriously harmed during that interaction. I think the other thing that happened during 1/6 was the fact that it is very clear now that there is law enforcement involvement inside of this far right-wing establishment. So when we talk and we look at this as if the Trump supporter group is not someone who has had the support of law enforcement, both on the federal and state level and the local level, there needs to be an investigation into independently as to why why law enforcement was involved, how much they've been involved, and what we plan to do about it. The reason why people wear tear gas and tear masks to protest is because they have been shot with tear gas bullets that have been authorized by this council, that they have been shot with tear gas over and over again for going out to peaceful protests. Is the reason why they show up ready and prepared to be able to exercise their First Amendment right. You call them just a hate group, but this is a white supremacist group. And when you don't take action against a white supremacist group that is prepared to attack the Capitol, that is prepared to attack our community, and you focus on just the anti-fascists, which are people who show up to be able to stand guard for fascist people who are looking and attempting to hurt Black and brown people inside of our community, is the reason why you find that they are taking action in their own hands. There needs to be an investigation into how law enforcement has supported these groups and how they have continued to support these groups in Sacramento. But if you look to the previous actions that happened on the Capitol, you will see white supremacists with their arms around.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
You will also see that the only people who were prosecuted inside of this town have been anti-protesters, that there have not been any white supremacists who have
Thank
been
you for your
prosecuted
comments.
for the violence on our community.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. My name is Ruth, and I'm with NorCal Resist. Nearly every weekend since the election, racist organizations from around the region have descended on Sacramento, holding protests at the state capitol. The protests have been met by small groups of anti-racist counter-protesters. Each protest has seen an increase in violence exercised by Trump supporters towards small groups of counter-protesters and even bystanders. Yet Sacramento Police Department appear to focus most of their attention and aggression on the anti-racist protesters. For example, on November 14th, a young trans person was arrested and given a $50,000 bail after being chased, heckled, and attacked by a group of Trump supporters, including one individual who was part of the mob that stormed Capitol Hill on November 6th. On November 21st, a young woman was arrested on a felony charge after attempting to defend herself from a group of Trump-supporting men who were physically attacking her from all sides. Sacramento PD watched and did little to nothing to protect her. And let's not forget this summer when Black Lives Matter protesters were tear gas, pepper spray, shot with rubber bullets, hit with nightsticks, among other acts of violence and overreacting by law enforcement. That excessive use of force has yet to be answered for or addressed by our city leadership. To add insult to injury, hate groups have been allowed to roam and terrorize members of our community while law enforcement stands by and watches. Sac PD's bias in support of these racist, sexist, homophobic gangs of white supremacists is apparent as it continues to throw anti-racist protesters in jail with Trump charges that lead to absurdly high bails. If it were not for community members and NorCal Resist bailing them out, these individuals would be stuck in COVID-infested jail cells. City leaders only add insult to injury by doing nothing and allowing SAC PD to continue these biased practices. NorCal Resist joins local organizations and activists in demanding city.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Take a decisive action to investigate officer conduct, ties to far-right organizations, and the January 6th mob.
Thank you for your comments.
Officers involved in racist and fascist organizations are immediately fired.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. Again, Michael Ault with Downtown Partnership. It's been a long night, I know, for all of you, and I know for the community that's watched that, but I would be remiss if I did not call to communicate and really acknowledge the leadership of our police department related to the last several months. I think you've heard firsthand tonight what we have endured as it relates to downtown, the impacts that we've seen in our business. We work with cities across the country and have heard about impacts to urban centers, and our police department has done an incredible job of not only working with the business community, but balancing the issue of First Amendment rights. While we've seen vandalism, mayhem, we've not seen any loss of life that we've seen in many communities. Chief Hahn Deputy Chief Lester, Captain Wendy Brown, and their teams have done a tremendous job of working with the business community, working with us. We have kept our teams in the field, working with them. We are so fortunate to have their leadership, our city manager, Howard Chan. This challenge that we have seen has changed the way that this community looks at the core. The impacts of these businesses are astronomical. We have seen almost 40% of our businesses downtown close. And as we move forward and try and get back with this, working closely with the police department and their leadership is going to be critical. They have truly been partners that I think that this community can be proud of. And I wanted to make sure they know the business community and specifically our small business owners appreciate their efforts, their communication, and their outreach. And we look forward to continued partnerships with them as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Amy Rogers. I'm the supervising attorney for the Sacramento chapter of the National Lawyers Guild. I had quite a few examples of the disparity of the treatment by the Sacramento Police Department officers between the anti-racist activists and the Proud Boys and their affiliate groups. However, I have become aware of it appears to be an organized program today of the police department to contact, arrest, and raid several residents of members of the anti-racist groups. And I would ask that Chief Hahn indicate the justification for that on the day before we know that Proud Boys and affiliate groups will be protesting. It appears to be nothing more than an attempt to stifle or squash any First Amendment right to protest. I would also ask Chief Hahn if those exact same actions were being carried out towards the alt-right white supremacist groups. I've also been informed that the Sacramento Police Department has provided names of anti-racists to the FBI so that the FBI could contact these people and question them and further intimidate them against carrying out their First Amendment rights. I would like to make a few comments as to the videos that were shown. Clearly in those videos, the Proud Boys and their affiliate groups were the aggressors. The video of the December 12th in the parking garage, what was not shown by the police department was that there was a Proud Boy in the garage with a large can of bear mace. Immediately after he deployed the bear mace, a group of bike officers rode down the ramp. They did not contact him. They did not detain him. They did not arrest him. There are videos, public videos that are accessible.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
I would ask that Chief Hahn respond to my concerns about this clear attempt to suppress the First Amendment right to protest.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Paris Dye, and I work with Impact SAC. We are in District 3, downtown Sacramento. I just want to really our teens did a program this year, or we're running a program called Check Your Vibe. Want to thank Chief Hahn for joining our teens in a conversation around the protests and the things that are happening. It's really critical that we continue to work together, that we stay at the table. And our appreciation for Chief Hahn and the Sacramento Police Department for always being open, always being willing to have conversations with young people and include them in these conversations that we're having is critical to Sacramento. Our teens are watching. They're watching adults. They're watching leaders. They're watching law enforcement. And they're paying attention to what we're doing. So I think it's really just critical that we continue building together, that we work. And so I'm really happy with just the communication level that we've had and the commitment to continually have conversations. These protests are disturbing to see, and I'm just thankful that we had a conversation that is welcoming to teens and that you've opened the opportunity for them to continue checking their vibe with you through this mental health and COVID crisis. But again, it's just together. It's the only way we're going to get this done is together. And I appreciate you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
First and foremost, I want to ask, how much taxpayer money did this SPD presentation cost us? Because what I saw was clearly just one-sided propaganda with an added campaign video for Chief Hahn thrown in at the end that wasted a lot of public time on a hearing that honestly, it deserves a special meeting to fully discuss this issue. The idea that you could fit this into a regular agenda is bullshit. And Daryl, you know that. First and foremost, you're not an idiot. Neither is Chief Hahn. Why do we keep going through this song and dance routine every time something something big happens? And we all know, we can see the disparities in the police response. It is posted on social media constantly, including in Sacramento. The response to SAC PD by California Highway Patrol and Sacramento sheriffs working in tandem was night and day different. On May 2020, after George Floyd's murder and the recent Proud Boy rallies and white supremacist rallies here in Sacramento. It was night and day difference over a year ago, 2 years ago almost, when all three of those agencies worked together to kettle 84 people, including journalists and pastors and children, together just for marching through your wealthy Fab 40s in East Sacramento. No one, not one fucking video that I saw tonight actually showed any kind of impartial analysis within that. There was no sharing of the social media videos that have been shared widely, including with SAC PD, because we know that they're actively following our social media accounts.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
There needs to be a special meeting that's held on this because I don't trust any of you to actually provide us with an impartial or objective analysis.
Thank you for your comments.
On the police response to white supremacy.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
My name is Tiffany Reselmoyer. I'm an attorney with Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights. But more importantly, I am a resident of Sacramento. I'm commenting today because I deeply love my neighbors, my community in this city, and I'm just as deeply troubled by the actions of the Sacramento City Police Department and the inaction of city leadership. There are clear inequities in how the police responded to white supremacist gatherings and protests versus how they responded to protests against police brutality in the summer and in the past. In most instances, Sacramento police are clearly targeting counter-demonstrators instead of the white supremacist groups, with their backs towards the latter and their weapons drawn towards the former. In fact, the videos that the department just presented to the council confirm the already unsubstantiated claims of Proud Boys harming people in view of Sacramento police for multiple weeks with no police intervention at all. I have countless clients who are reporting they're being surveilled by Sacramento police just for attending the counter demonstration, and there is no evidence that police are engaged in the same type of surveillance for white supremacist groups. In fact, the police presentation tonight focused so narrowly on who they call Antifa and confirmed that this is part of their regular practice, which is illegal, by the way. Just today, in advance of this meeting, there were raids by Sacramento police of counter demonstrators whose homes were ransacked. Your police are falsely and dangerously equating Proud Boys with counter demonstrators. One group is a white supremacist group threatening violence with ties to an insurrection at the nation's capital, and the other group is present to counter white supremacist violence. They are not the same. The department's inaccurate statements diminish the power of the rise of white supremacy in this city and call into question the willingness or capacity of the city police to assess actual risks of danger for non-white Sacramento residents. I want to conclude by saying that I have seen that it is difficult for government officials to take the word of city residents over city police departments. But I urge you to believe the accounts of your constituents who say they have experienced physical and psychological trauma as a result of your law enforcement's response to post-election protests and stomach-churning, unprovoked violence.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yes. The depth of the issues requires a separate forum with trauma-informed facilitation and a commitment to adopting recommendations for your constituents to move forward. You have the power to completely
Thank you for your
transform
comments.
justice looks like in Sacramento.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening. I'm a resident of District 6, and as an activist in Sacramento, I'm fearful to share my name due to a history of harassment and retaliation by SAC PD against known activists. I've many times been subject to the harsh treatment activists received by SAC PD. Their history of excessive force, restricting rights, and aggressive behavior is well documented. Over the last couple of months, however, I've been shocked by both the escalation of these behaviors and the differences in how SAC PD treats activists versus right-wing demonstrators that have been frequenting the Capitol since November. The police have consistently treated human rights activists with significantly more force and aggression than right-wing demonstrators. They routinely overlook laws broken by the right-wing demonstrators while targeting human rights activists with great force for much lesser offenses. SAC PD has allowed Proud Boys and other white supremacists to roam the streets largely unchecked, often resulting in these groups seeking out and assaulting other protesters. On multiple occasions, the police have stood by and watched as these right-wing groups have stalked and assaulted counter-protesters, and the police have done nothing to stop it or enforce the laws being broken. They have, on a number of occasions, intentionally blocked access to the counter-protesters trying to flee the Proud Boys and or get back to their vehicles to leave the area. Watching the police shake hands, fist bump, and pat these community terrorists on the back like buddies has been an incredibly unsettling thing to witness. It has happened on numerous occasions. The obvious biases officers hold has repeatedly resulted in injury, harassment, and the terrorizing of community members. Proud Boys have been allowed to terrorize the community for months now, and the police have largely just stood by and allowed it. On one occasion, myself and a small group of others were intentionally forced into a group of Proud Boys by the police as they created a line between Proud Boys and counter-protesters. We expressed our fear to officers and asked them to allow us back to the side where we would feel safer.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
I'd like to say that the presentation today was a joke and was completely one-sided, and it shows that all the footage they have.
Thank you for your comments.
Counter-protesters.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, everybody. My name is Nikki, and I could say a million things about the presentation that was just provided, that we just saw. And while I appreciate some of the nuanced comments from Chief Hahn, I could see that Sergeant Lester's presentation ignored so much of the white supremacist violence that I've seen play out over the last few couple of months here in Sacramento, and obviously focused so heavily on the other side of that came out to say this kind of presence is unacceptable, which is what I wish y'all would have said from the beginning about this kind of violence and rhetoric. I'm concerned that the response of the city to ongoing rise in this organized and right-wing violence and the spread of this violent and racist rhetoric and recruitment here in downtown and also throughout the country is to have simply some kind of police department presentation on protest activity. A police department who, along with their colleagues in the profession globally, are under widespread scrutiny, not only for their racist and aggressive policing, but also the history and legacy of policing being built on the premise of white supremacy and the control of Black people, Indigenous people, and poor people. And, the global realization of the illegitimacy of this profession is being expressed just really, really everywhere. And, furthermore, this meeting should be a public and less formal meeting where subject matter experts.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yeah, basically, this has been one-sided, and I'd like to see some kind of explanation of.
Thank you for your
A
comments.
real conversation with the community.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Meg. I'm from District 3. As a Black woman, a business owner, as well as a homeowner, I can say that I do not feel safe with Sacramento law enforcement. Chief Han is bold-faced lying when he says that there's equal response, and it's very troubling that he would even suggest that and seem to be more upset about property loss than the lives that are lost due to the system of injustice that he upholds. Chief Lester, I'm absolutely livid. It's a misrepresentation and the bold lying of the video and that presentation. I wish I had more than 2 minutes to specifically call some of those things out. Since I've been on the ground working to improve community safety since last summer's protests, I've seen firsthand the different treatments between different protesters. I've witnessed law enforcement working with Stop the Steal protesters to violently target counter-protesters. There's videos in the comments that clearly prove this. In spite of the fact that I'm not a counter-protester and I've never incited any violence, I've still been physically attacked on numerous occasions by law enforcement, even when I'm trying to do their job of de-escalating a situation. One incident, I was beaten so badly and bruised I had to miss a full week of work. Another incident, law enforcement watched a group of Stop the Steal protesters jump a queer Black woman and the man who tried to intervene. Then they arrested the victim and did nothing to the attackers, even when they were asked to, but they didn't show that incident in their presentation at all. In my experience, law enforcement is not doing their job to keep our community safe. Instead, they're increasing violence and enabling white supremacist groups. It's time that we give authority to our community-run police oversight committee, and we need to know what is going to be done to investigate law enforcement's ties to white supremacist groups. I know that there was also something about how they're dealing with homelessness that kind of was split in there. Law enforcement also needs to stop harassing and sweeping our unhoused community. It's cruel, expensive, and dangerous, especially during a pandemic. So I hope that you guys can get together to make a special meeting on this issue to actually help make our community safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, my name is Ahmed Naguib from District 5. I'm an activist and community member in the Sacramento community. I'm appalled by this presentation. Chief Han thinks that this is disrespectful to the community. Chief Han thinks we're stupid. It is propaganda. Straight up, 2 pieces of information. December 18th, lack of use of force, which is absolutely incorrect. There was use of force. And then January 2nd, the video you all showed clipped out the part in which police officers pepper sprayed the counter-protesters before escorting them out. This is a poor attempt at propaganda and an incredibly disrespectful move to the Sacramento community. We expect better, and we need a full meeting on this subject. And if the city council is going to push this through right now, you're continuing to enforce the issue and push it even further. Daryl, this is your fault. You've had 4 years to sit here and do something about this. I see you're bored in this meeting currently, and really need you to kind of pay attention, because you've been warned over and over about the Sacramento PD and you've ignored it consistently. So I need the city council to pay attention to this presentation. It's one-sidedness, and exactly what happened here today was a presentation of the police trying to smear counter-protesters when not talking about the fact that they have allowed Proud Boys and fascists to organize at the Capitol for week after week with no permit. And if these people were Black and brown, they would have been shot, tear gassed, and eliminated from the conversation, as you did all summer with Black Lives Matter protesters. The brutality of Sacramento PD is not shown in that video. There is media evidence. You claim that media did not cover this in the incident. However, media was out there consistently, several independent journalists. However, you're not willing to show that information because it does not fit your narrative. So people of Sacramento, go online, do your research. Sac PD is lying to you. Daryl, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yeah, Chief Han, you should resign.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Yeah, Richard Wake, City Council, District 5. So I just happened to be downtown on one of the days that some of these protests were happening. I did not participate in them. But, you know, one of the reasons that some of, quote, Antifa, which is, by the way, not an organized group, it's an ideology, were over at Chavez Park is because the Proud Boys were beating up homeless people over in the park. And they were out there protecting the homeless people because what the Proud Boys were doing is that they were, giving items of food and hygiene stuff to the homeless people, getting them to think they were friendly, and then they were beating the crap out of them over in the park, and that's true. But looking back, several people mentioned that the distrust of how the police are treating people because of the way the Black Lives Matter protesters were treated. Well, but another contributing factor is this, and back in 2016, there was a Nazi protest at the grounds of the state capitol, and there was, even despite the fact that there was recorded cell phone evidence, District Attorney Anne-Marie Schubert failed to prosecute any of those Nazis that stabbed the counter-protesters at the Capitol. I would humbly submit to all the people that said that why the city council doesn't do anything is because 5 of those city council members up there endorsed Nazi sympathizer Anne-Marie Schubert for re-election for district attorney. And that also resulted in Eric Guerra and Steve Hansen, who were also members of the Democratic Central Committee, being removed from committee because of their shameful endorsement of Anne-Marie Schubert. You guys are implicitly enabling these Nazi protesters because they know they have a safe haven with a Nazi-supporting fascist Anne-Marie Schubert district attorney. All of you people that endorsed Anne-Marie Schubert, especially Guerra and Steve Hansen, and Mayor Steinberg.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
You all should be ashamed of yourself for endorsing a fascist enabler like
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Robert Copeland. I live in District 4. It's a known fact that law enforcement from around the country went to Washington, D.C. for the riots and stormed the Capitol. I want to know if anybody from Sac PD went. And would Chief Hahn fire the people if he found out that he went to the federal Capitol or participate in the future? 2, I don't feel safe going to near the Capitol on some days when I know the Proud Boys may be there. 3, law enforcement shot indiscriminately at Black Lives Matter protesters back in the last summer, June, July, during the George Floyd protest. And several people got hit by rubber bullets, tear gas. Why wasn't, last point, was there any innocent bystanders that the police department know that were injured by the Proud Boys? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
So that presentation was clearly biased. Near constant criticism of Antifa's tactics with little to no criticism of the Proud Boys' tactics, weapons, and gear used, despite them being similar at times. So just for education to counteract that propaganda, Proud Boys are white supremacists and affiliate with Nazis, aka fascists. Anti-fascists, or Antifa, have their origins in defending protesters against fascist-aligned protest groups. Conflating the two shows how clueless the chief is. To be clear, the Southern Poverty Law Center does not designate Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization when they do that for the Proud Boys. In fact, they explicitly call out Trump, categorizing them as such as a threat to civil liberties. Also, thank you for allowing one side to bring their own defense and provide evidence that they didn't do anything wrong, and with no context, no less. If you want community trust, you'd allow the community to present in a public forum, also appreciate the retribution from the police towards anti-fascists tonight via arrests. Anyway, I was at the protest in the summer, and make no mistake, while this presentation makes it seem as though Antifa were violent out of nowhere, it all came as a result of police over-aggression this summer. We can't treat these incidents as though one isn't directly related to the other. The protests this summer and police response were direct instigators of the reactions of Antifa. The wearing of helmets, gas masks, padding, etc. were all driven by police over-aggression. I also appreciate the continuation of the theme of being hypercritical of Antifa, but not showing the weapons and tactics used by Proud Boys, making it once again seem clear that the police empathize with that side. This summer, police pulled multiple tactics to ramp up aggression towards protesters, including kettling protesters, forcing them into a situation where they would violate curfew. Kettling isn't necessary, and it creates a situation in which protesters can't comply. Unnecessarily aggressive responses by police, from their stances to their attire to their military vehicles, all drive up the tension and create a situation where adrenaline is flowing, and studies have been shown that they are more likely to act in aggressive manners rather than calming situations through de-escalation, which it is clear that they are able to do when the protesters are white or Republican. Chief Hahn says he loves his country, wants to protect his country. Fascism
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Chief Hahn conflates anti-fascists with fascists, and by conflating the two, he provides fascist cover.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Carbajal, and I'm a lawyer at Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights of the San Francisco Bay Area. I grew up, went to law school, and much of my family is based in the Sacramento area, so I am deeply invested in this region and how it treats its residents who are Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Since the 2020 election was called for Joe Biden, white supremacists and other white alt-right groups, notably the Proud Boys, have circled the Capitol building in Sacramento to protest the election results. During this period, there have been many reports of Proud Boys harassing and attacking counter-protesters, people of color in the vicinity, and unhoused members of the community. The police, though present, have not stepped in to protect against this behavior, instead letting these attacks and harassment continue without consequence. This is in stark contrast with officers' actions this summer when citizens of Sacramento came out in droves to protest the murder of George Floyd. During those protests, police, with the help of the National Guard, brutalized Sacramentans who were exercising their First Amendment rights. These protesters were beat, pepper sprayed, and arrested without provocation after they were targeted for surveillance, which not only chills their free speech, but further traumatizes those activists. Again, this doesn't appear to be happening to the current group of regular protesters, which includes the Proud Boys. Given the DHS grant discussed earlier today, it is of the utmost importance that officers shed light on their decision to surveil one side, who are notably not classified as a hate group, significantly more than the other. And this is only scratching the surface of our concerns. As such, this city deserves a special meeting dedicated to these issues to further discuss these concerns and give people harmed a chance to be heard in a trauma-informed setting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Yes, my name is Sonia Lewis, and I am a proud former leader and organizer with Black Lives Matter chapter of Sacramento from 2015 to 2019. I have sat at many tables with leaders from other organizations all around this city who have fought to lift and center the disenfranchisement of Black bodies and the taxation without representation we often experience when discussing who deserves police protection. In this very moment, I have to tell you that I'm experiencing a visceral and physical reaction when having to relive some of the reactions you often deny, but I have witnessed and experienced firsthand, that of SAC PD, that of SAC Sheriff, that of CHP, and the National Guard during my time with BLM Sacramento and beyond. I was there the night SAC PD corralled and kettled peaceful protesters on that bridge in the Fab 40s, watching over 80 of my community comrades to be arrested for asserting their First Amendment right in one of the most affluent communities in Sacramento. Let me also interject that while there are lots of conversations about there were lots of conversations about the hiring of Chief Hahn, the first Black chief, I want to remind you that he not so long ago hung a Blue Lives Matter sign from his office wall, a flag that is a hate symbol, a clap back to the Black Lives Matter movement. You cannot have it both ways. It was mentioned that the city manager, Chan, is doing such an awesome job with respects to equity in Sacramento. But did you ask the people of Sacramento if we wanted to spend our tax dollars on the likes of Stanford when we have people like myself who do equity work and know the dynamics of this city firsthand? I want to take you back to May and June after the very public murder of George Floyd, and as a senior organizer in this community offering assistance to sometimes first-time protesters and new to the movement protesters, people who are just awakened to your riot tactics It is irresponsible of all of you to misrepresent who and what Antifa is, a person or a group actively opposing fascism, a group that includes Christian ministers, a group that includes
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yes, my final comment, I just want to say that several local news organizations have contacted me for comment because they've seen the very biased way that you police and control Black bodies.
Thank you for your comments.
I just want to remind you, just one more second, Mayor
Thank you for your
Steinberg has
comments.
spent several meetings.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening. My name is Flojan Kofer. And I'm calling tonight because I wanted to, first and foremost, uplift some of the comments that have come before mine. But I especially want to object to the structure of this conversation. First and foremost, the police department and the police are stakeholders. They are not an independent authority. And so there should have been time and there should be a platform for other narratives to have been presented from other key stakeholders in this community. And so the fact that this conversation was structured in a biased way towards one entity is already problematic in its construction. It was also problematic in the framing because there was perspective taking and narrative setting along with the presentation of the facts. And I have really significant challenges and concerns about the way in which that was presented to our community as an authoritative figure and without any counter narrative when we know that there are clear counter narratives to the way in which that was presented. But I also want to draw attention to the fact that this is a city who has challenged itself to develop a racial equity framework. And yet leadership of one of its key departments talked tonight about root and cause without actually being able to muster maybe the courage or maybe even the political support to be able to speak the name of that root cause out loud. And that root cause is white supremacy born of capitalism. And so if we're unwilling in a country that was founded on that route to be able to steal the land and commit genocide against one people and steal the people to work that land, we are completely incapacitated to be able to actually address the white supremacy that is undergirding everything we're seeing here now and everything we're seeing here nationally. That's part of the problem. You have to name it in order to be able to destroy it. And so we're not going to be able to get to the root cause until we can name that root cause. And we're not going to be able to get to the bottom of this conversation until we can have a balanced conversation with all of the key stakeholders. The police voices and the police perspective on this particular issue are no more valid.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yes, the community deserves to have a voice in this, and this is an incomplete conversation without it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hey, I'm just going to start with last summer, the first night that we went out to protest with George Floyd, and we were immediately and instantly met with a line full of people in riot gear. And the biggest memory that I have that night that you say all of a sudden was rioting and violence was a line full of those fucking cops that wouldn't even look people in the eye. They stood there cold-faced and stone-faced and da-da-da-da-da. And we got tear gassed and maced and shot at and whatever that first night. So whatever bullshit about it being like a community call of response to violence isn't there. I feel like it's literally the fact that you can't condone actual problematic behavior, which is why this whole video that was supposed to be about what you've been responding to white supremacist protests became somehow about Antifa, which isn't even a thing. People are anti-fascist, people are cancer protesters, people are all these other things, but I'm trying to figure out why 8 weeks of Trumpers and Proud Boys pepper spraying people and spewing things at the Capitol becomes about counter-protesters and not about the protest itself. So when you all want to sit here and say, oh, yeah, we shouldn't be shocked about what happened at the insurrection in the Capitol, the reason I'm not shocked is because y'all sit here and let it happen in our own damn city for weeks on end and then try to act like it's, oh, a big shocker here, because the people that were at our Capitol doing this are the people that were at the Capitol doing this. They are the same people. It's not any different. So if you want to condone that behavior, you condone it here on our streets and stop blaming the people that show up to counter-protest for the fact that that protest was problematic and messed up in the first place. And you got to stop acting shocked when you keep letting it happen. And like, I don't even know what to say because there's so much that you just said in that and you're ignoring the actual problem. If you want to condone white supremacy, condone white supremacy. That's it.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening. This is Rose, and I'm in District 6. I attended many protests over the past few years, including many this summer, and tonight I would like to call attention to something many callers before me have done, the framing of sides here. I asked those listening the question, who is framed as the other in the Sacramento PD presentation? The presentation stated that escalations have been between the Proud Boys and Antifa, and many before me have pointed this out. I would characterize the two groups I saw while protesting were people with racist ideologies and people with anti-racist ideologies. Those are the two sides. People who stand for and enable white supremacy and people who stand against it. I would also like those who watched the presentation to note how much time was highlighted for each quote-unquote side. For this city and my neighbors, this is not about sides. This is about the safety of our community. This is about the Sacramento police who say their mission is to protect and serve all members of our community. I first heard about the DC insurrection on December 6th while I was watching a live video feed here in Sacramento, and the police were reprimanding a local community leader from Impact organization, a Black woman. She got forcefully handcuffed while a white man who was also being detained was politely and gently guided forward. And we see this over and over again. At the first city council meeting of the year, residents called in to ask you all to make a statement against white supremacy, and you declined. A few days later, those same police who are apparently overworked were sweeping our unhoused out of the freeways, and later those unhoused were harassed again by the Proud Boys. I would like to see accountability. I would like to see Sacramento and the Sacramento police stand against white supremacy. I do not need to hear your words. I need to see your action, both within and outside the government walls.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
My name is Ryan McClinton, and I've actually worked within each of our city council members' districts with community stakeholders to make sure that equity and safety is the highest priority throughout our city. This summer, I had very direct conversations with our city's leadership to avert so much of what we're seeing now as a precursor to the conversations we had for the 2 to 3 years prior to that, with so many protests that erupted in violence against community members who were lifting up a peaceful protest. I sustained 3 different injuries, one that I'm still dealing with today, where my shoulder was partially separated, fulfilling that role of peaceful protest keeping. I say that to say because this past summer, I asked our city leadership to denounce white supremacy from our city's governance in all forms of support and groups, as well as our local law enforcement, recognizing that the people that we've seen at the Capitol are our teachers, lawyers, doctors, public serving employees. And our city leadership waffled on that question. Our city's leadership refused to take that charge full-heartedly. And it hurts so much because I sat with so many folks in law enforcement, in community departments, pushing for nonviolent responses for ways that we can truly get the racial equity that this city government is now taking the charge of saying they're going to create. Yet you still refuse to call out white supremacy. The structure of how this conversation was had is extremely troubling because it wasn't independent. It wasn't non-biased. There are legal observers who can show you video footage of what's taking place that document what happens at every single protest. When I see one side of video footage and not the other side of the video footage, and when I hear language used specifically to describe one group's clothing and just show a picture and say that group's clothing over there, it paints a very clear narrative that continues to be the root of the problem that we're talking about. This country has a historic, horrible cancerous history of white supremacy, and our city leadership is not taking a stand against it.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
My final comment is this. If you value my humanity, you will take that stand tonight. In your comments, Mayor Steinberg,
Thank you for your comments.
You will stand against white supremacy, period.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
On my first comment,
I want to make one about protective gear. I want to emphasize the presence of protective gear like bulletproof vests or helmets can't be used as a proxy for militancy. This year we've seen dozens of political killings at protests. We've seen what happens in Kenosha, in Austin, in Denver, in Olympia, Washington twice, in Salem, Oregon, etc. Many national journalists have now said that they consider full-face respirators and level 4 rifle clips required gear for covering protests. We can't blame protesters for wanting to protect themselves in a situation like that and use that as a proxy for militants. Second, I want to discuss the claims of equal treatment of the protesters at these events. Now, going back to the event on 11/14, we saw police aggressively moving to limit the access of counter-protesters to the pro-Trump event, and yet when the Proud Boys went around the police blockade, no one stopped them. They were allowed free access to the counter-protesters, where they pepper sprayed them with bear mace and they physically assaulted them.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. My name is Africa Melanin Black, and I come to you on the shoulders of Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Fannie Lou Hamer, Martin Luther King Jr., Stokely Carmichael, Fannie Lou Hamer, Fred Hampton, Assata Shakur, Angela Davis, and so many more who recognized at the height of their protest careers that the police and our elected city officials will never protect Black communities the way they will protect white communities, most of whom realize it is necessary to work at intersections with groups whose proximities to whiteness are more defined, like but not limited to model minorities like the Asian and Latinx community members who even showed up for Trump, aligning themselves with white privilege that separates them from the struggles of their ancestors experienced at the hands of this very government. I would be remiss if I didn't remind you of the Chinese Exclusion Act, the Gentleman's Act, the Aliens Act, and current executive orders that have zero tolerance for immigrant policies in this country. The fact of the matter is whiteness and race are a matter of control. The establishment, or better described, your founding fathers, established English immigrants as the political founders of this country, and that came to be defined as what it is meant to be white. But let me remind you, many of other European immigrants came to this country. They were not white on arrival. They had to become white, like but not limited to the Italians, the Irish, the Scottish, the Greek, and the Portuguese. When speaking of whiteness today, it is extended to anyone who enjoys privilege, white privilege, including Black folks like Chief Hahn, whose financial earnings have created proximities to whiteness. Hence why rapper 50 Cent could publicly say that he supports voting for Trump, excluding himself from the very community that he comes from, because money trumps people, and that's not humanity or equity. So unless this city is using in emergent strategies, restorative and transformative justice, developing a culture of appreciation of all Sacramentans, regardless of race and socioeconomic standing, stop speaking on these issues and simply acknowledge the problem and that you are not prepared because you do not have all the answers. And going to Stanford...
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yes, there are over 237 local and regional government jurisdictions that are using platforms like GAR.
Thank you for your comments.
And this larger conversation. This was about propaganda.
Thank you for your comments.
We should not...
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Constantia. I'm calling from the Black Zebra Impact Team. I'm calling in regards to my journalists as well as myself, longtime resident since birth to Sacramento. I'm calling because since about 2016, our team has been documenting different community events that has been going on in the Sacramento community, including the events centered around George Floyd's death in May of 2020. In that short period of time that we were covering that, our team, Credentialed Press, had experience being shot, tear gas, harassed. We had SAC PD officers on film taking selfies with our license plates. We have had SAC PD officers, undercover officers, follow us to and from different actions. And that has only escalated since we have been covering the events happening since the election. Our view the findings, because it, but what our team has done, we have left ample documentation from the past couple of months in the comments, which I welcome everyone to go ahead and review for themselves. There's lots of documentation, lots of footage, including hours of live unedited footage that you can go through yourself. But yes, I just would like to know and also encourage a public platform for all these conversations to be had, because it is a bigger conversation. There's a lot more than just what was in that presentation. But we would like to see accountability, not only for the community members, but also press. Why is press not allowed to be free? Why is independent press not allowed to be here? So yes, I thank you for your time, and I also offer the comments and the documentation that we have within the comment section, as well as on our pages. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, I'm a resident of Land Park and also someone who works very close to the Capitol. And as a resident of this city, I'm watching what's going on here tonight. I'm not going to repeat what others have said on the call. As you can see, there's multiple people who can tell you that the, facade of unbiased presentation of what's been going on is clearly biased, and it's a bubble that the city wants to live in and continues to live in. And whether it chooses to open its eyes to what's actually happening in their communities, everybody else who's living here and the citizens around us, community members, they all know what's going on. They see it. They see through this presentation. And as you can see, what happened on the national level at the White House, keeping your eyes closed to what's happening in your own local areas is not going to change what's going to happen. And by doing so, you're only enabling and condoning the racism and white supremacy that's been growing and has a history in Sacramento. And today, even just watching how the members are paying attention to these comments, you can see that there's a continuance to willfully ignore the bias that exists in Sacramento, the hate that is being promoted in Sacramento. And it's unfortunate whether the city comes along with its community or not, communities are going to protect themselves and move forward. And if the city wants to be left behind and be part of an aging and condemned practice of white supremacy, then it can continue to do so. But we are giving you a chance to grow the city and to open your eyes and pay attention to these comments and to your communities and constituents and make decisions.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
To make decisions such as explicitly condemning white supremacy, as well as showing in your actions that you will address the violence that's growing in Sacramento.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, my name is Regina Brink, and I'm from District 5. I did attend the city council meetings right after Stephen Clark's unfortunate death. In fact, I sat right next to you, Chief Hahn. I'm totally blind, but I know that the people that were on the video were generally white. And I also know how people were treated during the Stephen Clark protests, Black Lives Matter protests, and other protests I've been involved with people of color. Unless we're honest about the problem, it will not be resolved. I'm very concerned. I was very concerned about what was going on with Stephen Clark and actually would have participated in the protest, except being disabled, I knew I could be hurt or killed in the process of all the tear gas and the different things that would be going on around me, some by the police themselves. a response that was over the top. There were curfews. There were talks about property damage. And remember, Stephen Clark was killed because supposedly he was breaking out windows in a car. But I'm told there can't be arrests made when there's white supremacists going in the Capitol and fights between two people. I happen to know that if two people don't want to press charges, such as in some domestic violence incidents, the police can press charges. There's such a thing as disrupting the regular order of our city, and that is happening. There are white supremacist terrorist groups, that's how they're being characterized by the FBI, and they're threatening citizens. One of my sons was caught in a pro-Trump group and had to do things to get away from them. They were in cars,
Thank you
God,
for your comments.
but they
Your
tried
time
to
is
run
complete.
him off the road. These are dangerous
Your time is
things,
complete. Will
and
you
I
make your
just
final
appeal
comment,
to you.
please?
I appeal to you. I don't feel safe in my own city, and my children don't feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, my name is Sarah. I'm a resident of Sacramento. I wanted to address the police chief on what he's doing of the known members of the police that have ties to Proud Boys. We know, I've seen one on live streams that has put their arm around Proud Boys at events. I believe that you pronounce the name is Officer Bagoza, has put their arm around Proud Boys at the events and kind of patted and then pushed him along the way. I want to know if, one, that officer is going to be present at those events. He's been seen on live streams at previous events with Proud Boys and anti-racist individuals, as well as to address the fact of the gear that I saw in your presentation tonight. Well, it has been known that you guys do not bounce your rubber bullets off the ground, and by doing that, it hits protesters, some square in the chest and some in the arms and the legs and in the torso, and that can cause severe bodily damage and harm, especially if it hits them square in the chest. And then you also listed that you've pulled arrests in with people that have guns, that are just regular citizens and not police officers. So it would make sense that those vests are being worn to protect bodily safety, and those vests are legal, as well as the gas masks to avoid the repercussions, both medical and long-term and immediate, of the bear mace that you've pulled off people, and the wasp spray that I've
Thank you
seen
for your comments. Your time is
social
complete.
media.
Will you make your final comment, please?
I would like to see what the police chief is going to do about the police ties to
Thank you for your
racist
comments.
group.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, y'all. My name is Felisa. I want to say first and foremost that presentation was a joke, and there's no possible way you missed how blatantly racist and ignorant and biased Officer Blondie in her presentation was. There's no way you don't see that she is a white supremacist herself. There's no way. It's clear, it's crystal clear, and it's in PowerPoint form. So Officer Blondie and all the little piggies that put this presentation together should be removed from their positions effective immediately. Piggy Han got to go too. These are the type of officers that will be opening the Capitol doors for the Proud Boys tomorrow. And they literally just exposed themselves, right? The Capitol in D.C. was invaded and taken over by angry white supremacists, right? The same white supremacists who come to Sacramento and terrorize the city. I mean, come to Nissan land and terrorize the communities occupying it. So why the fuck was this presentation about Antifa? When was the last time there was a protest that wasn't a Trump protest or a counter protest? So why the fuck are you talking about protest activity? Let me break down these events for you. Violent racists come to Sacramento. Antifa protects the city from violent racists. Violent racists inflict violence on Antifa. Law enforcement inflicts violence on Antifa. Then the violent racists terrorize communities, and the law enforcement helps them. Repeat, 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 repeat. So why the fuck are y'all sitting here today talking about protest activity and not talking about the terrorism that is threatening Sacramento, the city you're responsible for, and that is a threat to your White Castle tomorrow, right? Y'all are the ones in power to stop this terrorism. So y'all are the real fascists. Y'all are the real fascists. You're the real fascists. You're the ones that are letting this violence happen. And the cops and the Proud Boys are just your minions.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
My final comment is stop the sweep, abolish the police, and free the people.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you, ma'am. City Council, my name is Sophia Muniz, and I am a youth representing the Gen Zero podcast and Impact SAC. I currently reside in District 2. I believe that's South Sacramento, but I'm not sure. So there is undoubtedly a lot of anger, pain, and tension surrounding, recent political and racially charged events. That's no secret. But throughout all of this disorder, Chief Hahn is always on board to speak with us teens to address our most pressing concerns and questions, of which there are, many. From Zoom meetings to podcast episodes, he is one of our strongest supporters, and we love him dearly for it. Now, I don't know about other areas and departments, but the chief has certainly set a positive precedent to be as aware, as inspirational, respectful, and available as he and the Sacramento Police Department are. We strongly support and will continue to support Chief Hahn 110%. Thank you for your time. And P.S., my Meg, I love the energy. I'm a huge fan of all these city council members. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, I'm calling in response to the police presentation, which I felt was ridiculous and evasive. And also, I would like to say that I witnessed the police intentionally arresting the victims of the Proud Boy gang's violence and then intentionally letting them go, ones that were obviously on parole with weapons and just letting them go. And I remember the way they terrorized us when we were peacefully protesting and created the riots downtown with their aggression against the citizens. So I am absolutely in favor of a vetting process that does not respect the union concerns, does not work with the racist, corrupt union, but simply addresses the ties to hate groups within the SAC PD so that the good cops that are there, if they are there, can finally grow a spine and speak up about what they know without fear of retaliation by the police union. We don't talk about that very much, but the problem comes back to the union. And as long as those unions have more say than the community, we're living under occupation. And the first step is identifying which of these officers have already made pledges to various hate groups. That's all the time I need.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Julian Rojas. I'm a resident of D4, and I'd like to comment on Chief Hahn's assertion that residents of downtown have been, quote, terrified by the presence of Antifa over the course of the last few months. As a resident of downtown, I need to say, I am terrified of you, sir. Since the weeks of helicopters overhead and the police occupation of the Capitol around my house for weeks this summer, from the stories of your officers killing innocent kids and blinding my friends with tear gas and rubber bullets, I've been shuddering ever since so much as a news helicopter flies over my head. I am absolutely terrified of your police force, Chief Han, the men meant to protect me. So I become especially incensed when I hear your presentation this evening, specifically the slide explaining your bill for these services. You touted the 7,000 hours of overtime that more than 2,000 of your deputies have logged over the course of just the last 18 days. In 2020 alone, you said you spent over $650,000 in taxpayer money, justified as defending the Capitol from this onslaught of Proud Boys who clap and cheer for you, even in the videos you tout as evidence of their menace. And the Antifa who call you names and carry scary umbrellas. You tout this astronomical number, $650,000 for nearly 18 days, nearly $1.2 million a month in overtime alone. And I think about walking to the grocery store the other night, watching literally hundreds of officers march in neat rows, 2 by 2, around the Capitol building. Around 10 p.m., me just walking to the grocery, men in tactical gear and hard hats and carrying guns. I met with hundreds of them. Are they necessary? Is there a protest happening? No. I think about the officer from Seattle who was caught on camera.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Quote, babysitting the people protesting his department's brutality.
Thank you for your comments.
$1 million a month in overtime alone, paying deputies who have been publicly caught.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi. Wow, what a horribly biased presentation that was. The clips shown were highly selective and left a significant amount of substantive information and video footage out. I hope you saw that the police's commentary often didn't match what was being shown either. This propaganda is dangerous and signals to fascists that their oppressive rhetoric and actions are acceptable. Really simply, fascist purpose is the oppression of others to further their own power. Antifa's purpose is to prevent this. How you can possibly equate these two groups is mind-blowing. Frankly, I don't give a fuck about the Constitution when you use it to protect people who wish to harm those of different ethnicities and races. Over the past few months, white supremacists and fascists have been in front of the Capitol, singing and chanting racist songs and phrases with police protection while they stalk, harass, threaten, chase, beat, pepper spray, and mace BIPOC, the unhoused medics, journalists, legal observers, and counter-protesters. What SAC PD conveniently failed to show in that presentation is that they allowed Proud Boys to break through the barricade that separated the groups while consistently restricting entry to counter-protesters. In one occasion discussed, this resulted in the Proud Boys attacking counter-protesters at Cesar Chavez Plaza while SAC PD stood by and watched the violent assault and then proceeded to arrest the counter-protester victims. SAC PD also conveniently failed to mention or show this. SAC PD stalk and follow counter-protesters in the streets while they mingle with white supremacists and Proud Boys. SAC PD look the other way when white supremacists openly carry illegal weapons, but cite counter-protesters for carrying pepper spray. Officers have watched and done nothing, while Proud Boys have brandished knives and bear mace counter-protesters. Meanwhile, after Proud Boys prevented them from being able to return to their cars by waiting for them at their meeting point, counter-protesters were told to disperse, but having nowhere to go, were then tackled and arrested by police.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yes, we saw highly disparate treatment of BLM activists over the summer versus what we've seen recently of white supremacists.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Mayor, I have no more callers.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and thank you to the members of the public for weighing in. I have a proposal here, but I want to wait and hear from my colleagues first. But there is a way to move forward here that can create healing and bring our community together. I thought tonight was very, very important. I thought that the chief and Deputy Chief Lester had every right to bring forward the information that they did tonight in a compelling way, but that is not the end of the story. And that's what I want to speak about when it is my turn, because I know we're going to hear from members who have very strong feelings about this, but I want to make sure we end tonight with several positive steps forward that allow us to come together. And I'll hold off because I want to be informed again by my colleagues. Let me begin with Councilmember Valenzuela. I then have Councilmember Ashby, I think. No, I've Councilmember Valenzuela and Vang. Let's start there. Go ahead.
Thank you. So yeah, I had a very different set of comments prepared for tonight, so I'm going to be flying a little bit off the cuff. So please stop me if I don't make sense. I want to start by saying you don't have to agree with what you just heard. You don't have to agree. Does not have to be your experience, but hearing this from the community is disturbing and deserves the full follow-up of our city, even if it's not something that we personally have seen or experienced or that we don't agree with. What we've heard tonight is an unacceptable concern of trust and process that we need to address. And I think in the interest of improving the department, the way Chief Hahn explained in his opening comments, we shouldn't shy away from these questions. Folks ask us a question, we should answer the question. Asking the question in and of itself is every right of every public person that pays taxes and even not pays taxes, right? Everybody who asks us a question who is a resident in our city deserves to ask these questions. We should welcome them. We should have an open process for addressing them. We don't have anything to hide, right? So this is important, I think, for folks to feel heard and to understand that that is how the comments are being received, that we don't have anything to hide. We're going to answer these questions. We're going to figure out a path forward. So thanks for starting the tone off in that manner, Mayor. I also want to reiterate what was said by several commenters, because I have also been really frustrated with the comparison of these two groups as if they're two groups of equal standing and motivation when they're not. You know, we have groups that are known white supremacist groups whose induction includes things like committing a hate crime. That is different than a group of people who are coming out into the streets because they feel like they're trying to defend unhoused people and their neighbors and community against the acts of that group, right? Those are two different groups. We may not agree with their tactics, and that's up to each person's decision, right? Like, I'm not out there. That's not my way, but that's not me to criticize. But folks decide to take the streets because they oppose white supremacy, as I oppose white supremacy, is what I think. And fascism, right? I mean, any one of us who's sworn to uphold the Constitution is by definition against fascism, because fascism is not in our Constitution. Fascism is contrary to our Constitution, right? So I think we need to be thinking about how we talk about these groups, because it is dangerous to talk about white supremacist groups as if they're just another group, because they're not. They're not when they're coming to beat up residents. They're not when they're coming to commit violent acts. They're not when they're breaking into the Capitol of the United States government, right? Like these are not apples to apples, right? So I have to start there. I do have a few questions for, I don't know if it's Deputy Chief Lester or Chief Hahn who wants to answer them, but yeah, I have, I think 3 questions and then something else I'd like to say. But first I want to start off with a question about what is the criteria for declaring an assembly of people an unlawful assembly and moving to disperse them? Would someone from the police department mind answering that?
Kathy, you want to take a shot at that?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so for an unlawful assembly, that's more than what we would see in just a normal, protest. When you've reached a certain level of activity that's deemed illegal and is a threat to public safety, there's a number of codes in the penal code that cover that. And I can send those to you if that's helpful.
Yeah, that would be very helpful. And I think, because I've been sent some court case findings, right, that talk about a clear and present danger of imminent violence. And so I think And that 9th Street confrontation that you showed in your presentation when you had counter protesters moving back to Roosevelt Park, which is where they started, right? They were attempting to disperse to get back to their cars, and they were met by people of a white supremacist group who were clearly trying to incite violence. And what pursued in those videos, and I'm using that as one example, right? Because I think it's a good example of several other videos I've seen that community members have sent me, was that we moved to disperse the counter protesters, but then later videos, because that's where that controversial I've Got Your Back video came from, shows law enforcement just standing with the Proud Boys, who were the ones who were standing there to incite violence against counter protesters. And so that is one of like many questions where it's like, okay, how are these decisions being made in the field? And I think clarity on that and a discussion about that is part of the next steps that we need to take moving forward. If you don't have legal cause to detain me, this might be a question for Deputy Chief Lester as well. If you don't have legal cause to detain me, is it illegal to run away from law enforcement?
Councilmember, I'm not sure I understand the question, and that may be more of an appropriate question for the city attorney if it's a legal question, but can you reframe that?
I guess like if you have like, you didn't witness me breaking a law, you didn't witness me doing something that would constitute an arrestable offense, and I decide to run away from where you're standing. Is that an arrestable offense by itself, running away from law enforcement?
Not simply running away from law enforcement. It would be based on the totality of the circumstances.
Okay. So I have questions, a lot of questions, and I sent a lot of videos in preparation for tonight that were not shown. And I just want to echo what several callers said, and just a general, I think, a missed opportunity to really look at some of these videos in public and to really have a conversation about what did and did not happen. Because I think there's an opportunity that was missed there to call into question specific incidences that have been shown that were not represented in the slides that were presented to us tonight. And I just want to name that. My third question is, can you describe the process that PD undertakes, the police undertake, sorry, that was my acronym in my notes. Can you describe the process you undertake when there's an allegation of misconduct by an officer?
Yeah, Councilmember Valenzuela, I'll handle that. Yeah, we have an internal affairs process that's well delineated on our website, so people can call any police station or directly to internal affairs and file their complaint. They'll be interviewed by an investigator and it will be investigated. We have now probably more opportunities, different ways to investigate things now that we have body cameras and in-car cameras and GPS and all sorts of things. So it's a well-established process that's on our website.
Thank you. And does this process limit in any way what you can talk about publicly? So yeah, I'll just stop there.
Okay.
Yes, we pretty much can't talk about anything in the personnel investigation, at least until it's finished. And then now the law allows us to talk about and release information, or requires us to release information, I should say, on certain things like officer-involved shootings, dishonesty, and sex crimes.
Okay, thank you, Chief. So I want to reiterate the public call for a workshop, because I think this format in our meetings, just due to the nature of how it needs to be, right, is very one-directional. It's 2-minute comments towards us. We can't really ask questions of folks or, have a dialogue. And I think part of what's missing here is communication and dialogue, and a real transparent process that promotes accountability and helps folks feel like they're heard and lets them know not just that we're going to take steps, but what steps we've taken, when we've taken them, what they can expect from us next, et cetera. And I know that the Police Review Commission is going to meet soon, and so maybe that's a good space. And I know, Mayor, you have other ideas, but
yeah, sorry.
It's okay. My last comment, it's going to be a longer one. I'm going to go a little bit rogue here right now, and I hope that you'll indulge me. I would like to show a video that was sent to me today. I haven't really had a chance to review it in depth, but I think the least we could do, and the intent of trying to show the community that we are interested in hearing both sides is to show one of these videos that was sent to me. So I'm going to share my screen, hopefully, if I can do this right. And hopefully you'll be able to see it. Can you see that okay? Oops, as it goes away. Sorry, there we go.
What is this? Can you paint the context, please?
Sorry, what was that?
I was going to say, can you describe the content? It's May 31st. It has the date on it. Okay, good.
Yeah, they have labels. This is a video available on the Black Zebra Productions website, I believe so.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Mayor, I'm gonna stop and reshare. I guess I didn't actually share the audio with this, so there we go. That should.
Why are you standing by? Standing here, do something. Actually, then why? They came from around. They've been organizing for around 30 minutes. Do something, motherfuckers. This is crazy. It's them. It's a fucking white fucking Proud Boys. They were told to stand back and stand by.
Fuck. Okay. Okay. They're moving. They're moving. They just shot out. I don't even know what the fuck that was. Like a fucking firework or some shit into the air. And then after that, they fucking started moving. Jeff! Jeff! Shit. Jeff! Get in the car! Get in the car, throw the bike! Jeff, come on! Jeff, come on.
Sir, you called me a child earlier, so am I a child or am I a pedophile?
No matter what you are, you got a child's mind. You may have a grown-up body, but you support pedophilia. Yeah, well, you know what? I'm sorry it's too complicated for your dumb pea brain. But guess what?
It's on 70, looking 16. Go ahead. You sign on that, so I turn that yet?
How are you?
Yeah, I'm in the store again.
I ain't no bullshit. You staying good? Staying good?
Hey, what up?
Yeah, hey, you good?
Yeah.
Y'all locked in now, huh?
Don't hit the horse their ass up. They got the right to assemble. They got the right to freedom of speech. Let them out.
Okay, let's come on. When they come out, we're gonna come out.
Are you fucking kidding me? We got rights here.
Hey, get this police officer looking at him. Just looking at him do it. Looking at him. Looking at him.
Arrest his ass! Arrest his ass! Arrest his ass! Yeah!
I don't believe there's sound on this part for those who think the audio cut out.
Katie, Councilmember, how long is the remainder of the video?
Looks like there's 12 minutes left.
Okay, you're welcome to continue it, of course. I just don't know that we're going to resolve any of these questions tonight without a process by which all of this information can be reviewed in some sort of an independent way. That's what I want to suggest in a few minutes. Go ahead, finish the video.
Sit back, please. Sit back, please. Thank you. What happened? You want your hat back? You have your hat back. Thank you. You should have run. Oh, you guys just
Mayor?
Yes?
Yeah, I'm not sure watching this at this point without context to it. I mean, I'm happy to, if we have a workshop, I'm happy to look at it. I think it's important.
I'm going to suggest that, but in fairness, the police department presented an hour plus, 12 minutes from an elected member. I don't know what it is.
Someone just started shooting.
Can we at least have the context of what we're looking for?
Shooting, they're shooting! Oh no, oh no!
This apparently is the summer protest.
Oh, I can smell it! Oh! 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 Oh no! Oh!
Y'all sick as fuck, boy. Real sick. Y'all sick as fuck. Y'all couldn't wait to shoot them motherfuckers, huh?
We don't want to do this.
Hey, cut it down! Cut it out! Cut it out, hey! Cut it out! Stand down! Stand down! Stand Who's that picture this
If you can hear me, oh shit! Fuck! Fuck! I just got hit. Fuck. Okay. Fuck! I just got hit. Shit. Okay. There's so much. Here. Pass out. Hey. You okay?
Black, what's it called? Black what media?
What are you filming for?
Black Fever media.
What
Huh?
are you filming for?
I just stream
Which
events.
group are you? Which group do you
I'm independent.
Huh?
I'm independent.
Black Zebra. So you're Antifa?
No.
Are you
Antifa?
You were over here earlier with
Does it look like it?
Are you
I don't know.
That's a question. I just
It's
asked
Black Zebra. I'm watching his feed right now.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's nervous.
This motherfucker right here.
Are you
What's
in
up, bitch?
Antifa?
Fuck
No.
Antifa, you hear me? Fuck Antifa.
Alright.
Yeah.
Look, you guys are right there on him. He can't tell you it's not him, but that's him right there. Black media, Black
see
Fever
you.
media. That's you guys right there.
Yeah, that is him. Yep.
Yep, that's him. He's gonna fuck around and find out one of these times.
Hey, where your boys at?
So what are you trying?
What am I gonna find out?
What are you trying to accomplish? That's what I'm just saying.
I'm like an intern. I just do events. I do all kinds of events. I usually do community-oriented events. This is my first one of these.
What other kind of events do you do?
Like community-oriented agreements, like press briefings.
Guys, let's give each other some room, please. Everyone step away from each other, please. Thank you. Thank you. Give everyone some room. No more conflict today. Watch out behind you, don't run in. You're stepping on the flag, I don't want you to trip on it.
Look like something good.
Let me get you.
I wanna know what
let me
good
take a
they-
picture of you. Let's take a picture of you. That's somebody's brother. He's dangerous.
No more conflict, please.
Hey, I'm not doing any conflict.
We're good. That's what we're here for, too, right? A lot of confrontation. Are you sure you want to continue doing this?
Well, I'm a journalist. I'm just here to record what's going on. I try not to interact at all, really. But
But okay. Because if you stand over there, you can still do your job, and you won't get harassed by people.
Well, I'm trying to see if, like, you know, anyone gets attacked. I'm trying to, you know, stream
I
it.
don't want you to get attacked.
I'll be all right.
I want you to do your job.
Is it legal for them to threaten people like that? Is that legal?
Well, that's why we stepped in, right?
So it is legal because I didn't do anything, but thanks. A couple of them followed the lawyers all the way back to their cars. Did you guys see that? I got it on video if you want it. No? Well, I'm sure the lawyers will, you know, take care of it. Huh?
Are you trying to converse with me?
I was wondering that a bunch of them followed the lawyers back to their cars. Is that legal?
I don't want any comments. Followed whom? To where?
Some of the guys with the Proud Boy insignias. They followed.
Is it free to walk around? Yes, it's free.
No, they said, "Hey, let's follow them back to their cars and get their license plate numbers." And they were changed directions a few times, and they followed them the whole time. I filmed it.
Well, ask yourself, can you do that?
Well, I'm not trying to get anyone's license plate number or anything. I don't know.
Okay.
Shit. Oh my god. Shit.
Filibuster. She don't want to really take a position.
Move your fucking bicycle. Why are you? Yeah, I want to also. We got guys. Why are you?
Hey, we have pork over there. You can't tell us we got no more pork.
Chicken. Who's it? Our street. Our street. Our street. Our street. Our street. Our street.
Attack the bike officers. Let's
at least get first aid on you.
They got shot too.
Who? This is a sick.
Our fucking car.
Wait. Why did you just do that? Why did you just do that? I'm pressed. Do you see this?
Put your hand out, please. Move back.
Can you please stop?
No, not grab my bar.
Dude, but you just put your whole bike on me and I'm pressed. But why did you put your bike on me?
Move.
snowflake ass bitch! Go fuck yourself! All you, go fuck What is your name, dude? I'm pretty sure I have a bruise on my leg. CP. C Taffy 954. Come on, get over here! Get over here! Just stay here. Where's the car at? Cover! Fuck, they're bossing us into our car, Jeff. We have
Police officer of the Sacramento Police Department. I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly.
Oh!
How much longer, please? How much longer is the video, please? Katie?
Get back! Get along! Don't let me! What is your name? Back up!
Okay.
So I know that was long and I appreciate the time. I just wanted.
Thank you.
Well,
please finish and then I'm going to speak next, but I want to bring this to conclusion, please.
Understood. I just want to say that I think out of fairness, I wanted to show this video. I think it's important we see the other perspectives. My perspective of this video is it's trying to illustrate the differences and approaches between two different groups and would be a great launching off point for our next conversation.
Okay. Members, we have just seen an hour and 20 minutes of a variety of videos. And frankly, if you're like me, you're sitting here close to 11 o'clock at night and it is hard to draw any kind of conclusion. I listened to the chief and Deputy Chief Lester. I thought they made a compelling presentation, but it was their presentation. And we heard a lot from the public who had a very different set of opinions. And now we just heard from our council member from District 4 who played a long video that had some perspective, obviously, from the other side, but it was hard for me to distill. And yet, and you also had a conflation of the post-election protests and the George Floyd June protests, which were different set of circumstances, which is part of the point that some of the critics in the community is making. Having heard all of that, I think we can say a couple of things. I speak for myself, and then I'm going to get right to the point here. For those who wonder where the city stands on white supremacy, I think we ought to always be clear. I know I and all of you in various ways have denounced white supremacy. Well, I denounced white supremacy tonight. I heard the chief do the same. I denounced the Proud Boys. Violence of any kind is wrong. There is no moral equivalence between the Proud Boys and peaceful protests fighting against racism. And yes, we don't have all the answers. But I think back to the decision that we made several months ago in establishing an Office of Inspector General to investigate serious cases of alleged misconduct, including officer-involved shootings. If an independent review is good enough for those kinds of serious allegations, why isn't it good enough for us to understand both sides and both perspectives more fully and apply the same kind of logic and process to how we reconcile these competing truths? You know, we call it a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. What I want to ask, because we're not going to gather in public session as a council and do a quote workshop in the way some have asked for and have this back and forth, because it doesn't get us anywhere. We need more foundation if we're going to make policy, because that's what we do. So what I hope and what I would like to ask for is that we ask our Office of Public Safety Accountability and our Police Review Commission, which does not report to the city manager or the police chief, to contract with an independent reviewer, whether it's the Inspector General or a contracted independent reviewer, to take all of the video that we have seen over the course of both sets of protests, including what the police chief and Deputy Chief Lester presented today, including what Councilmember Valenzuela presented a few moments ago, to look at all of that and under the guidance of Dr. Letitia Watson, our OPSA director, and the Police Review Commission, to produce a report that then we can take to the City Council, look at that report, its findings and conclusions, and then make the recommendations that as policymakers we should make. Because unless we provide a safe place for the public, for the police to be able to articulate what they experience in these very tense moments. I hear it from the police perspective. They feel like they are caught in the middle, literally human barriers between two groups that want to hurt each other, not kill each other. And I heard, especially during the George Floyd protests, that some peaceful protesters were injured and were caught up in a set of circumstances where they were hurt when they were just going about expressing themselves. There's truth in there, but we're not going to get at it by having 5-hour workshops or 5-hour public hearings where we look at a lot of video, filtered or unfiltered, and try to bring the community together. So I would like our OPSA office and Dr. Watson and our Police Review Commission to engage with an outside investigator and to look at all of this video and to make some findings and conclusions to bring it back to the City Council within a relatively short period of time, and let us have it all before us so that we can make reasoned judgments about all of it. And by the way, if there have been specific complaints against officers, even if confidentiality around the protests, even if confidentiality prohibits the department or the city from talking about that, we certainly can get generalized information with names redacted so that we know what the disposition of any of those complaints have been, or whether they are in the process of being investigated. So let's take all this raw emotion tonight and let's move it in a direction that is constructive, that maybe leads to some reconciliation, but that lays it all out for us to be able to see what went right, what went wrong, the tough job that our police officers have in the most difficult situations, but also if there were excesses and where there were excesses, how it is we remedy those. That's what I want to call for here tonight, because the City Council is not intended to be a judge and a jury here. We are policymakers. And yes, we're an outlet for the community to be heard. And we did that, I think, very, very well tonight. But now what do? We must move forward and try to get some independent oversight and independent review over all of the information that has been presented to us. That's my proposal. Can include, by the way, the Police Review Commission can play the role of also conducting public hearings so that the public can be heard in even greater detail in that setting if members are comfortable stepping forward and talking publicly. Councilmember Laloe.
Well, thank you very much. this was a very heavy session. But there's one thing I think as a council, we all agree on. Being an immigrant myself, I am 100% against any white supremacy. I find them despicable. I find them ignorant. I find them not educated, and they just simply don't belong. With that said, I don't think I would look at the group Antifa as a counter-protest organization. They're equally in the same scale as the Proud Boys. Bottom line of it is, either group creates a danger for the residents, for the people that want to enjoy our city. So looking at the videos, you have two organizations, the Antifa, Proud Boy, which I find both of them as domestic terrorist groups, that they want to kill each other at the risk of innocent citizens and innocent human beings that are just walking down the street. And I think the police is caught in the middle. If they don't do anything, they're racist and horrible. If they do something, they're racist and horrible. So, you know, keep in mind that last week's hearing, the council meeting that we had, we were all geared up and talking to the police department on what is your plan to make sure our city is safe. This is the same organization that the 8 of us turned to and said, we need your help. Please make sure our city stays safe, okay? So, and I can appreciate the video that was shown by my colleague, Councilman Member Venezuela, because it's good to see two sides and then kind of sit back and evaluate it. But not including the summer videos that we just saw, because we're only talking about the Proud Boys Antifas. Looking at both videos, both organizations are despicable, they're disgusting, they are against Sacramento without a doubt. Plain and simple. You see one group that wants to hate on minorities and whatever it is. You see one group that adamantly is poking at the police officers so they can react, so they can tape it. I've been watching the Black Zebra uploads, and there's an agenda behind these videos. So again, I'm just kind of following up with what the mayor said. Our job is to look at policies to make sure that certain things don't happen. Do we need a police reform? 100%. I've been a voice of that from day one. But do I stand here and make a statement that the department is racist or there's a systemic issue? It's just not fair. It's really not fair to the man and woman in blue that actually go out there and make sure that we're safe, that we want to pass this general blanket. Are they bad cops? Absolutely. No doubt in my mind. They're 100%. Within any organization, there are those few bad apples. But for us to have this one lens and say the whole department is bad, I have a hard time accepting.
Nobody's saying that, Councilmember Lilly.
Well, I heard the phone calls that were coming, and they were they were saying,
yes,
the police is this, the police is that. Yes, we all got to acknowledge there are few bad apples in every organization. But at the same time, I don't think we can pass this general blanket over the department. I have not had the pleasure of meeting the chief of police, but I represent a district that has been in a lot of turmoil in the past 5 years to 6 years. And also from the same organizations inside my district, I've heard nothing but great things regarding our chief on how he's been hands-on, coming to different meetings with the community and answering questions within a 24-hour notice. So we do have to give credit to where credit is due as well. Again, I'm an immigrant. I was not born here. I come from a country that just 5 years ago, there's a peaceful protest. And when I tell you peaceful, extremely peaceful. And that night, 4,500 people were gunned down by the police of a regime that was absolutely despicable. One thing I can say is, and I don't know if the chief is still on or not, but you know, personally, as a resident of District 2, you know, I respect you as a man. I salute you as an officer, and I thank you for keeping our city safe. Do we need police reform? Absolutely. Have I talked to the police officers that acknowledge we're due for reform? Without a doubt. But we have to be more, we have to have different lenses that we look through. And we can't just, you know, beat up every police officer because they're wearing a uniform. You know, and that's all I wanted to say. And thank you very much.
Okay, Council Member Mai Vang, and then Ashby.
Thanks, Mayor. It is absolutely a very heavy meeting tonight, but a very important topic, I think, to put front and center. I just want to say thank you to all the residents and activists who called in tonight to share your perspective and your experience. And I want to let you all know that I listened and that I heard you, and I really appreciate your counter narratives tonight. I also just want to say thank you to Councilwoman Valenzuela for you know, being brave to also just reshare some of those videos from this summer, I think, to remind us of the difference in police tactics, right? Not just here that the city of Sacramento is guilty of, but just in our nation and across the US, right? That we're seeing this in multiple cities. And then to Deputy Lester and Chief Hahn, I just want to say, you know, I do appreciate you highlighting the use of de-escalation tactics de-escalation tactics that were deployed to keep residents safe and to ensure that more violence didn't occur. But what it also showed me that it showed me that clearly that everyone it clearly showed to me that SAC PD is more than capable of utilizing nonviolent tactics to end potential conflict. I think actually that's what I got from your video after watching it. You know, what I am conflicted about is how and why, and frankly, you know, who these tactics are actually deployed upon. I think the lived experiences of peaceful protesters shows that these same tactics are not equally deployed, and you know, we see that not just in Sacramento, but across this nation. I also want to say, I think the presentation tonight highlighted some of the equipment and illegal weapons. And I'm just curious also why SAC PD was able to still de-escalate and somehow avoided the use of tear gas and rubber bullets that were used against protesters this summer, the video that Councilwoman Valenzuela shared. I just hope that these effective strategies not only apply to one specific group, but for all groups. I also want to say, you know, just given the danger of white supremacist and anti-Semitic presence in our city, and I want to say that, you know, when we equate both groups as the same or in the same sentence, what ends up happening is that we legitimize the group that is actively working to undermine our democratic institution. I think the mayor, you know, said this loud and clear in a few minutes ago, but I think we must consistently and loudly denounce white supremacist group as a collective body, right? And I think this is this is the single most important step in creating unity, right? And holding the only group that is advancing hate accountable for their actions. Secondly, I just want to share, you know, in my own community organizing and speaking with organizers on the ground, and what I've heard is that I think, you know, oftentimes white supremacists and anti-Semitic groups like Proud Boys feel like their conduct is sanctioned by law enforcement or government. So when we have one-sided presentation, whether it's not intentional, what it ends up doing is also elevating white supremacists. And I just want us, you know, as a government entity to be cognizant of that. While I hear that Proud Boys have First Amendment rights to assemble, you know, it doesn't make it moral. Just because it's lawful doesn't make it ethical. And, you know, during summer protests, during the BLM, Black Lives Matter protests, those rights seem to be curtailed in an effort to protect property. And that's what I have seen on the ground. Even, you know, during the campaign as a community organizer, I've seen peaceful protester, you know, be harmed by the state. And I think it's important to call that out. Councilwoman Valenzuela did ask a question that I wanted to ask is, you know, what constitutes unlawful assembly, right? How does SAC PD apply this standard, their standard for what constitute unlawful assembly? Because essentially not declaring Proud Boys unlawful essentially provides clearance for ongoing activities. And so my question is, you know, why haven't these activities been declared unlawful assemblies given all the weapons? So that's one question that I have. And then, you know, I know it's 11:06 p.m. right now, and I know folks are tired, but, you know, I do support the mayor's, you know, next step. I think it's a combination of the mayor and Councilwoman Valenzuela, right? I think a more detailed community conversation is very much needed. A process to review those videos, all of the videos. I also want to make sure that there's actually follow-up, right? That, you know, the public comments that we heard tonight, that these complaints just isn't gonna, you know, just be on record and that's it, but that we have to also investigate and make sure that there's a form of accountability for that as well. And so, you know, again, Mayor, I would support that. And the other piece I want to share is, you know, as the city talks a lot about equity and racial justice, I also know that we have movers and shakers and community organizers on the ground doing this type of work, right? And I wonder if we can call on some of our activists and some of our community healers and builders as well. You know, I will step up to the plate and help identify those folks along with, you know, Councilwoman Valenzuela. I see her nodding her head, that we also have expertise in our own backyard. And I think, you know, that is what makes Sacramento great, right? I think some of the folks that actually called in has been on the front line, but also have been community builders and healers, and they should be part of that process as well. You know, I think one part about being an elected official is also being a good steward of community engagement and making sure that all folks are at the table. And so, you know, in addition to, you know, the spaces that you talked about, whether that's OPSA, the OPSA, or the police commission, I think also, you know, having that space as a government entity, but having that community space will also be important in those conversations moving forward. So I know it's late. I know today has been heavy. We've been at a council meeting since 2 o'clock, and but we're still here because what we signed up for, y'all. It's what we signed up for. But I do look forward to the work ahead, and I appreciate that this conversation is front and center, as it should be. And so again, thank you everyone again for calling today, and most importantly, also providing your counter narratives, because I think it's important to have the holistic view and not just one side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Ashby?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Vang, I will remind you, we've been in this meeting since 12:30.
That's right.
This is a heavily charged conversation, and I'm actually, it's really good to see the council grapple with it, and the police department grapple with it, and the mayor grapple with it, and the city manager, because we all really care deeply about trying to protect the whole city. When you sit in one of these seats, you don't want to hear people call in and say they're afraid in their city. You want to reach as many people as you can, but you also know you know some people you won't be able to reach on any topic, whatever topic we're taking on. But our goal here is to try to keep people safe in the city of Sacramento and have them feel safe. I don't like having people call in and say they feel anxious or worried or scared in their city. I don't like that. Let me start right off the top by denouncing white supremacy myself. No ifs, no ands, no buts, no exceptions, no comparisons to anything else. White supremacy is not acceptable. Period. There isn't anything else to it. There's no other piece. I would like to point out, though, that is exactly how we started the presentation. And more powerful than those words coming from me, it came out of the mouth of our Black police chief, who I'm pretty sure, as a Black man, never anticipated having to publicly denounce white supremacy to prove that he was opposed to it. He didn't tell any of us he was giving that speech. We didn't know that. And it broke my heart to watch him give it. I've known Daniel since before I was a council member. I pushed hard to recruit him here. I pushed hard to make space for him to be here. And I want him to have the support he needs to be successful. I believe he is the best police chief in the United States of America. And I certainly believe he's the best person that could serve the city of Sacramento as our police chief. Raised in Oak Park, went to Sac High, lived experiences. He leads the department with integrity. I believe that. I also believe that Katie Valenzuela, Councilmember Valenzuela, is hearing from people all day, every day who are dissatisfied with the answers they're getting. So the mayor's not wrong that we need some independent help here. To me, though, we start with Letitia. It's her job. We hired her to do it. We can't undermine her, undercut her, go around her. Got to give her the first swing. It's her role. Let her try. And she can tell us if she needs a consultant or she needs some additional staff. She does have a pretty small team, so I wouldn't be surprised if she said that to us. I think the number I saw was somewhere around 2,000 officers have worked on this. That's a lot of body camera footage. And there were a lot of speakers just tonight, 50, and a lot of, video footage and accusations on the calls tonight. But I have heard City Manager Chan say every single one of those will be investigated. And we're going to hold him to that. Everybody who called in tonight, everything that Councilmember Valenzuela shared, those will all be looked into by Letitia. That's her job. That's her role. That's what the mayor just asked her to do. We need to give her the chance to do that. And I think, this is just one of those moments where two things can be true. People can feel unsafe in their city. We cannot like that. And we can have an amazing police chief leading ably a good police department. It doesn't mean there isn't still work to do. And I think if we stick together, we can really get through this. I do. It's heavy and weighty, but I believe in this council. I believe in this chief. And I think we can get there. And I think Letitia can lead the way. Let's give her the chance, Mayor.
Thank you. Well said. Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to say that we've got a historic day coming up and a critical number of days in front of us. And so it is important for us to denounce white supremacy. And much like my colleague Sean Laloe here, I too, as an immigrant, have experienced in a situation many times in our family where law enforcement in our own country at that time were not ones that we could trust. And the goal here of this independent recommendation, I think what the mayor's putting on is to make sure that we have that level of trust in our city. But most importantly here, what I want to bring up is also denouncing white supremacy. And I know as a young public employee, when I first started working on immigration issues, I was singled out as just as an employee when I was working. I was singled out by at that point the white supremacists were known as the Minutemen, who were targeting immigrants. And so it's critical that we be vocal about denouncing that. So, but you've, Mr. Mayor, you've put together a path forward. I think that's going to help us. We're not going to solve this tonight. And we did do a national search that to recruit someone for the Office of Public Safety and Accountability, and that's Dr. Letitia Watson. And so we need to make sure that we also make that work as well. I think the recommendation of also the police commission, also giving it an opportunity for our own citizens that are appointed to that is a good step forward too. So I think what you recommended is good. The police commission works also closely with OPSA, so it gives us 2 points of view. But with that, I think we've got, again, want to focus also what the coming days ahead confront us. And that is that we've got hopefully a new year truly starting. I think as Councilmember Harris may have said, that the new year starts on January 20th. And I want to make sure that we also look at these next couple of days as a critical time for us to be united as a city and to make sure that we create a path forward for our country as well, but starting here locally in our own city. So thank you for the recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Eric. Councilmember Harris, then Chenier.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Angelique summed it up nicely. We have a great police chief. I believe we have a great police force, one of the best in the country. We have Letitia Watson, who I think has yet to show us what she's capable of, which is quite a lot in my opinion. I think that the course is clear moving forward. Let's give this to Letitia and let her work with this and bring back something to council where we can have a more focused discussion that is not based on us adjudicating video taken by third-party people who may or may not have an agenda, and listening to testimony of people who may or may not have an agenda. As you said, our position is policymaking. And while we all may have opinions about what has transpired in our city over the last few months, we actually have fared very well, certainly by comparison to other cities. Our country is definitely in stress. There's a lot going on here. We have a pandemic. We have fascism raising its face in our country. We have a lot of issues here, but we can't solve them tonight. We have a pathway forward, Mayor, and I think we ought to express it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilman Chenier.
Thanks, Mayor. We have spent quite a bit of time over the last couple of years beginning to build structures and infrastructure in the city to better the way we do business. Much of that has been around equity. A lot has been around trying to rid ourselves of institutional racism, whether it's the diversity work that Ami Barnes has done, whether it's the resolution that Councilmember Guerra and I are bringing next week to the City Council around equity analyses and institutional racism, whether it's bulking up the police commission, which we still have work to do, or hiring through a national search, as was said, Letitia Watson. I think that we have been moving in the right direction. And I think hiring Chief Hahn was a piece of that, building the infrastructure that we need to move forward. And the infrastructure, I think, and the structures that we need to be sustainable in the work that we're doing. We're not trying to, this is not a one-off. I think what we're trying to do is build for the future of our city. And I know that we have a lot of work to do, but I think we also have to continue to rely on those institutions, hold them accountable, rely on that infrastructure so that we build a system and that we can rely on that rather, and not do something one-off. That was my being somewhat upset with a 20-minute video at 10 o'clock at night after being in this for 9.5 hours. I want to have the discussion when we're prepped for it, when we're prepared for it. So I appreciate the passion that comes with everyone on this council. I think that we all have and will continue to denounce white supremacy. I think we're all immigrants, 1 or 2 generations removed. Pretty much everyone who sits on this council at some point. For me, it was, my father, and we can all talk about the stories of who we are and how we got here and what our value system is and what we believe in. But I think for the work that we have here as policymakers, building for the long term is what's important. So I will, I support, Mr. Mayor, your proposal. I think it's the right thing to do because I think we need to have, if we're going to make decisions and we're going to make policy, we need the data in front of us so we can be driven by that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. Most of what I wanted to say has been said and said very well by this council. I just want to put a pin on it that we have fared very well in the city of Sacramento. We had one of the ugliest days in America on January the 6th. A day that all of us will remember, not that we want to remember it, but we can't help but to remember that I don't know how many people got hurt, but I do know that 5 people lost their lives because that city was not prepared for what happened to it. What I do know in Sacramento, that we've seen 10 to 12 weekends of white supremacists coming to Sacramento and trying to destroy our city and or destroy each other. And our police force has been prepared for them every single week. It doesn't mean that we don't have work to do, but we don't have a situation in Sacramento where people have lost their lives. We have done the job of keeping people safe. We know that more trust has to be built. We know more tough conversations will have to be had. We know that there's a commitment from all of us to make it better. But we also know that we have kept Sacramentans safe amongst all of the situations that we've seen go on at our capital. And so I stand behind Chief Hahn. He is, without question, one of, if not, the best chief in the city of Sacramento, in the state of California, and I think throughout the country, for all the reasons that have been mentioned before. And our police force is starting to show themselves moving in the right direction of following his leadership. And it's not just his leadership, because he's hired a staff around him that is second to none. So I stand behind Chief Hahn, and I also stand behind the decision that we've made tonight to bring Dr. Letitia Watson to help us with this in the office, her office, as far as being the lead agency to help inform us to set better policy. So I appreciate the conversation, but as one of the oldest men on this council, we have done this for 11 and a half hours today. And so, Mayor, if you need a second to your motion, I'll give you a second. But I also want to make the motion that we end this meeting on a good note and move forward, knowing that we have a good plan to move forward.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Jay. I don't think we need a motion. It's a direction, and I'm getting a sense of the council here tonight. And I think what we need is just a little bit of room for me and for me to consult with the council members individually, with the city manager, with the police chief, and with Dr. Watson and the community to make sure we develop a not overly complicated process that allows Dr. Watson and the commission to take some ownership here and to help us with the path forward.
Well, I'm gonna tell you in the words of my good friend Larry Carr, don't tell them what to do, just tell them what you want done.
Exactly, thank you, Councilman
Okay.
Jennings.
All right.
Thanks, Rick. Okay, Sean, you got one more comment, then I'm going to close this out.
I just want to, so being somewhat new to the forum of the council and being on a Zoom since 12:30 this afternoon, I do like to extend my apologies if my tone of voice or my reaction looked somewhat unprofessional or aggressive. That's not me typically. So again, I do want to extend my apologies to all my colleagues if that came out the wrong way. And then just to add one more thing, what happened on January 6th, again, being somewhat that I'm a foreigner and I still deal with different countries around the world, I wasn't upset, I wasn't angry, I wasn't disappointed. As a US citizen, I was absolutely embarrassed because the rest of the world look at our government and people that are fighting and doing, fighting based on revolutions and overthrowing these dictatorship countries. They always use our government as what a government needs to be. And what happened January 6th was just absolutely embarrassing. And on that note, again, my apologies to the colleagues if I came out strong, but I've been with you guys since 12 and a half, since 12.
Hey, Sean, you got nothing to apologize for. You didn't say anything wrong or offensive. You expressed your opinion as a council member representing tens of thousands of people. You said nothing offensive to me.
I appreciate it, Mayor. Thank you very much.
So last comment, look, tomorrow is the inauguration of a new president and vice president. Tomorrow is the beginning of a new chapter in our nation. And maybe tonight, as painful as this was, represents a new chapter for us as well. Because I loved what Angelique said, because it's what I have been saying and thinking for my 4 years in this office. Oh my God, there is not a single truth. There are complicated truths. We can at once have the best police chief in the country, which we do, and a great police department. The men and women I meet, man, they're public servants. And what they've done these last 10 weeks, these protests have been, this chapter have been really important work in difficult circumstances. And that isn't inconsistent with some of what we heard from the community tonight, that there are still profound issues of trust and distrust. And that some people don't get treated right, and don't get treated well. And we can hold on to conflicting truths or seemingly conflicting truths. That's our job going forward. So let us move forward and consult with all of you. We will design not a simple process, but a not overly complicated process to move us forward. Thank you very much.
Quickly.
Okay. That ends our agenda. Public testimony for items not on the agenda. There's 5.
Mayor, did you really go there at
Hey, you know what?
Can I have 6 callers? May I have my first caller, please?
Gosh, help me, Lord.
Well, I want to clarify one thing, Sean. I'm sorry, because I wasn't listening to everything, and I'm not criticizing you all, but apparently you may have said that Antifa demonstrators and Proud Boys are equal, and I guess I still think you are a good man. You spoke your truth. I don't agree with that. I just want to say that clearly for the record. And
Mayor, I meant it as a way that if you are disrupting the peace and you're not letting the citizens enjoy their time in downtown, and you
I understand
down there with an aggression, you're the same. Now, one is racist, discussing individual, and the other ones are.
I don't agree with that, but okay. I just wanted to clarify. We don't have to debate. But
Thank you.
Go ahead. Not on the agenda.
Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
All right, everybody. I appreciate all the time that you guys are spending this evening. I would just like to get some refinement on the R1 zoning that we just opened up. There was a meeting on Saturday that talked about having developers develop parking ratios to lot size. I would like to see us focus on lot size, parking, and occupancy ratios within our ordinances to ensure that we don't do any overcrowding or overparking. And if it could be R1 lots that are greater than 0.15 acre, I think that would be a good start to have multiple units on a lot. So that was just something I was hoping that the council would consider as far as giving more specific directive to the zoning department and the design department. I'd like to also see us use resources that we have in communities that have aged out, i.e. parking, schools, and that type of thing, where the demographic has changed, where there's not a usage of those components, looking and evaluating and seeing if we could repurpose those buildings for something dealing with homelessness, dealing with training. The last thing I would like to do is, I appreciate you sticking in here till 11:30. The issue that was dealing with the police, I would like to see that if there wasn't a bond for the incidents that occurred that could be billed for the hours that the officers are spending, that you look at possibly suing the organizations that are causing the disruption in the city. So I just appreciate all of you for just sticking in there. We appreciate you representing us, and we will continue to provide input to help with the process.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Rose, and I am a local activist. I haven't really called in any of these meetings before, but I would like to bring to the table just a article from, it was published by NPR. There was also a few other ones, like one by CNN, but it talks about a whistleblower complaint in DHS, and this is a quote by one of the articles. It says, "There are multiple meetings this summer about downplaying the domestic threat posed by white supremacists and focusing more on militant leftist movements like Antifa." And I'd like to point out that even the newly elected president, Joe Biden, has kind of dismantled this whole idea brought by President Trump that Antifa is a terrorist organization. It's actually just an ideology. It means that you're against fascism, like Hitler or Mussolini or, well, nowadays the police. So as a veteran, I served in Operation Enduring Freedom, and I actually was in Afghanistan and at the time believed that I was fighting terrorists. I came home and I saw the treatment of the police of our actual citizens. And I, in turn, kind of took my oath to protect the United States citizens against terrorists, foreign and domestic. So domestic being the way that the police treat Black Lives Matter protesters. These protesters are being compared to white supremacist groups like the Proud Boys that were involved in the insurrection in D.C. And they have been condemned by our previous governor, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he compared them to the brown shirts of Hitler. So there's also an investigation going into DHS, the DEA agents of Sacramento, and about 10 police officers. And there's also, like, articles of Scott Jones, the Sheriff Scott Jones, going to meet President Trump.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yes, my final comment is that the United States is now an example of how democracy can fail around the world, just with COVID and how we are handling the
Thank you for your
police-powered
comments.
movement.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Can I seriously ask you all, do you guys think you were being brave a minute ago for denouncing white supremacy? That's comical. Just to ground ourselves, I want to note that this is much of the same city council who, after the police killing of a young, unarmed Black man, continue to shelve the recommendations of their own police advisory commission. We are still waiting for you to make any meaningful reform or listen to the community. No one in impacted communities asked for an inspector general. And when it was proposed by the mayor, when it was put forward, we asked for it to be stronger, and you didn't do that. And I don't know about Chief Hahn being the best, but I know that most of you aren't. You have no real solutions, and you don't want them. You aren't interested. We know that, whether you want to admit it to yourselves or not. I know at least 3 of you want to be in higher office. Ignoring racial justice is not the way to get there. And you can say that both sides are bad, but to let you know, only one side is labeled a hate group by the experts at the Southern Poverty Law Center. There is no greater wisdom in moderation. There is no higher ground there. Coming off of Martin Luther King Jr. Day, I'll let you know that the majority of his contemporaries disapproved of his tactics. That is who the comfortable middle is. That is who most of you are. And I'd like to get some answers. Were any of the officers in the Sacramento Police Department at the insurrection? How are you investigating this? How are we screening Sacramento police officers for white supremacy? How are we screening Sacramento police officers for violent tendencies? And finally, to any of you, what exactly were the intentions behind the Army tank when you bought it for the police department?
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
You all sound very faint. I can't hear, but honestly, after sitting through this debacle, I honestly don't have a problem with it. Yeah, we would never have seen this without the bravery of Katie Valenzuela, and I have to thank her immensely for this. I appreciate Mai for speaking up to the moment that we're in. And I wanted to say, all of you, for just dancing around the root problem that is white supremacy that many of you can't even acknowledge. Sean Lowley, Antifa is not an organization. It's not even remote, and even if it was, it wouldn't be remotely close to white supremacist hate groups like Proud Boys and 3%ers, and other folks that call the Trump party home. It's bullshit. You should be ashamed of yourself. It was absolutely offensive, and Daryl, fuck you for saying he has nothing to be sorry for.
I clarified my comment. Thank you.
Black people can uphold white supremacy. Obama did it, Eric Holder did it, Kamala Harris did it, and Daniel Hahn does it. Get that through your head. Jay Chenier, you owe every single person of color in this room and on this council an apology for saying that we are all immigrants. We are not. That is wrong for you to say, and it shows how ignorant you are about issues of race. Please correct that immediately.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Lambert, the founder and CEO of To the Bay and Back Cheesecakes, which is a family-owned business. My family has been in Del Paso Heights since 1946, and the situation in the city manager's office regarding my submitted proposal is now being held up in a cruel manner. According to the Sacramento News and Review, last year, Mayor, 379 of the 666 managers were white last year. 96 were Asian, 76 were Hispanic, and as always, black are 53 at the bottom. We have been endorsed by the Better Business Bureau. We've been endorsed by, of all places, different groups. I don't know much more we can do to prove that we are the example of equity and inclusive economics. There's members that are on your roster. If 6 people would vote for me, according to what I've studied, you can actually force the city manager's office to cut a check loose to my family. It has been, this is an atrocity, and it's rampant now. We even were sabotaged on a submitted rails grant 2 years ago, and that's why I thank you, Mayor, for filing that lawsuit against Wells Fargo, because that's what's going on. And I hope 6 people vote for us and get us funded. We have some very talented people in Del Paso Heights, and together we can accomplish a lot. So I'm asking.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please? Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. And Mayor and Council, this is our last caller this evening. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, Julian Rojas from District 4 again. Here to say that I'm endlessly proud of Representative Valenzuela, for sticking to her guns and confronting you with that video. And I wish to respectfully agree with Mayor Steinberg's initial assertion that it is only fair to grant 20 minutes to the contrary perspective of a 2-hour propaganda piece from her sheriff's office outlining how and why it was necessary they spend $650,000 in 18 days over the course of 2021 alone, on overtime alone, simply to frog march 2,000 police officers all night around the Capitol grounds to protect from invisible regiments of Antifa. And then to be so bold as to act as if this is justified. We've heard all night from countless people who have heard and felt firsthand, been injured by the actions that you have taken. And for you to be, I would also like to echo what Representative Vang quite politely insinuated a few minutes back. This is your goddamn job, and you should be proud to represent it. I've sat here for 12 hours waiting to talk to you. Instead, you scoff. You laugh at the concept of further public comment on your disgusting dismissal of clear-cut evidence. The difference between the treatment of the Proud Boys just a couple of days ago, the video showed on 12/19, blocks apart, Proud Boys being gently dismissed and Antifa being brutalized with bikes and arrested. And then you have this hour-long video explaining, oh, we collected some sticks and they yelled at us. See, it's horrifying. You're spending our dollars, and then you act like it's terrifying that we suggest we trim this budget that again spends $650,000 in 18 days on overtime alone. And again, police officers all.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
They are delighted. These police officers are delighted to quote baby.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
And earn this money.
Thank you for your comments.
Mayor,
Members, there are still hands up, I guess.
Yeah, if I could just take 30 seconds. I do want to apologize. I misspoke. Black people and indigenous people are not immigrants. I am tired, and I do want to apologize if I offended anyone. It was not my intention.
Of course, Jay. Of course. Don't worry about it.
Appreciate that. If I could do just a quick 10 seconds, I promise, for next week. In the unfortunate event that AB 15 might not pass, if it doesn't, I just want to make sure on our agenda is extending the eviction moratorium through February so we can keep working on it like some other cities have been doing.
So we are watching it very closely, keeping in very close touch with state leadership, and we will be ready to act if for some reason they do not. I believe they will. Okay. Members of the public, members of the city team, the city staff, thank you all for your hard work and your patience. Please get some rest. Happy inauguration tomorrow. Smile, everyone. We're adjourned.